All right, everyone. So this marks the beginning of the conference. So good morning to one and all present in the conference. Let me start by saying thank you to all of you for joining us here, for spending your time and your energy with us. I am Jueria, your host for this conference. So your queries or any of your doubts, kindly please post it in the chat box to me and I will address it as efficiently and as fast as possible. Once again, thank you so much for joining with us. A few things before we start. I would like to request the participants to please stay on mute, and if possible, when called upon or anything, please try to come on video. We have lots of speakers and lots of presenters and participants today. So out of respect for them, kindly please keep your audio on mute until your turn is called upon. With that, I would like to welcome you all to the first international conference in latest advancements in science, management, commerce, and educational research, shortly known as LASMCER 2022. It is organized by the Silicon City College, Bangalore, India, in association with Institute for Engineering Research and Publication, IFERP, India. Now, I would like to talk about IFERP. The Institute for Engineering Research and Publication, IFERP, is a multidisciplinary professional organization dedicated to research and development within the fields of science, engineering, and technology. IFERP is a paramount body that has brought technical revolution and development of science and technology to the world. The IFERP Forum constitutes of professional experts and oversees technical leaders. There is no stone unturned to strengthen the spheres of science, engineering, and technology. These days, IFERP is one among the leading publisher of research paper in its prime quality peer-reviewed journals, Continuing an Analysis magazine. Moving on, I would like to talk about the organizing college. The Silicon City College, Bangalore, India, is in imparting world-class education by providing learning experiences of international standards to its students. The college has been reaccredited by NAAC and has received an A grade for its achievements. The college offers various courses at undergraduate and postgraduate level and wishes to expand further with some of its joint ventures such as TCS. Further, the college also offers defense preparatory courses in view of the Prime Minister's vision of making Agniveers. Project Agnipath. Silicon City Defense Coaching and Training Academy offers PUC with NDA Defense Officers Preparatory Module. It is a 2-year integrated NDA program with class 11th and 12th, the first and second PU classes. It is a combination for clearing class 12th, science and commerce stream, and also NDA written exams in a single attempt. The institution believes in a total commitment and has a carefully planned curriculum for overall development of the students. The training is provided by well-experienced IITians and Army officers. Now, the reason that we are all gathered here today about the conference. We are pleased to I'm very sorry, we've had a power shutdown in our location, so I'll be just going off video for a minute. So about the conference, we are pleased to inform you that the Silicon City College, Bangalore, along with IFERP Chennai, is proud in organizing the first international conference in latest advancements in science, management, commerce, and educational research, LASMCER 17th and 18th June 2022. Silicon City College is a premier college in Bangalore, South India, which has been accredited by the NAAC with A grade. The college's intention is to organize quality conference with the following conference mission: to provide a platform for academicians from all faculties, researchers from various industries to present their views, to share experiences, concepts, ideas, and findings from eminent research scholars, researchers, and subject matter experts in multidisciplinary fields to provide all academicians a platform for networking with participants from all through the globe. With the above mission, the Silicon City College, together with the IFERP, joins hands in organizing this conference, which will include a plenary and keynote lecturers in which leading experts from all around the world will participate and share their knowledge in the following tracks. Moving on, I would like to welcome our dignitaries for this wonderful and prestigious conference. Let me welcome all our honorable dignitaries. First, I would like to welcome Dr. H.M. Chandrasekhar, Chairman, Silicon City College. Next, I would like to welcome Mr. Rudrabanu Satpathy, the founder and CEO of Technorite Group. Next, I would like to welcome Dr. P. Ravichandran, Convener and Research Director, Silicon City College. Next, I would like to welcome our eminent keynote speakers who we have sourced from all over the globe for this wonderful conference. Professor Dr. Muhammad Mahbub Ali, Professor, Dhaka School of Economics, Bangladesh. Dr. Silio Muni Palianandi, Professor and Executive Dean, School of Education, University of Goroka, Papua New Guinea. Professor Seth Akutson, Professor, University Professor and Harvard Trade Entrepreneurship Andragogy, Nile University, Nigeria. Professor Dr. Jayaraman Munuswamy, Chief Executive Officer, ProSite Solutions, Sheridan Bahad, Malaysia. Thank you to all the dignitaries for joining us today, even during this pandemic situation, and for imparting your expertise knowledge with us. I would also like to take this opportunity to welcome all our presenters from across India who have spared their valuable time in enlightening us with their latest research studies. Now, moving on to the welcome address and speeches, I would like to welcome the convener of the conference, Dr. P. Ravichandran, Research Director of Silicon City College, to deliver the welcome speech. Before he takes his spotlight, I would like to tell you a few words about the man himself. Dr. Ravichandran is a pedagogical expert and has several years of teaching with a wide spectrum of students. He has his PhD in pedagogical leadership from UPSI Malaysia. Due to his passion in the field of online teaching and learning, he continued his studies to do his second PhD from Open University Malaysia in the field of information technology. As an author, research consultant, and instructional designer, he has several papers presented in international conferences and has also given keynote addresses in an international conference. He has moderated several postgraduate research theses and has been an external examiner moderating PhD students. He is also a founder and designer for K-Learn Learning Management System. His main area of research interest is smart learning tools and techniques for 21st century digital learners. Currently, he is a director of research at the Silicon City, Bangalore, India. Dr. Ravi, please go ahead with your speech.
Thank you, madam, and it was a wonderful introduction given by you. Thank you once again. Good morning. On behalf of organizing committee, I welcome our chairman, Dr. H.M. Chandrasekhar, our director, H.M. Mukunda, and you all for this first international conference on latest advancement in science, management, commerce, and educational research, Lasmcer 2022. I also, on behalf of Silicon City College, welcome CEO of Technocrat Group, Mr. Rudrabanu Satapathy, for being here today. This virtual conference is a joint venture between Silicon City College, Bangalore, and IFERP, where you can witness eminent keynote speakers from all parts of the world and academicians presenting their research work. Silicon City College, which is considered as one of the best colleges in Bangalore, is headed by Chairman Dr. H.M. Chandrasekhar, who has been an embodiment behind the success of the college and also instrumental for initiating this international conference. We in Silicon City College imparting world-class education by providing learning experience of international standards to our students. The college has been re-accredited by NAC and has received an A grade for its achievements. The college offers various courses at undergraduate and postgraduate level and wishes to expand further with some of its joint venture, such as TCS and other eminent industrial experts. Further, the college also offers defense preparatory course in view of PM's vision of making Agniveer project Agnipath. Silicon City Defense Coaching and Training Academy offers PUC with NDA Defense Officers Preparatory Module. It is a 2-year integrated NDA program with class 11 and 12. It is a combination of cleaning class 12 science commerce stream and also NDA written exam in a single attempt. For undergraduate and postgraduate stream, the academy offers BCom, BBA, BA Aviation, BCA, and MCom with NDA Defense Officer Preparatory Module. It's a 3-year integrated program. It's a combination of cleaning, graduate and post-graduation, and the CDS, other government written exams in a single attempt. The institution believes in a total commitment and has carefully planned curriculum for overall development of the students. The training provided by well-experienced IITians and Army officers is also a key part of the college vision and mission. Last but not the least, on behalf of Silicon City College, I once again thank all participants for giving us all support for organizing this 2-day conference. There has been a lot of registration from the engineering side and also from the educational side, where a lot of eminent research scholars have participated and agreed to present in this particular conference. Without this, it would never been possible with that support. So without further ado, I hand over the host for the next session. Over to you, madam. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Doctor, for your wonderful welcome address to all. Moving on, I would like to next welcome Mr. Rudrabanu Satpathy, the founder and CEO of Technorite Group. Mr. Rudrabanu Satpathy is an entrepreneur, investor, philanthropist, founder, and the CEO of Technorite Groups. He has had 10 years of experience in organizing scientific conferences. He has completed his education in engineering from SRM University, Chennai, and ME from St. Peter's University, Chennai, and he is pursuing his PhD from St. Peter's University, Chennai. His research interests include image processing, antennas, and wireless networks. He is interested in doing several socio-academic activities for the welfare of the society. Under his guidance, IFERP and BioLeaks Worldwide, another brand of the Technorite Group, has become one of the fastest growing organizations in Asia. His organization received the Best Scientific Conference Production House of 2018 from the APB. With success knowing no limit, Mr. Rudra attributes his fame to teamwork and the entrepreneur spirit, which have made him enable risk to opportunities to handle whatever changing environment comes upon his way in the education and technologies field. He has also other research area interests like climate change and ecology, drug discovery and communal medicines, cancer and our battle for it, oral health, allied health sciences, technology for humanity are the other areas of research interest. Mr. Rudrabanu Satpathy, I invite you to take the spotlight as you could give us your speech.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Jivaria, for this wonderful introduction. In fact, the things mentioned would have not been possible without the support of IFERP's institutional chapters, institutional members, and representatives of IFERP or committees. So whatever IFERP Institute for Engineering Research and Publication is today is all because of the community we have, is all because of the professors, the faculties, the technical professionals from industries and academia we have. So it has been possible because of all of them, and we were just a medium to implement those things. So a very good morning to everyone. Esteemed dignitaries, revered speakers, respected faculties, the management representatives, and the founders of this esteemed institutions, Silicon City College at Bangalore, one of the esteemed and one of the leading professional and academic institutions in all disciplines, with accreditation of grade A from NAC. My beloved faculties and organizing committee members, scientific committee members, the thought-provoking keynote speakers all across from the nook and corner of the globe we have today, and my loved students. It's a wonderful morning, and I feel much obliged to the host institutions to give me this privilege and include me in the agenda to address on behalf of the committee, organizing committee, as a welcome address. And I feel privileged to represent both of these leading institutions, Silicon City College, as well as Institute for Engineering Research and Publication today. And at this point of time, when we are reviving after the pandemic, in the post-pandemic, and when the education system is again reviving, and we are coming up with physical meetings and physical classes beyond the limits of the virtual interactions. And at this point of time, when latest advancement in science, management, commerce, and educational research is the theme of the conference, I feel it's definitely a wonderful thought process of the host institutions to plan this conference along with us. We have great speakers lined up after this, and there'll be a lot of learning opportunities for everyone, all of us. We have more than 3 technical sessions. Institute for Engineering Research and Publication has been relentlessly connecting with universities and educational institutions, because our vision is to create a single united integrated platform all across the globe by integrating all universities and academic institutions, irrespective of their locations in developing countries or in developed countries, irrespective of the standards, irrespective of their growth opportunities, irrespective of the regions, communities, languages, and so that beyond all barriers, beyond the borders of the nations, all across the world, we can unite and create an integrated community. We are in a verge of building a largest virtual community of professional institutions, academic institutions, research centers, in collaboration with all industries. Today, our government is focusing on academic and industry interactions. So we are closely connecting with academicians, as well as professionals. We have collaborated with almost all educational institutions, technical universities, engineering colleges all across the nation, and we are rapidly collaborating with industries, companies, corporates, and manufacturers, so that we believe it's very important in engineering sectors to bring the implementation part close into the campus, because as we have in the medical sectors, the hospitals and colleges are operated in same campus, but this I feel still lags in field of engineering. And we are connecting engineering colleges, universities with industries, so that we rapidly establish center of excellences and innovation centers established by industries, particularly and manufacturers and corporates in the campus itself, where we have direct opportunities of practical implementations and trials. We are rapidly establishing this center of excellences. I urge institutions, engineering colleges from different states to come forward and establish IFERP Industrial Center of Excellences. We have some application procedure for that. We do have started the seed funding proposal system, where we have a small raise of a small section of funding that has been initiated, and we are receiving numerous applications from different colleges and universities. I urge our students to put up their proposals, their innovative ideas towards IFERP seed funding schemes. This could be possible if we be a part of IFERP as a student member, or as a faculty member, or as an institutional as well as industrial member. So together we'll bring the difference. Moreover, we are organizing these type of conferences because our vision says that we have to create the community with the largest academic and knowledge interaction engagement. Today, there are a lot of scientific societies and communities, but we feel that many societies and communities are still lying dormant and need to refurbish their working style. At this point, we believe the ideas and innovations inculcated in the grassroots of the nation is going to be the future of our next generations, because when we look into the sustainability development of the sustainable development goals of United Nations organizations, we are focused on few of the aspects. Technology and engineering is one. Apart from that, we have been also focusing on healthcare sectors. We have been focusing on nutrition and food safety, as well as we are also focusing on pharmaceutical industries, allied healthcare sectors, and environment also, because climate change is a very big concern today. And the main goal behind all these things is to create a interdisciplinary research, because interdisciplinary research is the point where the applications happens. So it's very important to connect all interdisciplinary professionals in a common forum and provide the right channel and right route to connect with each other of similar research interests. And we have been doing so through our activities of this type of conferences. We have been a publisher since last decade, and we have published wonderful articles because of the contributions. Our reviewer teams and our editorial teams are relentlessly working on it, reviewing the articles. So I urge students and researchers to submit their articles if innovative and unique, so that we could review it, we could process it. And the another thing is capacity building. We must start working, all academic institutions as well as research societies should start working on academic research capacity building as well. So in terms of research capacity building, we have started our ventures that trains, motivates, and encourages researchers with current opportunities and current scopes on research methodologies, publication ethics, and we have been continuously training them. We have been continuously providing supports and guidance to IFERP student members in terms of finalizing their research works and choosing a right topic or right areas on which they should excel. We have been closely working with all public sector units and government of India so that our innovations inculcated at a lower level and developing states or developing regions and remote regions of India could be identified, could be refurbished, and could be presented in appropriate forums where they can avail the fundings and implementations opportunities to make the nation as of the largest scientific and academically strongly growing nation in today's world. Moreover, we insist everyone to be a part of these organizations. I express my hearty gratitude to all the faculties, to the management, to the admin officials of this host institution, Silicon City College at Bangalore. And I express my gratitude to all the attendees to be a part of this conference, to contribute their articles. Last night, I was going through the proceedings and I found many interesting articles, like we have articles related to waste management in case of leather industries. We have articles in green technology. We have articles on cybersecurity. We have different vibrant articles. And I believe this conference will be definitely a good scientific forum of learning and networking opportunities. And I express my hearty gratitude to all the organizing committee members, scientific committee members, our national ambassadors, institutional ambassadors, IFERP representatives all across the nations and all across the world. And I express my gratitude to the whole team of IFERP for taking this painstaking effort and to make this conference worth of attending for you. Thank you very much. Wish you all the best.
Thank you so much, sir, for your wonderful speech and for giving us your time as well. It was really a wonderful insight into and a wonderful keynote address that you have given us. So moving on next, I would like to welcome our keynote addressee, Dr. Gsl Modelling, Professor and Executive Dean of School of Education, University of Goroka, Papua New Guinea, to deliver the keynote address of the day. To welcome him, and before he gives us his wonderful speech, so Dr. Gsl Modelling, or Dr. Silva, as he is best known among his friends and colleagues, is a highly respected educationist in the Malaysia and the surrounding regions. He has obtained his doctorate in education from the University of Leicester, United Kingdom. Over the years, he has worked in many culturally diversified academic settings in different countries under different capacities. He is currently a professor at the School of Education, University of Goroka, Eastern Highlands Province, Papua New Guinea, working closely with public and private academic organizations and agencies. He is aspiring to bring about educational improvement in the PNG and in the South Pacific region, specifically in the teacher training areas. He has held senior academic positions in several universities in Malaysia, specializing in the areas of education, pedagogy, management sciences, business, and entrepreneurial studies, teaching PhD, masters, and undergraduation to the students as well. He is a highly traveled man for different countries for official reasons, academic visits, conference attendance, guest speaker or invitated visits, cultural visits, motivational talks, school visits, and for independent research as well. He promotes, facilitates, and arranges programs for international student mobility programs, exposure to self-enrichment and self-development. He conducts free motivational programs for innovation and entrepreneurship for youth development, free training for staff development programs on pedagogy and other related matters in higher education. While acting as a consultant for some educational institutions and agencies, Dr. Selva is also noted for his voluntary coaching for these thesis dissertation writing skills in social sciences for interested students on a global scale. He's a wonderful volunteer providing his free of service to these students so that they can reach their free potential. So Dr. Selva, it is an honor to have you with us and a warm welcome to you on behalf of IFERP and the Silicon College as well as from all the participants. Kindly go ahead with your speech, sir. We are eager to listen from you.
Yeah, very good morning. I suppose it's afternoon here. Am I audible?
Yes, sir, you are audible. Please go ahead.
Thank you. Okay, a very good morning to the organizers of the inaugural International Conference in Latest Advancements in Science, Management, Commerce, and Educational Research. Okay, my greetings also go to those who are attending the conference via online. Actually, I wish we could interact face-to-face to share and to have a better interaction and understanding on the views and parameters of my today's discussion. Actually, I'm not presenting a research topic. It's just a general note, a touch and go aspect on some of the challenges in academia. Before I proceed with my topic, I wish to express my profound gratitude to the organizers for providing me the opportunity to be a speaker at this reputable conference. It is indeed a privilege and an honor to be with you at this event. Okay, as per the name of the conference, keeping the academics with the latest information is a noble move, and above all, promoting lifelong learning among academics. Okay, I really like the phrase lifelong learning, and then I would like to touch on an episode. Usually, it is my style. I always start something with a story or an episode. I hope you all don't mind bearing with it. Okay, any objections? Hello, listeners? Are you okay? Can I proceed?
Yes, sir, you can continue.
Okay, right, okay. All of us would have heard of the Socrates, the great philosopher. I'm sure all of you, if you have not known Socrates, then there's something is a bit amiss, because people like Socrates, Plato, Aristotle, and all are known, well known for the various contributions. All right. So I would like to say something, an episode. I would like to relate an episode that happened in the life of Socrates. Okay. Probably you would have heard of this and would have studied somewhere. All right. Socrates was sentenced to death for allegedly provoking the youths of Athens, Greece, okay, for teaching the students how to think critically and questioning the actions. See how a great person has been sentenced to death for a noble cause. Okay. This episode happened when there was less than 24 hours to his death. That means exactly leaning himself against a wall. As usual, Socrates was deeply engrossed. Sorry, there's some problem with the network. Just bear with me. Okay, this episode happened when there was less than 24 hours to his death. He was in prison, okay, while leaning himself against a wall, and he was deeply engrossed in his own thoughts. Suddenly, something happened. He heard an amazing music, something he had never heard in his life before. The music came from a fellow prison mate playing a musical instrument. So Socrates approached him immediately and inquired about the music. He asked the prison mate to teach him how to play it. The prison mate burst into laughter, naturally, right? Because he's about to die. So he told Socrates, "You are going to die tomorrow. Why do you want to learn the music for?" Socrates smiled and calmly said, "Never mind about my death. I will die." Just take note, "I will die with a great satisfaction that I had learned an additional trait in life before my death." Well, this is the true spirit of lifelong learning. All right. And this is my message for my fellow, academics in this seminar. Okay. Now we get back to the, did you get the idea behind the episode I mentioned about Socrates? Hello, any views?
Yes, sir, sure.
Okay, right. Okay. Anyway, my topic for this evening is rather simple. It is nothing new, but an important consideration for academics and researchers. Okay. I think I don't know. I wonder whether my PowerPoints work. Can you see the PowerPoint? Hello?
Sir, we cannot see it yet.
Is it visible?
No, sir, it is not visible.
Okay. Then it doesn't matter. Then I will go on with just a speech alone.
All right.
Right. Okay. Okay. The topic is about some of the challenges academics face in terms of academic freedom and research autonomy in universities and institutions of higher learning. Okay, and it happens around the globe. Okay, it's about academic freedom, autonomy, academic independence, and implications for the publish or perish aphorism in academia. I repeat, it's about academic freedom, autonomy, academic independence, and implications for the publish and perish aphorism in academia. Although the topic is reiterated over and over many times by various quarters at various levels internationally, it is a worthy reflection for all academics, this concept. Knowingly or unknowingly, many along the line, and at least at some point of their life, have experienced some of the harsh realities of this phenomenon.
Dr. Selva, I'm
Yes.
sorry to interrupt. We have given you the co-host access. Could you now try sharing your screen?
Which one?
Could you try sharing your PPT now? We have given you the co-host access.
No, sorry, I don't think, because my line is also very, it's not very stable.
All right, okay.
Giving me warning, all the time.
All right, of course then,
coming.
sir. Go ahead with your verbal speech.
Yeah, okay, sorry. Okay. What I'm about to say is the field of academics has become highly competitive as government funding rewards the biggest impacting institutions and researchers. In these fields, researchers are expected to aid in the financing of the institution's mission. Pressure can be extremely high to publish innovative, creative, and impactful papers. While many scholars are open to the promotional path, publishing regularly, others are concerned about the temptation the pressure can lead to. Excessive publication of low quality work, self-citations, lack of citations, skirting the line of ethics and bias reporting towards a preferred outcome are all legitimate complaints in the high-stakes academic research lifestyle. Whether we like it or not, publish or perish is a reality for today's academics. The question is, how can we compete in such a saturated and sometimes ruthless system? Knowing what we are up against is only one half of the battle. It's easy to become discouraged when faced with the challenges of thriving in the publish or perish system. Publish or perish is an aphorism describing the pressure to publish academic work in order to succeed in an academic career. We all caught up in the system's thinking, which may be subjective and may or may not yield productive results. Treating university staff the same as staff in other conventional or business environments may deprive society of the benefits of academic freedom. It should be noted that academics are public intellectuals whose duties surpass those of an employee in an industrial or business context. Their duty is owed to society as much as it is owed to the employer. Universities must realize that they are different from conventional business entities. Universities need to distinguish themselves from other businesses and accentuate their unique and critical role in society. Unlike other professions like law, engineering, and medicine, which are primarily engaged in the practical application of knowledge, academics' main function is the acquisition and transmission of knowledge and not its application. Acquisition of new knowledge is only possible if academics are allowed the freedom to debate and question conventional wisdom. Universities are considered epicenters of free ideas, discoveries, search for new truth, and scientific methods. Thus, any attempt to impose unreasonable limitations on academic freedom may affect academics' ability to effectively discharge their primary function. Okay, let's just recall some aspect on the publish or perish aphorism. From what we understand, the phrase or aphorism publish or perish dates all the way back to 1942, when a sociologist named Logan Wilson used it in a book studying academia as a career. At the time, he described publish or perish credo as a prevailing pragmatism forced upon the academic group. And apparently, this phenomenon still applies to many of today's academics and researchers. For those working with a publish or perish system, it can be a really stressful lifestyle, or rather an experience that is nightmarish. It is easy to comply with the regulation. I'm asking, is it really easy to comply with the regulation? As for all we can imagine, the pressure to publish can be very high. Unfortunately, getting published is becoming more and more difficult due in part to an increase in the number of academics worldwide. Academics not only need to publish research to remain relevant, but doing so is a requirement, a key performance indicator at many universities and institutions of higher learning. The ability to publish and the number of publication rates determine an academic's value at an institution, and they can play a role in determining who will be granted tenure. As a result, the publish or perish system is often criticized by academics and researchers. In this speech, I would like to explore some of the advantages and disadvantages of this system, as well as the current state of academic publishing and how academics can navigate the world of publish or perish. Okay. Entering the world of academics today as a researcher comes with significant expectations and the requirement that we are able to handle a multitude of responsibilities. Between instructional duties that require imparting knowledge, mentoring, and participating in institutional events, and the publish or perish expectation of research, the academic scholar is constantly under layers of various pressure. Parts of the pressure is elevated once a researcher is able to develop a legitimate, respected, scholarly reputation. But this takes time and consistency, and is a complex mix of many different factors that the scholar doesn't always have control over, such as the age index measurement, which we'll come to it later. By understanding what makes up these two crucial components of scholars' reputation, the age index and the publish or perish expectation. The mindset of publish or perish can add significant stress to a researcher who takes it literally. If they don't publish innovative research regularly, their careers are likely to perish. However, this is taking the idea to an extreme level. When it comes to publish or perish mindset, this tends to apply more to those researchers whose goal is to get into top institutions and the highest level of research facilities where competition is fierce. In those cases, publishing innovative and creative work regularly is one of the most important keys to getting a foot in the door to position in these esteemed places, and the way to keep your job once you manage to get it. There are, of course, however, many small institutions where academic professors are able to work in satisfactory careers where they integrate into the classroom life and focus on education with research goals of furthering productivity and academic output. The research material in these cases could suffice as an interview, regular academic blog post, or a newspaper article. That will suffice. Because the field of teaching is one where good instructors are desperately in need. It's not difficult to find a job in less coveted institutions where the publish or perish mindset does not exist in extremes. Researchers can also find work in private or government sectors without expectation of instructional capacities, where they have more time to devote to innovative research and publishing. Okay, now the question is the publish or perish system helpful or harmful? There's much controversy surrounding the publish or perish system. While many, both inside and outside academia, criticize the system, others acknowledge its merits. As with most things, there are both advantages and disadvantages to this system. Okay, let's look at some of the advantages. First of all, it confirms accuracy. Academic journals make a point of ensuring that all submitted research is rigorously reviewed by experts in the field. This process is time-consuming, but then the publish or perish system helps promote accuracy in academia by requiring researchers to submit to high-quality, peer-reviewed journals. Secondly, it assures accountability. The publish or perish system holds academics accountable to the public, ensuring that academics meet their goals and to research that will contribute to the fields of study. Thus, many view publishing as a moral requirement, since the public funds the public universities. The research they produce should be accessible to the public. Okay. This argument is also in favor of open access publishing, which is another hot topic in the world of academia. It also ensures honesty. Academics who publish know that their processes and their research will be evaluated by other industry professionals and journal editors. This knowledge prevents them from cutting corners and encourage them to strive for accuracy above all else. All right. Okay, if I'm exceeding the time, please give me a cue.
Sure, please go ahead, Doctor. You are
okay. It also allows communication. Publishing research is an effective way to share findings with others in the field. Other industry experts can use previous findings to further their own research. Okay. Then it also establishes reputation, very important. Building a good reputation is important as a professional in any industry. Some argue that publishing is an opportunity for academics to prove themselves as active members and authorities in their field. This ensures competency. Publishing enforces an academic reputation as a scholar and opens doors for them to collaborate with other experts. These reputational benefits can also help academics obtain promotions, grants, scholarships, etc. Although it is stressful, at the end of the day, it is a rewarding experience. All right, let's look at some of the disadvantages. It inhibits idea development. One of the most common arguments against the publish or perish mindset is that it pressures academics into publishing too frequently, not allowing researchers to give the ideas a sufficient amount of time to develop. It also increases pressure. Academics are expected to publish often, as publishing rates are often used as a key performance indicator to measure academic success in institutions. Not only do academics need to publish often to stay relevant, but they also need to publish often to validate their research to the authorities. Okay, it also revokes control. Academics have little control over the publishing process. This is the irony. Publishers control when pieces are read, reviewed, and published. Despite this lack of control, publishing has some problem with my line. Okay. Not only do academics need to publish often to stay relevant, but they also need to publish often to validate their research. All right. It revokes control. Academics have little control over the publishing process. Publishers control when pieces are read, reviewed, and published. Despite this lack of control, publishing has a direct impact on academic chances at promotions, grants, scholarships, and funding, as mentioned earlier. Okay. Sometimes it also results in discrimination. Those who critique the publish or perish system often point out the flaws as how it operates. For example, there are allegations that women are less likely to be published than their male counterparts. And racial minorities also face discrimination in the world of academia and academic publishing. Priorities are given to academics who work in high-profile institutions only. Okay. And lastly, it also promotes a profit business model. Another issue that concerns academics is the for-profit mentality. For many journals, research should be published because it will further a particular field, not simply because it's perceived to be a profitable entity. Okay, as such, there's no denying that getting published feels great and further an academic career, but there is also no denying that the publish or perish system places too much pressure on academics and institutions. All right, just a little statistics. It is reportedly said that many top journals have a rejection rate that is higher than 90%. On average, it takes about 124 days for a submission to reach publication. Okay, so all these are some of the factors that might discourage us from publishing, but nevertheless, we have to fight on and then do our best part. All right, then a little note on the understanding of the H index, and this is another trauma, understanding the H index, okay? Okay, this H index is named after a social scientist called J.E. Hirsch. I suppose all of us heard of this person. Okay. While publishing isn't a pressure for every researcher, if they aren't interested in prestigious positions, it helps one's scholarly reputation. The data obtained through a scholar published work is measured using quantitative metrics like the H index. And the H index is actually a quantitative matrix, originally proposed by, I think it's in 2005, by J.E. Hirsch. Okay, this formula gives an estimate of the overall impact of the scientist's research, cumulatively judging the importance and significance of their work over time, the H index. To put it simply, the H index looks at the citations in the scholar's field versus how many citations other scholars in the same field have. Okay, so it is a matter of reputation, who does the best. The H index is considered to be beneficial because it takes the qualitative measurement of impact and makes it into quantitative measurable number. It takes beyond how many papers a researcher puts out and considers the actual quality of the papers instead. But the H index is expected to be used in addition to other factors to help give the scholar his or her own reputation. Okay. There are drawbacks to the H index that must be addressed, such as the fact that H values will be different across multiple fields. An average number of reference in one field may not be the same as in another, and how many papers are typical in one area of research will not match the other. Okay, and so in conclusion, academic freedom, okay, includes the liberty to conduct research and draw conclusions rooted in evidence. Academic freedom defines researchers' right to choose their own methodologies, draw conclusions, and assert the value of the contribution, but not necessarily protect against critique of their claims. Okay, now what is autonomy in social research? Okay, academics are expected to have autonomy in research. The liberty to follow one's own will or personal freedom. Autonomy is the liberty to follow one's own will and personal freedom. Different philosophers and social scientists have debated the meaning of autonomy. To put it simply, when someone acts autonomously, they are in control of the actions. Okay, so there are academic, okay. I've worked in various, various cultures, in various academic institutions across the globe. Okay, I note that there are academics who do not contribute to the field. They get promoted and are proud to be in academic representing the field for the number of years with merely time-based promotions. Unlike in some of the research universities, these so-called professors know their ways around for the continuous survival in academia. Okay. Obviously, they do not set good examples to the others, and especially for those students who do their PhD under them. There have been cases where unscrupulous professors who use their students' research for their publication. Sometimes they also force students to set unreasonable demands to help pass their theses. Okay, research topics must fall in line. Finally, I would like to say research topics must fall in line with their passion, the passion of the academics. Okay, it is the researchers who should design the topic and methodologies, draw conclusions, and assert the value of their contributions. The evaluation criteria of the key performance index must be based on the voluntary nature on the part of the academics to produce creative and innovative research. Any force will make researchers lose interest, and this might deteriorate quality. Okay, now, am I exceeded the time or am I still within the time?
No, sir, please go ahead.
Okay, right. So I would like to end the session by just noting another story with something to do with the research autonomy and research regulations, everything. All right, this is also a common story, in fact, sort of funny. Okay, this is about a mad scientist experiment, a scientist who made an experiment with a frog. Okay, and then what he did was, one day he saw a frog coming and landing on his table. So he wanted to study the frog. Okay, and then he just simply said jump, and the frog jumped, because when he said it, He created some kind of a vibration and the frog jumped. Okay, so he wanted to study this phenomenon. So what he did, he took it to the lab, and then he said jump, the frog jumped. Okay, it jumped quite a distance. And then later, what he did was he snipped off the front leg of the frog. Okay, and then he said jump. It jumped, but lesser than the previous level. All right, obviously, yeah, it's already hurt, it could not jump. Then what he did, he snipped off the other front leg and asked the frog to jump. Okay, and it could jump, but much lesser than before. Then he continued snipping the rear leg one, all right, and asked the frog to jump. It could not jump, but it was just trailing. Then finally, he chopped off the last leg and said jump. And what happened? The frog could not move at all, obviously, right? And then, you know what was his conclusion, this mad scientist? He wrote in his conclusion, frogs become deaf when their legs are chopped off. Okay, so this means what I'm trying to say here is with lots of restrictions, okay, in the universities, academics are actually suffering. They are not allowed their own innovations and what you call creativity, all right? And then they are succumbed to what you call different policies, especially the publish and perish and then the H index notions and all that, right? Okay, so this is, I hope I've conveyed the message, right? And then with this, I think it's already time, and then I rest my case. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir, for delivering your wonderful speech. It has been really captivating, and I'm sure a lot of them have benefited from this. Thank you so much for your time and for your wonderful expertise.
Can I have some questions with Professor Selva?
Yes,
sure.
sir, please go ahead.
Sir, thank you for being here, sir. And at the same time, we know that you had a surgery in your eyes, and in spite of that, you came here and made your presence. So on behalf of Silicon City College, thank you for your presence in this conference as a keynote speaker. Okay. So I have a question to you, sir.
Yes.
You have been visiting plenty of countries. Maybe I think the list is huge, and you have visited more than 100 countries.
Yes, yes.
For keynote speaking, and also presenting research contributions. What exactly, in your context, is research in education against research in other fields? Do you think that multidisciplinary research should happen? And do you encourage that in all parts of the world, that multidisciplinary research should happen?
Yes, in fact, it is my idea to promote interdisciplinary and multidisciplinary research, okay. All right? And above all, education is the basis. You can do with the education, you can approach any field with education as a base. Okay. Okay, and in fact, in modern world, in modern research, there's no such thing as what you call a totally different cutoff research area. Okay, every research can be linked. Okay. And I strongly promote this idea. Okay. Yeah.
And thanks for your story, and I really enjoyed the frog bit. And thanks for giving a lot of information for the academic people here. And also, you also mentioned that there should be a complete 124 days for a publication to happen, for writing the paper and then publishing. It takes at least a minimum of 124 days. So all these ideas are very, very vital for researchers out there. And I think your speech would be an eye-opener for all academic people. So thank you, sir.
Thank you so much. Yeah.
So are there any other questions from anyone? All right. So we will be moving on to the next keynote speaker. So thank you so much once again, Dr. Selva, for your wonderful speech and for your time and energy today. On that note, next, I would like to welcome our second keynote speaker of the day, Dr. Mohammad Mahbub Ali, Professor, Dhaka School of Economics, Bangladesh, to deliver the keynote address. To say a few words about him, he is currently the Professor of Economics, Dhaka School of Economics, a member editorial board of the International Journal of Trade and Commerce India. He's a fellow of the World Business Institute Australia, the former Vice Chancellor of the Presidency University Malaysia, member of General Body, the government-nominated NGO Foundation in Bangladesh, former editor, Daffodil International University Journal of Business and Economics, Vice President of the Bangladesh Academy for Business Administration. So, Professor Doctor, yes, sir, we will be unmuting you and we will be starting with the presentation. All right, Professor, please just bear with us 1 minute. So everyone, please bear with us as we are trying to figure out the audio problem with the professor.
Good morning. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. We can
Yes,
hear
sir, we can hear you now. Please go ahead.
Okay. Thank you very much for giving me invitation. Actually, I want to congratulate organizers of the first international conference on latest advancement in science, management, commerce, and educational research, organized by Silicon City College, Bangalore, in association with Institute for Engineering Research and Publication. It is a great day because research, read plus search. We are emphasizing on research. Young talented people are very much interested to do research, but a lot of people do not know the ways how to develop their research strategy. And even sometimes they face the problem of choosing the research topic. If research topic is not properly chosen, at the end of the day, they face the frustration. The most important thing about the research that in case of research, whether it will be quantity one or qualitative one, we have to say something which will be valuable for the society as a whole. And we are now living in post-COVID arena. At the same time, we are facing the huge trouble in the world due to Russia and Ukraine war. And research should be contemporary. And when we are doing the research, we must think what sort of research it will be, whether it will be quantitative one or qualitative one, or we should use both quantitative and qualitative research. And in case of quantitative analysis, it is very easy as there are a lot of software support. But at the end of the day, if you want to justify quantitative research, then you have to explain it. Otherwise, one example I can give you. Suppose one researcher got a result such as population of Bangladesh is rising and Kuwait people are rising. Kuwait wealth of people are rising. But there is no relationship between this one. Why there is no relationship between this one? Because this has no relationship, and this is a just uh, spurious correlation. So when we are doing the research work, we must think what will be the cognizance, what will be our perception, and what will be the impact on the society as a whole. And as a researcher, there are something you have to choose. What sort of knowledge you will going to disseminate? And the most important thing, you have to choose the best possible journal. Only peer-reviewed journal won't give you. You must be aware of the statutory journal, and also you have to think that nowadays in the competitive world, publication fee is the most important thing for a good journal. And also important thing that when you are choosing where the journal is indexing, is it indexing in Scopus index or ABTC index or Rutgers or ISI index journals? So you have to understand what is the meaning and applicability of the research work. That is very important. Without research work, we cannot go beyond the world. Under the turbulence system of the world, we have to survive, and the researcher has a greater knowledge dissemination. And in case of science, there is a probability that the science work will have a significant work in the social development as well. And managerial capability will have to be competitive one, sustainability, and also we have to think how sustainable development will work and can be integrated in the research work. In case of commerce, we have to think why commerce people are thinking that research will be more business oriented, and marketing strategy, how it will be developed, how financial strategy it will work, and educational research, what will be the psychomotor, how cognitive intelligence will use, how emotional intelligence will work in the society, how social intelligence will cope with. So research has a different dimension, but at the end of the day, one way research is very good. That is, research will provide you one thing, that is just give you the chance that it will have a multi-dimensional research work, because
Uh,
when we
Professor, sorry to interrupt. Can you just move your camera to your face, please? Your face is not visible enough. Can you just bring it down, lower it? Yes, sir. Now it's fine. Please go ahead.
okay, thank you. So multi-dimensional
Sir, do
research
you want
work.
to share your PPT as well?
No, I do not want to share that.
Okay, fine, sir.
Uh, because if you want to do the research work, you have to choose a multidimensional research work with it will be better if you choose 3 persons from 3 areas, one from suppose physics, one from chemistry, and one from social science. It will give meaningful way how to develop the society, how it and mitigate the social obligation. Because when you are working the research, it should be ethical. Unethical practices and unethical result of research work sometimes blur the society, and there is also chance of robust results. We have to ignore this robust result. Suppose nowadays there is this tendency that the more you will use software, you will get the result. But you have to defend you the result by the qualitative judgment. Suppose RDL or IFA analysis you are doing, you will get the input output result from it. But what will be the meaning if it does not actually compare and contrast with your society? So you will have to find out where is the lackings of the previous work, and where you are giving new ideas, new thoughts, and whether there is any ice-breaking strategies. And so you must be a very cautious researcher. So honesty and integrity of the research work is very much important. When you are choosing the topic, you will have to understand how and why it will create new dimensions. Otherwise, research work never give you any good result. And when you are preparing the conceptual framework, you have to understand about what previous research workers say, and based on this research work, where is the research gap, and understanding of the research work, then you will be able to do the research work, and maybe the result is different, and you will have to choose your own way. You have to choose something new. Suppose if we say 5,000 years back, what Gita said, same thing has said other religious books like Bible or like Quran, that do not tell lie, do not do harm to the people. So, but when you are doing the research work, you must be cautious that you are doing the research for the humanity. You are not doing the research work for the individual interest or any company interest. Nowadays, we have seen such type of research work that 7 days ago, some research report has published that egg is not good for the health. After 7 days, we are seeing another company saying egg is very good for the health. Similarly, tea or coffee. In case of coffee, we are seeing that coffee is good with sugar. And 15 days after, we are seeing coffee is not good for health. So when you are doing the research, you are the judge. You will have to do it ethically, morally, and strengthening your relationship. And now question arises whether research work will fulfill the social needs. If it mitigates the social or it mitigates demographic demand, then research work is very good. And otherwise, research is not very good. Another thing, in underdeveloped countries, what happens? We all say, young researchers, do research, do research, do research, and otherwise you will perish. But in underdeveloped countries, mostly research grant is very small. As research grant is very small, so researchers are not interested to do ethical research. Rather, they whimsically do some research work, or they have to cut their salary for research publication. So we have to be honest when we are saying anyone, a young generation that you do research, we have to arrange the fund for them. Without funding, it is not possible. Another thing for the working mothers, because I believe in gender balances, I found sometimes working mothers cannot do the good research, despite there are a lot of attentions, because they choose that 70 to 80% for their family, even their husband or spouse is not supportive. As a resultant factor, at the end of the day, she may be frustrated. It happens in my institution also. Become and crying that I cannot end. But what can so there should be also supporting family support is also bigger for doing research work. When you are doing PhD research, I think your spouse is the most important person who will have to support you. This is also in case of men and women, both way it is usual. If from the family you are not getting support, then your attention for doing research, it is very difficult. Another thing I think, that is research publication fee, because we say you have to publish the article in the top journal. Now top journals, they are charging huge, so you must get the fund from your institution. If institutions give you fund, then it will be good. I think Indian UGC did a good thing. They are now giving and making journals accreditation and journal ranking. And Bangladesh UGC should come forward to rank the journals, which is very important, because otherwise, only depending on the Scopus index journals or ABDC journals or ERA journals or Cabell's journals, it will be very difficult to publish. Sometimes it charges $1,000 or plus minus. And another thing, it takes time to publish a good journal. But those who are the reviewer, they are also responsible, because they must do it honestly, integrity. Because if they read it very nicely, and if they give the good feedback, then the researcher will be helpful for doing the research work, and they can provide good research work toward the people. Without doing the good research work, the community cannot be benefited. For the benefit of the community, for the benefit of the human being, for the benefit of the society, we need research and development. Each organization has research and development. So the industry alliance is industry academic alliance is very important for doing research work, and applicability of the research work in the real world is very much needed. This will help us to go a certain position. And I think in the tertiary educational institute, there is no other alternative but to do research work properly, because it will help us a new dimension. And students, they must involve in survey or data tabulation process, so that they can be a future leader doing research work. If you can research is like a creation of own baby. So when you are doing some research work, you must have that honesty that this baby can take proper care, and there should be a new dimensions in the research work which will harmonize people and synchronization of the research work for betterment of the society, and we all believe sustainability. Now we are telling that sustainable development goal will be attained by 2030. So it is very much timely to do the research work jointly, because environment is one of the factor, poverty reduction is another factor, decent work is another factor. If we consider there are 17 goals and 169 targets, so if we multidisciplinary research work will be done among the people, then it will give a better result towards the society, and we will get better feedback from the society. So I think research is a very important thing, because it will give you a new dimension, it will give you a new path. Sometimes we have to think what older researchers said. Suppose one of the best example is Raoul and Paves in the 19th century told that secular deterioration of trends of terms of trade. Now, recently I am seeing a book, Salvatore's International Trade. I found they totally omitted Raoul Pavis' theory. Rather, they started from 2010 who are saying these things. But because I think they dropped Raoul Pavis' theory, because original theory, because they think this will be plagiarism. But it should not be, because the original theory has been given Raoul Pavis. Now, if anyone found it 2010 to 2020, they are do the research work plus minus 10 to 20% of the Raoul Pavis original theory. So when you are using any quotation, you must think the earlier researcher what said about that thing. Otherwise, it will be just mismannered and it will not give you good result. And I think the researcher has a lot of duty towards the nation, towards the motherland, and as well as how to people can be have a better life. And one thing we have to remember, current affairs always change the situation. So coping with the current affairs, researcher may give you pathfinder, and they have to show the new dimensions. Only doing some mathematics, it will not give you result. So both qualitative and quantitative research should go side by side. And if earlier researcher found something and you as a researcher found same thing, then explain through qualitative research, this is the reason, so we can do it. If you think that quantitative, in case of quantitative analysis, earlier researcher found something and you do not found the same thing, then on that basis you will have to discuss on your own areas of research what will be the reason the same result is not found. So researcher has lot of duties. They have immense potentialities. They must create innovation. They must go for searching the truth. And one thing I always believe, theory changes, but facts remain. This is my favorite quotation. So why? Because with the humanity, there are a lot of new innovations. There are a lot of technological changes, and as a resultant factor, if starting from food production, industrialization, or service sector, there are not a lot of changes. In the health sector, there are now robotics. These robotics, how they are doing good, as there are 9 types of robots in the medical sector. So how they are providing healthcare facilities, that can be a good research work. So there are some good research. And suppose another example I want to give. When I was a student in 1982, I read Schumpeter. But at that time, they all told the same thing he told about creative destruction. But as a teacher, just before COVID, I found Schumpeter's earlier view, and 30 years after, when he was a professor at Harvard, the view is totally changed. And at that time, from USA, they have raised the fund that 30 years back, what in Harvard Schumpeter has told about entrepreneurship, because it was related to the change in the global financial crisis of USA. And similarly, researchers sometimes after that also need to be recognized. There are a lot of people with a lot of credibility goes to the grave without fulfillment of their desire. But we must see what is researcher. And there is a danger in doing research. So far, I know in during 60s, one people in British, he's told that sugar is more bad than well. And at that time, he was killed. Then 1980s, same thing was uttered by another researcher in UK, and he was also killed. Now 1990, another people came. He was also British. He told that sugar is worse than well for the health. Then now he was saved, but regularly doing the same. We know about Galileo. What happens in his life? He has to come out from the truth for his safety of the life. We know about Archimedes. What happens in his life? So if researchers' ways are not so easy, not so good. So being a researcher, I think those who are doing research work properly, I salute them from the core of heart, and hats off to them, because at the end of the day, they finish new things, they give new ideas, they give some good things for the society. Now it is the time to the policy level to accept this research with honesty, dignity, and human dignity, so that they can apply it. If they ignore this will be very bad. And researchers should be cautious that they do not publish their journal articles in predatory journals. They should publish their articles in Scopus Index journal or ABDC journal, ERA journal, good EBSCO journal, or Cabell's writing journals, Ulrich journal, so the index journals, so that their article can go for the betterment. As earlier speaker said about 8 index, so I am not going to say about 8 index, but I think when researchers get the wider acceptance, wider criticism, then it will be a good thing. Another point of view that I think researcher when develop a theory, he should go for conference and give the preliminary idea generate. There will be one sort of review by the speaker. Then again, after middle of the research, he or she or they may present the paper again. Then there will be one criticism. That will be feedback. On that basis, they can modify it, and then after finalizing, they can present another conference. So after 3 conferences, the researcher will get 3 simultaneous ways of research ideas, and then when they submit the paper, full paper, then there will be a definitely there will be a reverse comment. But the reviewer must also do it ethically, morally, without seeing the article. They should not send it back to the author, because they must think they are also a writer of article, so authors of article. So honesty, both the side is depending, and I think a researcher is a very important person, and I salute them for doing the research work. At the same time, my question to the audience: how working mother with 3 small kids can do the research work, because despite we can help her less number of classes, but we cannot solve her wounds problem. Similarly, in case of man, if a spouse is helping, then he can do the research. Every successful human being, there will be need another successful supportive person. Otherwise, research work cannot be done properly. This is my idea. This is my view. I do not know whether others will support it or not. Thank you all for patient sharing.
If there are any questions, you could ask the doctor before we proceed. So we'll take a minute for any questions.
Doctor, I have a few questions to you.
Okay.
Okay, thanks for your speech and also some ideas about how effectively and how ethically we should do publications in research. You have been talking in between about the payments for the conference and other things. And you also gave some ideas that UGC should also take a play a role in this payment of conference and other things. In your country, what is the norms as a person working for a university? How is the procedure done in your university? Could you share with us, please?
Actually, research before taking the research work, one will have to choose the area of his or her expertise or likings or dislikings. If she does not like the area, but the supervisor said you do this area, then it will be very difficult to complete the research. Research is also a passion. Without passion, one cannot complete the research work.
No, I think if say for example, if you are presenting a paper, so you wanted somebody to sponsor, right? The UGC. That's what I thought you were talking in your. Am I right? Sorry. Prof, can you hear me?
No, I cannot hear you. What is your question, please?
Okay. The thing is, if the research scholars wanted to sponsor if they wanted to present in the conference,
Yes.
right now they don't get any funds as such from anybody, and it's quite challenging for the academic out there and also the research scholars to find appropriate funds for presenting the papers. So, what is your thought on this?
Definitely, without funding, proper research is very difficult, because sometimes we do research from our salary. So it is a very difficult for doing the research if we do not have any fund. And there is also a positive side, not getting fund. That is, if you get a fund, then the companies which are funding, they sometimes give us or told us that you will have to write the same ideology, what they are preconceived ideology. So when you are doing research independently, that is better. But funding is very much needed. And I think for the betterment of the society as well as corporate social responsibility, industry should come forward to grant for research work. Thank you. Very nice question.
Are there any other questions that you would like to ask the professor?
In your university, professor, what is the plagiarism percentage you normally accept?
Actually,
The students,
8 to 9% plagiarism we accept.
8 to 9%.
Yeah.
Okay, okay. And what is your recommendations? Like, there are universities which are accepting 25%. So what is your thought on that?
Now, nowadays, I think what the Salvator did, that is not a proper way. But I think change the topics and make it so that some innovative ideas and new ideologies can be discussed in the literature review, so that the plagiarism level should be decreased.
Thank you.
All right. Are there any other questions?
Thank you, Professor.
Okay, I believe there are no more questions. So thank you so much, Professor, for your wonderful keynote address that you have given us. It was a very clear definition on a specific topic. Thank you so much for your time and for your efforts. Now, this marks the end of the inaugural ceremony of this conference. Before we move on to the technical part of the conference, where our wonderful presenters are waiting to display their work, we will be going on a short break. I would like to thank the keynote addresses, the special guests, and to the conveners and the organizing committee for wonderfully inaugurating this conference. I hope the upcoming technical sessions and the day two goes in a very warm and wonderful way. That is our hope for today and for tomorrow. And so we will also be giving time for the presenters to get them ready. Before we go on a break, I would like to request the participants to kindly please turn on your cameras. We would like to take a group picture, a virtual group picture. If you could turn on your cameras for a minute, and we are not forcing anyone, please do it if it is possible for you. I see some wonderful faces turned on the camera. Thank you so much. I'll give a few more seconds for those opening up your cameras, and we will take a picture. It is for our memory to be placed on the conference website to see all of you who have attended it. All right, we have very active participation on this note. I see many faces, smiling faces turning up. Thank you so much. All right, so let us take the group picture then. So on my count of 3, we will take a group snapshot. All right, so ready with your big smile. So 1, 2, and 3. Right, let's take one more. So 1, 2, and 3. All right. Thank you so much, everyone, for being a good sport and for turning on your cameras. You can turn them off or however you feel comfortable. Thank you so much, everyone. So on that note, we will be taking a break till 11:30. And from 11:30, we will be starting our technical session 1, which is going to be filled with many presentations by many presenters and participants. Once again, the time is now going to be 11:15. We will take a 15-minute break till 11:30, and we will be starting the technical session 1 from 11:30. So see you all back here at 11:30, everyone. And to the presenters, kindly please be ready with your presentations. I will be announcing the guidelines to be followed during the technical sessions, the rules that you have to follow. Please be ready with your presentations. And before we break, I would once again like to warmly thank to the keynote speakers and the special guests for joining us. So 11:30, everyone, sharp, we will be starting it.
Hello. Hi dear. Body എനിക്ക് ഇന്നൊരു സെമിനാർ ഞാൻ എല്ലാവരുടെ അടുത്തും ഇങ്ങനെ
Please place through a
Please wait for a minute. We'll start exactly by 9:30.
Okay. All right. So welcome back to all the participants. Welcome to the first international conference in latest advancements in science, management, commerce, and educational research. We will be starting the technical session right from this minute. So our session chair is Dr. Ravi. So session chair, I ask you to preside over this technical session that we are starting soon. Before we start, I would like to announce a few guidelines for all the presenters to follow. Number one is that you will be having a presentation time of 10 minutes and you will be given 1 to 2 minutes for answering any questions. Please note your presentation time is 10 minutes. Please keep it under 10 minutes. If you are going to exceed the time, the session chair or the host have the rights to ask you to conclude your presentations. Please maintain the time as there are other presenters and we do not want to cause any unnecessary delay. The second guideline is that kindly make sure that you have sorted all your technical supportive material beforehand. We would like you to present in the slideshow mode if possible, and to have your audio and video, everything sorted. The third point is that we would be calling the presenter's name and their paper. All right. If the presenter is not responding after calling their name twice, we will be moving on to the next presenter. So as I call the presenter's name, kindly give me a verbal confirmation so that we will be aware of you here. Now, so session share, can we start the session? Can I call upon the first presenter?
Sure, please.
Yes, all right. So the first presenter is Mr. Ejaz Ahmed, numerical analysis of machine foundations on infilled geosynthetic reinforced soil bed. So Mr. Ejaz Ahmed, please go ahead with your presentation.
Am I audible?
Yes, you're audible.
And is my screen is visible, ma'am?
Yes, it is visible.
Okay, ma'am. So I can continue it.
Yes, please continue.
Okay. So good morning, one hour present here. So myself, Ijaz Ahmed from Amrita Vidyapitham, doing my MTech in the field of structural and construction engineering. So my research topic is numerical analysis of machine foundations on infill geosynthetic for soil. So I have been guided by Dr. G. Santosh Kumar and supported by Professor Surya Kumar.
Please
so
switch on your video, sir.
Sorry, sir.
Switch on your video.
Okay, sir. So am I visible? I have switched on.
Yes, you're visible. Go ahead.
Okay. So let me continue the presentation. So first, coming to the abstract. Yeah. First, coming to the abstract, I will just explain it shortly. So coming to abstract is, since I have taken my topic in machine foundation, it requires a CAD analysis because this machine foundation, it not only involves the static load, but also it includes the dynamic load. So it has to be done a CAD analysis. And also the main criteria is depending upon the operating frequency of the machine. So it's our ultimate aim that this foundation should guarantee a smooth running. So to do this process, I have performed analysis on ANSYS software. And this paper, it presents the model analysis of machine foundation that's testing in 2 cases, which is unreinforced and reinforced Gsl. And the results are expressed in the form of vibration characteristic, that is the natural frequency with respect to mode shapes under the dynamic loading, how it behaves. So first comes introduction. And the geosynthetic usage, it has been increasing widely nowadays, like in the field of retaining wall, landfill, slope protection, etc. So the geosynthetics, generally, they were using this geotextile, geogrid, geonet, geomembrane, and geopipe, geofoam mixture. And these kind of materials are not used nowadays because these all are 2D things. So recently, the use of geosynthetics in the form of 3D, that is geosynthetics, has been used widely in case of pavement foundation, etc., as they have a good advantage over the 2D. And this offers faster, cheaper, and sustainable and environmental friendly reinforcement over the other geotechnical things. So you can see in these images, as I said, this Gsl, it is, you can see it is helping in erosion control as well as pavement as well as the foundation. So literature gaps. When I performed some of the literature studies, it was found that this geosynthetic thing was performed on 2D cases. And though there have been enough research done on this Gsl, in case of 3D, there have been not given much attention, so I have taken this research. So first, coming to objective. My ultimate objective is to utilize this finite approach in the analysis of machine foundation. Next is to analyze and design the machine foundation testing on unreinforced as well as reinforced on sloping ground. And next is to evaluate the dynamic excitation by reducing the displacement amplitude compared with unreinforced, and to recommend a good optimum layout and to evaluate the dynamic response under the different techniques. So first, coming to methodology, the research has been done, and we have to model the soil slope and footing in Gsl, and we have to perform the analysis using ANSYS software. And we have to perform a particular analysis called mode analysis, that is to find out the vibration characteristic. And next is we have to compare the model and they have to give the result description, they have to put the paper. And particularly coming to the ANSYS methodology, we have to import the geometry and we have to define material properties for each case. We have to generate mesh, we have to perform vibration analysis, then obtaining solution and presenting out the result. So this is the size slope model I have taken, and analysis have been performed by Ghost, and he has tell that the boundary that is beyond 10 it is not going to have any impact in case of dynamic load. So I have fixed up a size of 1.5, 1.5.75. Since this is a 3D analysis, the meshing is going to be difficult. So for the analytical purpose, I reduced it 10 times. It is 0.15, 0.15, and 0.075. And the rest of these Gsl height domain with Gsl length have been given here in this table. And this modeling of soil slope has been done using the SolidWorks, and the size have been discussed in the previous table as well as given the dimension. And here comes the Gsl modeling. This is the main criteria. This Gsl is reinforcement that is going to act as a vibration reducing barrier. So to take up this size, I have referred this paper. So I have given the reference paper here. And next, coming to the schematic view. This is how it will be unreinforced and reinforced with Gsl. The schematic effort will look like. And next, coming details of numeric analysis. So there are 6 models are being model analyzed. So here you can see there are a comparison of unreinforced and the Gsl. To fix up the reinforcement size, we need some reference. So I have taken the below reference paper and I have fixed up the placement of reinforcement in 5 cases. And coming to model analysis, so in shortly telling, the model analysis will give us the mode steps and natural frequency. This is a common tool that is helping us to reduce and avoid vibration in machine design. So doing this analysis will help us to avoid the fatigue damage to the components. And as I said, with this natural frequency analysis, we are able to get the mode steps to the natural frequency. So it is helping us decide the suitable location. And first, coming to the analysis part, I say we have to import the geometry. So from SolidWorks, after converting into IGS format, this model has been imported. And later, the material properties have been taken from the work of the that has been shown in this. So these respective properties have been given to each case. It is foundation, footing, and Gsl. Once this is given, the mesh is generated. And later, this is the important part, that is we can classify the machine based on frequency. That is, if you take low to medium, it is under 0 to 500 RPM. And medium day, it is 500,000. And very high frequency, it is greater than 1000 RPM. So for my part, I have taken a low to medium frequency, which is around 500 RPM. So if you convert 500 RPM, which is coming around 8.33 Hz. And here, the main thing is that resistance should not occur. The resistance in the sense is nothing but when the operating frequency of the machine matches with the natural frequency of the model, the amplitude vibration will be high. So we have to avoid the matching of this. Either it can be high, it can be low. In my case, the updated natural frequency is well above the operating frequency of the machine. So the analysis is perfect. So first, coming to the research and discussion, I said we have to perform the model analysis. So with this, we are able to get the natural frequency along with the amplitude. So when perform this analysis, the frequency was around the range of 23.538 to 53 Hz. And you can see the minimum and maximum amplitude occurs in the mode 2 and mode 9, that is 0.693 and 1.57 pm. So this is in case of unreinforced analysis. Next, coming to the, and these are the other mode steps that have been given here. Next, coming to the Gsl. Now we are going to introduce the reinforcement in each case. First, in case of 0.01B. So once this is given, the frequency is around range of 13.0 to 28.7 Hz. And you can see the deformation minimum and maximum occur in case of modes 2 and 9. You can see it is around range of 0.45 and 1.031, which is very well evident that when we in first case it was high compared to this, now it is reduced very much. And similarly, this is the other mode steps that have been reported here in case of 0.01B. And coming to 0.025B, it is the same. The minimum and maximum occurred in the of mode 2 and 9. You can see it is around 0.45943 and 1.0314. And similar in case of 0.05B, it was 0.45947 and 1.034, that is occurring in the mode 2 and 9. And you can see the respective images have been attached here. And similar case of 0.01B, it is around 0.45946 and 1.013. And the respective mode steps for maximum minimum is given. And next, in case of 0.2B, so it is around 0.4593 and the maximum is around 1.031, and the reported frequency was around the range of 13 to 29.744. And when we have referred some journal paper, they used to plot the graph between the amplitude and frequency to find which is having a greater amplitude. So based on the results obtained, I have drawn the graph here. So you can see the variation of displacement in each case. First, this case of undisplacement is drawn here, and later in case of 0.01b, and next other 4 cases, that is 0.025b and 0.05b and 0.1b and 0.2b. The graphs has been depicted here. So comparing all these 6 graphs, it was evident that when the Gsl optimum location was at 0.01b, that it performed better. So we have plotted a graph between the deformation amplitude versus deformation mode, and it is very well evident that the unreinforced is having a greater amplitude, whereas when we place this Gsl, it is acting as a vibration barrier. So you can see the vibration is reduced to a greater extent. And the other way of this Gsl can be better displaced by a factor called amplitude factor. It is nothing but defined as the ratio of displacement amplitude between this reinforced and unreinforced section. Once that is done, the value of this amplitude should be minimum. So when we perform that, we can see it is minimum in case of reinforced section, that is in case of a Gsl section. And coming to inference observed from those analysis, by varying the location of Gsl, the optimum location was identified. It was observed that there was no significant change when the Gsl was varied, but if you can see in case of dynamic excitation, severe disturbance were there in the unreinforced side. Hence, while employing this Gsl, there was a considerable reduction. So we can come to a fact that it is because of the 3-dimensional confinement provided by the Gsl in the soil domain. And this mechanism is helping us in restricting the soil, exploiting laterally. So we can give a sure shot conclusion that Gsl is acting as a greater barrier.
2 minutes.
And next, sir?
2 minutes.
Okay. And again, you can see that the reduction of amplitude was greater in case of 0.010b. And I defined the objective now, which is our aim to, we have to check that whether our different objective are achieved or not. We can see in 5 cases the should be reduction in amplitude. Yes, we have achieved. And the optimum location we find out at 0.013. And amplitude reduction factor, I said it is coming at 0.01b. It is minimum. Yes, that objective is also achieved. And best suitable reinforcement is 3D conformant Gsl. That is also achieved. And I said we have to avoid resonance. That is, when this both meet, there will be a resonance. So that is also avoided. So as per my objective defined, every objective has been achieved here. And coming to a conclusion is that several ways were given by the several researchers, but the use of Gsl is one of the most commonly used technology. And this confinement is very much helping us in mitigating vibration. And the reduction in amplitude was found at much 34% when we introduced it in soil domain. And the optimal location was found to be 0.01b. And this research was performed in case of only one type of foundation. So in further analysis, I am recommending to the analysis can be performed in different frequency ranges. So these are my references, and thanking all.
Thank you for your presentation, Mr. Aziz.
Yes, sir.
I just wanted to see the slide number 21.
Okay, sir. I'll come back. Yes, sir.
Slide number 21. There was one slide wherein you did mention about low and medium, but I could not see high. So why was your focus only on low and medium and not high is my question.
Sir, there is this that there are other values, but the thing is that when we look at the minimum and maximum, we can have a good comparison. So that is, we have to look where the minimum and maximum is occurring, so that we can give a better comparison. We can see in unreinforced the minimum was 0.69, and if you see this, it is coming around 0.459. So it is reducing very much. So that's why I was focusing on the minimum and maximum amplitude.
No. You go to the slide number 21, sir.
21. Sorry, it's 21 only.
Oh, is it? Go back.
Okay.
Okay. So this is what you can see here. First line. It says operating frequency of the machine low to medium. You say, right?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So I'm just wondering what happens if it is high frequency.
Oh, okay, sir. Sir, if in case of sir, the thing is that if you want to perform that case, we have to increase this dimensions, sir. Particularly, I have taken this range because the material properties and the rest of the Gsl perform I have referred from the work of Venkateswarlu. So there they have performed the low to medium frequency. So since I referred their work, I have performed this low to medium frequency, sir. That's why I have taken this.
Okay, thank you so much, Aziz. I think you have got a lot of work done in your research. Wonderful job. Keep it up.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much, sir.
Okay, and we move on to the next presenter. Is Arun Kumar Ji there?
Yes, sir. I'm here, sir. Good morning, sir.
Okay. So can you share your slides, please?
Yes, sir. I'll share.
You can switch on your video. You can introduce yourself, self-introduce yourself, and then you can proceed. You will be given 10 minutes.
Sir, is my screen visible here?
Yes. You can put it in your presentation mode.
Good morning, everyone. This is Arun Kumar from Amartya Vishwavidyapitham. I'm doing my MTech second year presently. This is my project study of structural behavior of hollow pyramidal square footing, guided by Dr. Ramakrishnan sir and Dr. Santosh Kumar sir. First, let us see about the necessity of reduction of concrete in footings. Footing is generally the base of a structure that has to that helps to transfer the load from buildings to the soil safely without any damage. So depends upon the shape and size of the footing, shape and size of the footing and the bearing capacity of the soil and the load carrying thing in the building. The amount of concrete required to construct the footing varies. So in order to save the concrete quantity and to increase the efficiency of the footing, there are many other steps involved in designing the footing to reduce the concrete volume and to efficiently transfer the load into the soil. Such type we are following a regular conventional type for a regular square type for conventional type of footings. From that footings they have further moved on to shell type footings, and depends upon the soil type. There are several types of footings. So I'm focused on the hollow footing, that is nothing but inserting a void into the regular conventional type that can reduce the size of that can reduce the amount of concrete used here, and also further decided to study about the force deformation behavior of this hollow footing with varying void sizes in it. So the objectives of my study is to give an internal void inside the conventional type of footing, and to study the force deformation behavior of that footing, and to compare the stress strain behavior of the hollow footing with the regular conventional solid type, and to propose a section, and finally to propose a section with economically good and efficient to transfer the load safely to the ground. The methodology I focused in this study is doing the necessary literature reviews and data collection, and after that I have to make a control specimen. So I have decided to go along with the conventional type of footing design based on IS 456-2000, and from that control specimen I have inserted a void in it of a different way of 3 sizes that gives at my 3 different trials of hollow footing. Then doing the primary numerical analysis on the Abacus software, which gives the necessary stress strain behavior of that footing and also the load carrying capacity of the footing. Then within this 3 trials, I have found out an efficient footing that can easily be economical and safely transfer the load into the soil. Then to validate this numerical analysis, I have done some experimental things by scaling down the large type of footing into conversion to convenient type for experiments, and from the results obtained from that experimental values, and I have compared those experimental values, and the crack patterns also been visibly studied. But then this data are entered in again into the numerical, and I have done the secondary analysis to find exactly what the scale up to model, that is actual model has doing with the force. So with the results, I have successfully included a void, and I have studied the force deformation behaviors, testing values, and also found out a cross section that has efficient in transferring the load safely into the soil with necessary factor of safety that we are using now. So for this, I took some design constants which I have limited my study to taking some constants into my account. So the materials I have used here is concrete. The reinforcement I used is solid, the steel, and then the safe bearing capacity of the soil I have chosen it as a rigid type of soil having SBC of 500 kN per meter square, and the size of the column I took it as 300 cross 300 mm, and the for loading and footing I have limited the moment natures, so only taken actual load of 500 kilonewton, and the strength of the concrete I have taken as 30 Newton per mm square, and the strength of the steel I have taken as 500 Newton per mm square. So no special conditions like seepage or capillary raise I have taken it. And then the groundwater is also located very far below, so the groundwater effect is not also taken into the considerations. Moving on to the design, based on IS 456 for the solids, for the rigid solid soil of 500 kilonewton SBC, I have designed a footing that it came out having a size of 1000 cross 1000. I have decided to make it as a square footing. So with the depth it came at as 350 mm. So the volume of this concrete is about 0.35 m cube. So I have done I have inserted a void inside this footing. For the trials, I have inserted 3 different cross sections. 500 cross 500 and 600 cross 600 and 700 cross 700. I have divided this footing into three portions. One with the base slab, and another the first stage is the base slab, and the second stage is the hollow section, and third is the ground part. This is the base part, and in between will have a hollow section, and the top it will be having the ground part. So the divided each into 3 types, so 150, 150, 150 equally. So the slope I have given it as such that it will connect to the base of the footing to the edge of the footing to the edge of the column. So for this plan, I have obtained the slope angle as 36 degrees. So the respective volume of these trial sections were found to be 0.20 m cube, 0.192 m cube, and 0.178 m cube. This footing has to carry the load of same as that of the control specimen I have taken into account. So the same value of load, it is 500 kilonewton actual load. And then I have done the numerical analysis on Abacus software. I have given the load as 750 kilonewton because I have considered the factor of safety of 1.5, which is generally used in designing of RCC structures in the limit state method. So by this, I have obtained the force deflection nature of each type of footings, and I have done it in the graph. Here I can found that a solid is having less deflection, and with goes on increasing with the hollow section, the deflection is also increasing. So for validating experimentally, I have taken the first 2 conditions. One, the solid slope footing, and another is the having a cross section of 500 cross 500 cross 150 depth of hollow section. So I have taken these first two sections for experimental validations. So for experimental consideration, this an actual footing will be having about 600 to 700 kg of weight. So it is difficult to do that experiment with large area. So I have reduced the model size using scale down method. So the linear dimensions are scaled down by 1 by n dimension, and the force is scaled down by 1 by n square, and the stresses will be same in the step. Stress in the model it will be same in the stress in the prototypes. The scale down method is based on the your dimension methods. So it is a already used, and n is the scale factor. So for convenient, I have used the scale factor as 2.5. 2.5. So my 1000 mm cross 1000 mm model is scaled down to 400 cross 400 model, and the total depth of 150. The slope angle is same as 36 degrees. And
2 more minutes, sir.
Sir?
2 more minutes.
Okay, sir. Then the various color sizes, and the load also I have decided to take it to 80 kilonewtons. So I have done the mold for this casting of concrete, and then for the hollow specimen I have used the thermocol to fit into that. So I have made models, 3 types of 3 solids and 3 hollow models. After that, I have done the experiments for a simple compression test I have done. With the compression test, I have found out the force deflection behavior of this solid part. This value seems to be same, but the crack load it starts for 450 kilonewton average, and the maximum load is going up to 950. And for the hollow section, the crack load starts for the 300, and the maximum load goes to 800 kilonewton. And this was the force deflection natures. And I have also compared the crack stimulation with the experimental numerical things. It also seems to be getting valid. And I have using Abacus again. I have drawn the stress strain nature of that solid and hollow footings. Here the stress, the yield starts seems to be starts at 4.5 in the solid section. In the hollow section, here the yield stress seems to be started at 4 Newton per mm square. And after that, the shear here the shear stress with the maximum range of failure. So it is found to be at the stems of the joints and stems of the slope footing here. And for doing the for bringing back to the secondary analysis, I have took the boundary conditions from the experiment. And
Arun, can you go to the findings, please?
Okay, sir. Here I have now finally I have made a cost comparison. Those I have created 3 types, and I have found out the found out a concrete section of having a reduced volume up to 42%, and I have studied the stress nature of that, and I also give out the where the stress and strain will be maximum and like that. So this will be done. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Arun. Thank you for your presentation. Looks like you have got good research. And I could see there is another co-presenter. Can you share some details about co-presenter? Hello. Okay, we go on to the next presenter, which is Ravipati Swami.
Yes, sir. Good afternoon, sir.
So Arun, can you please unshare your screen?
Okay, I'll try to do it. Is it okay, ma'am? No.
Yeah, it is fine now, Arun. Thank you.
Yeah, good afternoon, madam.
One second, hold on. Arun Kumar, you got 10 minutes to present your presentation. You have your time is 12:01, so you can start.
Sir, this is Ranga Reddy, sir. So can you see the screen, sir, whichever I'm sharing?
Yes, yeah, I can see your screen and you are also visible. Please go ahead, Ranga Reddy.
Yeah, thank you. Some kind of. So good afternoon, Bananda. So I would like to present my work on experimental studies on concrete with granite powder as an admixture. So these are the contents which I'm going to deal with. So abstract introduction, literature survey, and objectives of my work and material properties, and the experimental program that I have done. So in this particular work, as we know that the granite powder is the best product which are getting from stone and mining, like marble industries. So when you go for polishing of the granite marbles, so you'll be getting a powder waste. That is, I try to use as a binding material in place of cement. And in this work, I would like to replace this granite powder by cement. The percentage range from 0 to 0.57, 7.10% by weight of the cement. And I have used M25 grade concrete as a concrete to test properties whether the granite powder is suitable for as admixture for replacement of cement or not. So that I have checked, and it is proved that 10% of replacement has given comparatively a good amount of strength as that of the normal concrete. And coming to the as we know that the cement product, cement is going to cause 1 ton of cement, is going to give 1 ton of carbon dioxide emission. So in order to avoid this carbon dioxide emission and to have global warming reduction, so we need to go for a replacement of material with the cement, right? Basically, and in that process, I have chosen this granite powder. And this granite powder, basically, about 6 million tons of waste we're getting from these industries, and it is used. Simply, it is being thrown on the sides of roads, especially in the Tamil Nadu state, and we have even AP and Telangana states also. So this is a kind of air pollution which is being affecting the people, nearby people especially. And coming to the literature survey, Flexicolor had done research on replacement of granite powder with fine aggregate. Actually, they have done it, and they varied the percentage from 0, 25 and 50, 75 and 100 percentage, and they observed that the optimum percentage of replacement of this granite powder as a fine aggregate is about 25%. But in my work, what I did was, I've taken replacement of granite powder with the cement, as I have observed that this is having certain kind, like a pozzolanic material. It has some kind of binding property. So that's why I would like to replace the cement with the granite powder in the range of 0, 2.55, 7.10% based on the literature which I got, which I have done earlier, which I have collected from various sources. And here, the curing period which I have considered is about 7 days and 28 days only. And the concrete used was M25 grade concrete. And these are the materials used. These are the material properties of the cement which I have used, like normal consistency, specific gravity, setting times, and the compressive strength of the cement and all. And these are the properties of the fine aggregate. And these are the properties of the coarse aggregate, the fineness modulus, specific gravity, bulk density in both the loose and compact state. And these are what some of the pics which are taken during my work. And there are properties. We have basically 2 types of properties: fresh concrete of fresh state and hardened state concrete. So in fresh state, I have done slump cone test and compaction factor test. And the slump values, if you observe, with the replacement of cement with the granite powder in this range, so it is observed that the slump values got decreased. That means the workability got decreased with the increase in percentage of granite powder. That is what one of the drawback is observed. And coming to this is what the slump values reduction with respect to increase in percentage of replacement of cement with granite powder. And coming to the compaction factor values, they follow the same trend as that of slump values with respect to the improvement of granite powder content. And coming to the compressive strength of this, this particular concrete, M25 grade concrete, have shown at 7 days. So with, it is observed that 7.5% of replacement has given the optimum strength for the, with respect to compression strength. And later, if you observe from 7.5 to 10, there is a slight decrease in compressive strength. So it is observed that we can conclude out of that with respect to compressive strength. So optimum doses of this granite powder can be taken as 7.5, but even we can replace up to 10% because it is meeting the characteristic compressive strength. And coming to 28 days strength, so it was observed that the same trend was also followed. Optimum is observed as 7.5%. And coming to split tensile strength, so this is the comparison between split tensile strengths of 7 days and 28 days strength. And it is also observed to be optimum, almost optimum at 7, at a percentage of around in the range of, it is some slightly different. It is around 3%. That is around in between. So it's a slight deviation is there here. Split tensile strength, but it's closer to 7.5% only. coming to flexural strength, which I have done on beams, that is prisms, it also shown the optimum strength of flexural tension at 7.5%. So out of this, so the observations, the conclusion is drawn that whatever the compressive strengths which I got from the testing, so the optimum percentage is observed to be at 7.5% replacement of granite powder with the cement. And even then, if you observe, even it is 7.5% is the optimum, but up to 10% we have it is almost closer to the conventional concrete. So I can say that the granite powder can be replaced about 10% by testing of all these compressions, pre-tensile and flexural strength. So these are the references.
Thank you, Rangareddy. I just have a question to you. It was a good presentation, but however, I have a question to you. You are mentioning that you had an observation for 28 days. What exactly is measured only for 28 days? Why can't it be more than 28 days?
It can be done, sir, but there's a duration limitation is there, sir, in the laboratory. That's why.
Limitation you adopt from which model? You have any theories behind that?
Theory in the sense,
yeah, but I thought you would have better cited there, right?
Yes, it would be better if we go for higher grade, because most of the time Pozzolanus attains its strength at later ages. So I would have tried it.
Okay, sir. Thank you. Good job.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
Okay, so I welcome the next presenter of the day, which is Mr. S. Hari Prasad. Are you there, Hari Prasad? Hari Prasad?
Mr. Hari Prasad, are you present here? Session chair? Yes.
Sure, yes, Hari Prasad. Due to some personal reason, he is not here, madam. Actually, his father passed away 1 week before. That's why he's not presenting. This is for information.
So, who is going to present now?
Sorry, sir, no one is there.
Okay, you have your presentation there?
Yes, sir. After Hari Prasad, Dr. V. Kaushik is my name. I was a colleague for past 4 months before.
No, your audio, your voice is not audible, my dear.
Sir, I am Dr. Kaushik.
Okay.
Actually, Mr. S. Hari Prasad was my colleague. So I know his status. That's why I replied for that, sir.
Okay, no problem. But then are you going to present now?
Sir, I don't have his work PPT. I'm going to present my work alone, sir.
Okay. Thank you so much, Dr. Kaushik. So, session chair, we will move on to the next presenter after Hari Prasad.
Okay.
So, do we have Chilukuri Bala Venkata Subrayudu? Chilukuri Bala Venkata Subrayudu? Can we have your presentation, please?
Okay. I think Kaushik is there. Yeah, I think we can move on to Kaushik.
All right, so we will be moving on to Dr. Kaushik then. So Dr. Kaushik, your paper on the design of microstrip slot antenna for 5G communication.
You can self-introduce yourself, doctor.
Very good afternoon to all gathered here. Sir, whether my voice is audible and screen is visible, sir?
Yes, to some extent.
Thank you, sir. Very good afternoon. I'm going to present my paper, Design of Microstrip Slot Antenna for 5G Communication. This is my small biography about myself. I'm Dr. Kaushik. I received my BE degree from Anna University, Tiruchirappalli. I received my PhD degree from Anna University, Chennai in the year of 2014. And I received my PhD degree from Manonam Sundara University in the area of microwave and antennas. So now I am currently working in Veltech Rangarajan Dr. Shakuntala R&D Institute of Science and Technology, Chennai. I have published 12 papers in international journals, which is indexed by UGC KS Scopus and Web of Science. And I received Best Presenter Award from University of Paris, Malaysia. I received a best paper award from Ramco Institute of Technology from Tamil Nadu. I published 4 Indian patents and I filed 1 German patent. I published 3 book chapter articles and submitted 2 book chapters in Taylor and Francis. This is my agenda of my today's research work. Abstract. A new microchip slot antenna is proposed for 5G mobile communication. The antenna structure is based on the microchip line. Nowadays, the antennas are playing a vital role for communication purpose. Here, the size of an antenna is very, very small. So we are using only 1.5 mm and 2.15 mm of the antenna size, which is used as alumina substrate. Generally, the antenna has 3 layers: ground, substrate, and patch. So the substrate is nothing but it is used to communicate to the information. So we are using aluminum as a substrate. Here, the proposed antenna is resonated over the frequency range of 37.16. I'm going to propose an antenna for 5G communication. The high band 5G frequency range is 24 to 47 gigahertz. The proposed antenna resonated at 37 gigahertz, which comes under the high band 5G frequency range. Generally, the antenna must yield the return loss of minus 10 dB. Here, my proposed antenna yields the return loss of minus 14 dB, and VSWR must be 1 to 2. My VSWR should be 1.5. So the resonant frequency are 37.16 gigahertz. The proposed antenna is designed and simulated using ADS software tool. Basically, why I choose this antenna design? What is the major objective? The major objective is the proposed antenna must meet the basic needs and requirements for the 5G wireless communication. At the same time, it must be yields the high bandwidth and radiation efficiency in the game, because in higher frequency range, the antennas cannot be yield the proper radiation efficiency. So this is the major drawback. So I would like to change that drawback in the positive manner. Here, the microchip slot antennas are used for the broadband range of applications, that is satellite and wireless communication. Basic introductions. We are all very aware about the introductions of the antenna, because due to increased demand for high-speed networks and large capacity of mobile communications, nowadays most of the countries like USA, China, European, and South Korea are developing a 5G communication. For that purpose, I designed a microchip slot antenna for communicating in the 5G wireless networks. So because of demand of faster data transmission beyond the 4G standard, we are moved on to the millimeter wave and the 5G communication standards. So these are the few literature survey. The feeding mechanisms. Generally, the antennas can be fed by 4 feeding techniques: patch feed, coaxial feed, aperture coupled feed, and proximity coupled feed. The feeding mechanism is nothing but we have to give the input to the antenna. So these are the 4 different types of feeding techniques. Out of these 4, the patch feed I am using because the reliability and fabrication is very easy compared to the other feeding techniques. So I prefer the patch feed. These are all the design equations which are used to design an antenna. I have chosen F0, the resonant frequency is 37, then height will be 0.9, then width and length should be 1.5 and 2.5. The substrate materials which are used for developing antenna is alumina. Each and every substrate materials having their own dielectric constant. For alumina substrate, the dielectric constant value is 9.8. The software used is Advanced Design System, ADS. It's an electronic design automation software. It comes under Gsl Technologies. This is my proposed microchip slot antenna. So this is my microchip slot antenna. It's having a length of 1.5 and a width of 2.5. So this is the slot. The slot is nothing but there is a small hole in the antenna. Wherever the slot is present, the electromagnetic waves can be infringed in the slot itself. So it gives the proper linear polarization. The polarization is nothing but the orientation of electric field and magnetic field. Generally, the antennas are excited with the current source, and it radiates the electromagnetic fields or radio waves. The electromagnetic field is nothing but E field, electric field, and H magnetic field is nothing but H field. So how the orientation of E field and H field in the present in the antenna structure is called as polarization. So this is my feeding technique. The P1 indicates the port 1. So here I am giving the input to the antenna. The slot having a length of lambda by 2 or lambda by 4 or lambda by 8. So standard according to the Bagnet's principle. Here I'm using lambda by 2 as a slot length. This is the current distribution. How, after input is given, I'm exciting my antenna. So how the current can be distributed over the antennas is shown in the figure as a 3D view. So these are my results. Generally, each and every microwave devices having a VSWR of 1 to 2, which must be lies between 1 to 2. So here my antenna having a VSWR of 1.577. And the return loss should be -10. So here I'm having a return loss as -14.462 at the resonant frequency of 37 gigahertz. This is my radiation pattern. The radiation pattern is nothing but the graphical representation of an antenna, how the antenna is radiates. So here I'm having a great radiation pattern of 3.7 into e power 10 to the power 10. So it is 37 gigahertz. Basic antenna fundamental parameters. So from this result, we can easily state that the gain value is mentioned as 6.37 and directivity is 6.58. So the radiation efficiency is.
You got 2 more minutes, but you can adjust because the next paper is yours, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so it's up to you.
Okay, I will complete as soon as possible, sir. Within few minutes, I will complete. The radiation efficiency is 95%. The basic objective of an antenna is the radiation efficiency is very less for 5G communication. But my proposed system having a radiation efficiency of 95%. So these are all the result table. And I conclude that this proposed 5G antenna, the slot antenna is used for 5G applications. I observed and investigated my antenna by using alumina substrate. So by the proposed microchip slot antenna contributes an enhanced performance at the same time without affecting the resonant frequency, that is 37.16 gigahertz, and it yields a better radiation. The antenna is suitable for all the purposes which has a dual performance. So the resonant frequency is 37.17. In future enhancement, I'm going to enhance my antenna with its dimension, reduce its dimension size at the same time by using different substrates like FR4 or RT Duroid. And I would like to study the performance analysis for various applications. So these are all the few references. Thank you.
Good job, Doctor.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, can you go to your first slide, sir, if you don't mind? Okay. I just have a few questions, general questions, so that the participants out there, they will be definitely getting some idea about this, because you have published in reputed journals like Taylor and Francis, and also in UGC CAD.
Yes, sir.
What is your views? I mean, you can, yeah, correct. You can go back to the first slides. What is your views on the statement that the UGC only accepts only 2 authors, or the NAC appreciates only 2 authors? What is your views on that, Doctor? Because you seem to have published many papers in relevant journals and book chapters. And here you can see you have 4 members as presenters, sorry, not presenters, as authors and co-authors. So is it appropriate to have more than 2? And why do you have so many authors?
Sir, actually, those 3 fellows are my students. They are all UG students. Okay. I am the supervisor. I guided this project. They are going to publish this paper in Scopus Industry journals. So okay, as a supervisor, I'm just presenting this paper.
Okay.
They are having some exam, university examiners going on, so that I presented the paper. For
okay, good. That's fine. But you didn't get my point.
Yes, sir. I get to point. Actually,
yeah. From your experience, do you experience that the UGC insists for 2 peoples only or 4 peoples? What is your perception?
Actually, if you are publishing 2 authors, equal contribution will be given as 70% to the first author and 30% to the second author. But okay, if more than 2 authors, the contribution should be first author is 50%, remaining 50% should be shared to remaining authors. If more than 4 authors, there is no use for the last authors because they don't have any contributions for this paper. It's for the sake of things only they have presented their name, included their name in the paper. So this is my view of it.
Okay, so you say that there is based on a percentage.
Yes, sir.
Because with first presenter, I mean author, second author, third author, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you for your input, sir, and well done. And it looks like you have got an impressive profile. Thanks for your presentation. You can move on to the second presentation, Doctor.
Just 1 minute, sir. Sir, whether my screen is visible, sir?
Yes, you can go ahead.
Thank you, sir. So this is my second paper, design and analysis of strip line antenna for body communication. The previous paper I explained for 5G communication. This is not similar. This is only for body communication because nowadays the electromagnetic waves are very harmful to the human body. So I propose this paper especially for the military applications. The basic abstract of my paper is a novel design analysis of strip line antenna for body communication. It should be very small in size and it is very flexible to use in various biomedical applications. What I propose to do is I would like to strip the antenna in the cloth itself. For example, here the body communication antennas is covered the wide range of frequencies between 315 megahertz to 3.5 gigahertz, out of which we propose to design an antenna in the resonant frequency of 3 gigahertz. Generally, the human beings are wearing the cloth. It comes under the cotton or jeans or silk or nylon. So these are the 4 substrate materials which I used to analyze my performance of an antenna. So the several types of mathematical calculations can be performed to design an antenna. At the same time, the substrate which I used to design an antenna are cotton, jeans, silk and nylon with the common dimensions of 40 mm cross 40 mm with the height of an antenna is 7 mm. So compared to all other substrates, the jeans yields a better results. The basic objectives. Generally, the antenna's radiations are very harmful. So we prefer only the low frequency range. For example, while we are taking X-rays, we should avoid wearing the rings or gold or something else. The radiation which are absorbed by the X-rays, we can avoid to use that materials inside the X-rays. So like that, what we are going to do is we have to use very low frequencies that should be used not harmful to the human beings. So to design and simulate the strip line antenna to obtain the better insight towards the cats of body communications. And we have to analyze using different dielectric substrate and verify its characteristics with simulated results. And we have to achieve the high gain. Generally, for body communication, the antennas are yields only the gain of 3 dB and the directivity should be 4 dB. So what we would like to do is to increase the gain of an antenna to 4 or 5 dB with similar to directivity and to mitigate the fluctuations. So these are the basic introductions. So the textile antennas are very popular and amongst the researchers for designing a flexible wearable antennas for band communication and body communication. So this strip line antennas is well known for beam scanning performance, the robust design and low fabrication cost and thin profile configurations. Nowadays, the wireless body area network is capable of providing the connectivity between the different nodes. These are all the few literature surveys. The problem identification, why I'm choosing this project is the problem identifications are the antenna's radiation is very less and we have only low gain and low directivity and the size of an antenna is also too big. So what I'm going to do is here the proposed antenna size is 4 centimeter, that is 40 mm. Right. So these are the few methodologies. A strip line circuit is used for flat strip of metal which is sandwiched with 2 parallel ground planes and insulating materials substrate forms a dielectric. Here we are using substrate materials are 4 substrate materials as I stated earlier: silk, cotton, jeans and nylon. Here this is the flow chart. to understand the requirement. First, what are the things we require? We have to understand the requirement and we have to satisfy the specific generations. Then you have to design an antenna topology selection, then modeling and design, then simulate. If you are not obtaining the proper results, you can optimize the size of an antenna. And again, you have to model and simulate. So these are all the feeding mechanism. This already I stated this slide in the previous one. Same design equations we are using. Yeah, the substrate materials. Here we are having different 4 substrate materials. Each and every substrate materials having their own dielectric constant. The cotton is 1.56. For silk it is 2.65. Then jeans materials 1.6 and nylon materials 4.9. Why I am choosing all these materials? Because these materials are used by the humans for wearing their cloth. So we are wearing the cloth. Any one of the materials comes under. Either it should be cotton or jeans or nylon or silk. The same software ADS is used for simulating the this proposed antenna design, the strip line antenna design. Here I'm giving the excitation. I'm using the microchip feed. This is my antenna. Why I'm because this the portion can be cut because I would like to change the polarization. The previous antenna having a linear polarization. Here I'm using the circular polarization. If I am having a cut like this, it gives the circular polarization. This is the comparative result statement. Here, the frequency of an antenna is 3 gigahertz. So each and every substrate materials resonated over the 3 gigahertz. Out of this, the jean substrate materials having the radiation efficiency of 73%. Just see the results. Here, the cotton, nylon, and silks are having only the radiation efficiency of 45%, but the jeans materials use the radiation efficiency of above 70%. Then the gain of an antenna is nearly 3 dB, but here the nylon yields 3.7. But compared to all other substrate, the jean substrate yields the gain of above 6 dB. And the directivity also above the 7 dB. So compared to all other substrate, the jeans materials gives the maximum and better results. So these are all the result statement, the result figure, how the antennas radiates and its a current distribution by using nylon, the radiation pattern of a nylon by using the nylon substrate, the antenna fundamental parameters. For jeans materials, it gives 3.375 gigahertz and 4.181 gigahertz, and this is a multiple frequency band resonation. So these are all the results. The conclusion is the design and implementation of strip-line antenna is executed in ADS software. The proposed antenna size is very, very minimum, that is 4 centimeter, and it is resonated over the 1 to 5 gigahertz. But by many execution and minimizing structure, I concluded that the gene substrate gives the better results compared to all other substrates, and this strip-line antenna is used for body communication applications. So these are all the references. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation, Doctor.
Thank you, sir.
Just few questions on a general perspective.
Yes, sir.
You have done a research in 5G.
Yes, sir.
And you are aware of the pros and cons of this particular area of research.
Yes, sir.
And how much of impact does it have on the humans when you go about having this 5G system into a complete working model?
Yes, sir. I understood your question. Actually, nowadays we are using 4G. I would like to say a few things. I would like to say 2 minutes alone. Actually, in Bombay and Delhi, we are most of the apartments having the tower at the terrace, top of the terrace. So it is very harmful to the human. For example, there is one building having 3 floors, and nearer to that, there is one building having 10 floors. If they are constructing a tower at the 3rd floor, those who are residing in opposite to the apartments, they are having severe health problems. It comes under the radiation efforts. The biological efforts will be very, very large, even in the 4G itself. In 5G, we are having the frequency range of 27 to 60 gigahertz. It is very, very harmful to the human. The technology development is really needed because nowadays we are switched over to high-speed networks. We need very minimum size to download the movies, or we have to see the videos like that. So for that purpose, we require the 5G. At the same time, the efforts of 5G to the human is very, very high. So while using the mobile phones, nowadays, most of the most of the fellows are addicted to the mobile. Without mobile, they can't live. But as per the survey, we have to use mobile phone per day for only 1 hour. But we are using the mobile phones more than 10 hours. So these are the few biological efforts while using the mobile phones, sir. I hope I can give you the proper explanation for your question.
Yeah, certainly.
Yes,
because one of my friend is working, my classmate in fact, she is working for this frequency in Kerala for Tamil Nadu, for Government of India.
Yes, sir.
And she has been, warning me not to use smartphones or be in a tower area for a longer period, all these things.
Yes, sir, because we can't able to keep the mobile phones at the packet. It always radiate. It will be affecting our chest. And it's we can't use the mobile phones like this because our brain can be easily affected because the radiations can be very high. We have to take an account about the SAR, all those things, sir. So that we are using only Bluetooth headset or wired headset like that to use the mobile phones for call purpose and all those things, sir.
Okay. So I believe that in your next research, we should focus on that area because that's one particular research which can contribute to the society as such.
Sure, sir. Actually, I'm
doing a contribution.
Sure,
Every
sir,
research is a contribution, but still on the health hazard. That will be a wonderful job if you can look into it. Thanks for your 2 papers, and I appreciate your team of students who have come forward to do this research with your supervision.
Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
So kind of you. Thank you, sir. So kind of you. Thank you.
So can I have the next present Dr. Reggie there?
Can we have Dr. Reggie?
Yes.
Dr. Reggie, we're waiting on you to share the screen and start your presentation.
There's a problem with my video. Hello?
Yes, tell me.
There is a problem with my video. Okay.
She's saying whether video or PPT. Dr. Reggie. Yeah, you are there. Okay, you can start presenting your presentation.
Okay, thank you, sir. Good afternoon. The title of my paper is Single Image Super Resolution in Color Images. Here I am presenting 2 super resolution methods for color images, RGB method and YCB-CR method. First, I will explain what is super resolution. Super resolution techniques are used to construct high resolution images from several low resolution images or from a single low resolution image. If several low resolution images are used, it is called a reconstruction based super resolution. If a single low resolution image is used, it is learning based super resolution. Super resolution means upsampling plus removal of artifacts like blurring, noise, etc. Here I used the learning based super resolution. In the concept of learning based super resolution is that in a high resolution image contains high frequency, mid frequency and low frequency information, and a low resolution image contains mid frequency and low frequency information, and it lacks high frequency details. In using learning based method, I am missing high frequency bands are learned from the training set. The training set already contains high frequency information of available HR image and mid frequency information of its low resolution image. Here for retrieving the the information from images, I used directional transform. Directional transform has several advantages over Euler transform. One of the disadvantage of Euler transform is that it has isotropic property, and this property fails to capture the anisotropic discontinuities present in the two-dimensional signals like images. Directional transform is actually, it is a skewed anisotropic wavelet transform. Skewed means the transform directions are not necessarily on horizontal and vertical directions. It can be along any selected pair of directions. And anisotropic means the number of transforms are not equal. The directional transform is represented by AWT N1 into here N1 not is equal to N2, but wavelet transform N1 is equal to N2 is equal to 1. This is the block diagram representation of directional transform. Then I will explain my first method, RGB method. Image contains a color image contains three components are red, green, blue component. Here in this method, I am super resolving each color component separately. The steps are given below. The low and high resolution RG components are partitioned into small blocks of size 4x4 and 8x4 respectively, and patches are contract normalized using energy of the patch. Then the suitable pair of directions for each patch is found out, and directional transform of that patch is found out. And I used 5 pair of directions, 0, 45, 0, minus 45, 90 degree, 45 degree, 90, minus 45, 0, and 90 degree. Then the learning process. In the learning process, the RGB components of given LR input image is partitioned into small blocks, and directional transform is applied to it along its selected pair of directions. The directional coefficients of this input patch are compared with those of LR patches in the training set using minimum absolute difference criterion. LR patch with the minimum absolute difference is selected, and the coefficients of the corresponding high frequency bands are used for missing bands of the unknown HR image. Taking inverse directional transform, we will get the missing HR patch. The next method is YCB-CR method. In this method, the RGB model of color image is converted into YCB-CR model. The YCB-CR model has many advantages over RGB model. The main advantages of YCB-CR model is that the luminance component contains more information compared to other color components, and the Y and CBCR component are independent. So I used Y component only to supersolve, and the details information in the digital image is mainly present in the luminance component only. Here, this is the result. ACE shows original image, the super resolution image using RGB method. E shows super resolution image using YCB-CR method. And in the conclusion, I found that the SNR GB of RGB method is 43.94 dB, while that of YCB-CR is 43.55. But the time taken for RGB method is very large, almost 3 times that of YCB-CR method. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Regina. And just one question to you. Your topic, can you go to your topic, please, first slide? Okay, so your area of focus is only on YCB-CR method.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and you have not done any comparison between this model against other models?
I just compared with a single image.
Okay, but I'm asking you, like YCB-CR model, do you have other models also? Other types?
I think YCB-CR is the best model, so I selected YCB-CR.
That's all I'm asking you. You justify is the best model, because you need to have a proper comparison. No? That's the reason why I'm asking you that question. where exactly you have made a comparison to justify that CBCR is the best. Do you have any citations or do you have any research findings?
Using YCBCR method, wavelet transform methods are available. So I used a directional transform, which is an efficient way of image analyzing.
Yeah, image. You are saying that it's an efficient way, but do you have such literatures? I'm asking. You have any literatures to incorporate in your slides?
Not in the slides, sir.
Okay. Okay, thank you, Doctor. No worries, but you have got a wonderful job ahead to further your research in this area because technology is growing always, every day. Thanks for this presentation.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, can we have the next presenter, Harsha R?
Yes, sir. Give me 1 second. Let me share my screen. So, is my screen visible?
Yes, yes, yes. You can go for the presentation.
Yes, sir. 1 second. Yes, sir. Very good afternoon. My name is Harsha. I'm a research scholar from Reva University, Bangalore. I'm going to present today the insight on accessing image processing approaches towards health status of a plant life. It's in general plant life I'm going to explain about or giving you an insight about under the guidance of Dr. Veena Kane, School of Electronics and Communication Engineering, Bangalore. So let me go through the introduction. Let me put it in the slideshow first. Okay, so the rapid growth of population demands more use of land for the residential, commercial, industrial, and other utilization requirements that leads to the reduction of an agriculture land. So the growing population requires proportionally agriculture products, fruits, and vegetables. In order to increase the production, the farmer utilizes fertilizers and pesticides, but their use creates a negative impact on both human as well as soil health, which demands for an organic approach of agriculture as well as horticulture. Now, in the recent times, the protected farming, which was introduced, though it yields a very good crop, but the major disadvantage of that is it's very costly. And not only costly, the very purpose of the protected farming is to avoid the effect of pests and insects, which causes disease in the plant. So every year, due to various pests, fungal, and insects, a huge amount of loss takes place in a plant by different diseases in the respective portions, such are roots, stem, leaves, flowers, and fruits. So the very basic physical characteristics of a plant, especially the leaves, changes its color, and as well as you can see the stems also, there will be a change in the color as well as there will be mouths. So the very first idea or the rationality behind choosing a plant for my study is because again we being in India mainly produces for fruits such as mango, banana, citrus, guava, and apple. These fruits are around 75 to 80% of the total food production. So I'm in that apple is one of the major commercially grown fruit and the most important fruit in the for export as well. So as per my survey, China is one of the largest apple producing country in the world, and India is the 5th largest producer in the world. And Jammu Kashmir being the 11th largest grower in the world alone. Now, the statistics provided by NHP is the period between 2017 to 2018. So, even though India is the 5th largest producer of apple, but only 1/3 of it is going to be exported. The reason is because the apples which are grown in India are not at the standards of the international growth. So why is this happening? The export quality can be maintained if the effect of pests such as woolly apple, blossom thrips, fungal, and insects are controlled well before the time, as well as on proper treatment its production can be increased so that the income of grower will increase. Now, apple leaf disease detection has received increasing attention for the monitoring of the large apple orchards in the very recent times. Now, what are the existing techniques? So as this is my survey paper, so the existing techniques which are available, I have gone through the literature survey. So as per the existing techniques, the existing research has been done on various popular journals to discover all the ways to process the signal used on plant leaves. It was found that this type of investigation was conducted for two purposes mainly. That is testing and other purpose specific to the application. All journals published over the past decade have been updated for review. The main objective is to understand the strength and weakness of image processing technique to the leaves of plants. As an example, the following is a summary of the methods. Now, the first method will be, I'll be using we'll be going through the different methods over here. So that methods will be pre-processing, segmentation, feature extraction, and classification. So these are the four major methods we'll be going for the survey through the existing techniques. So go to the next one. So research trends. Now, as per the research trends, current research trends, understanding the research process is one of the important aspects when we are doing a survey. So that to date, all research papers published between 2010 to 2020 have been collected from reputed sources and reviewed. The analysis reflects the different styles discussed in the section. So in that, first one will be analysis of the existing method. So as in the figure figure 2, it shows that what are the different methods which most of the papers which I have reviewed. So some of them have used the feature extraction method, deep learning, neural network, fuzzy logic, SVM algorithm, and regression. So as I can conclude from this graph that feature extraction, deep learning, and neural network is gaining a lot of applications in these recent times. So next one is analysis of accuracy, which is achieved. So accuracy is one of the important barriers to identification and classification. Assessing the research process accurately is important in order to understand the level of success. Now the figure shows what it is between the accuracy which has been obtained. So as we can see, as and when the years have been increased, the accuracy for detection has also been increased because of the application of neural networks. So the neural networks, why we are using here is, why we are bending towards the neural network is because of the accuracy as well as the speed at which the disease can be detected. So next, we have an open research problem now. So what is the open research problem regarding the diseases in the plants? Very little work is done to process the input of images of the plant leaves. The challenges of pre-processing in the analysis of plant disease with computer-assisted diagnostics process faces a variety of challenges compared to the other imaging techniques. Now, although the studies were conducted in phases, but they did not address the basic challenges. Now, what is the basic challenge? The basic challenge includes first is controlling disease related to color variability during color separation, managing high magnitude due to large color markings of the first color of the fruit. So as we can see that towards the existing method, the publication types, again we can see that the feature extraction is not gaining. It was there from the beginning, and even the deep learning as well as the neural network has been gaining the interest. Now, apart from this, we have also gone through many of the challenges and the literature review regarding various techniques which can be used. So some of the techniques are the SVM, ANN technique, KNN technique, and deep learning are popular modes used for this purpose. So the design of the classifier is to identify the image after the segmentation, which solely depends that how accurately the features are described and the same is extracted. So majorly in my thesis, what is happening is we are mainly concentrating on obtaining the region of interest and region of interest, that's ROI, through various techniques such as SVM. We are using Otsu's algorithm for that, as well as we are using we are converting, first and foremost, we are converting the normal image to RGB. Then we are also converting that image to HSV images also. So from HSV image, we'll be getting our image wherein our background and all those things will be changed or will be optimized as per our model. So this is the small literature survey which I have gone through regarding how various techniques are being used in these modern days. So this will be my presentation, and these are the references which have been used. I thank you, and thank you for giving me this opportunity, IFERP, as well as Lasmcer. This is the first international conference, so I'm very proud and I'm very glad to be a part of the first international conference from SRP, my first international conference. Any questions and any suggestions are always welcome from the dignitaries as well as the chair. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Harsha. You can move on to your first slide, please.
Yes.
Okay.
It's only about general plant leaf here, sir, but my work is mainly concentrated on design and development of classification evaluation framework for apple leaf disease using machine learning model.
So can I take it as a preliminary findings for this particular research?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. It's very basic and preliminary, sir.
Okay, so probably you can insert when you do your paper presentation, sorry, not paper presentation, paper publication.
Yes, sir.
Preliminary findings, because your research seems to be heavy, very heavy.
Yes, sir.
Because you are using more of a lot of models there, and also
yes,
machine learning, deep learning, all these concepts and theories are coming into picture.
Yes, sir.
So if you can include the word primary as a preliminary research findings.
Yes, sir.
Within your topic, it would be fantastic.
Yes, sir.
I think you are in the right direction. And where exactly you are in your research? Like, you are in the second year or a third year? What?
Second year, sir. Second year, sir. Second year.
Good job. I think for a second year student, I can see you have explored a lot. And in fact, say my regards to your supervisor. It looks you are in the right direction, Harsha.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you.
Only request for you is to improvise your citation, because there are statements like different journals you use. You know, when you say such statements, you know, there should be evidence included in your slides.
Right, sir.
Which are the journals, so that the audience or the readers can know that you have explored into those research articles.
Yes, sir. Definitely, sir. I'll add that citation.
When you bluntly make a statement like that,
yes, sir.
It will not have a hold.
Yeah. Yes.
Okay, but as a first entrant to the conference.
Okay. Yes, sir.
We appreciate Riva for having come forward
to
encourage us being in the same area, Bangalore.
Yes, sir.
That's a good initiative by Reva to encourage us and to include us as your trusted agents for paper publication.
It's my pleasure, sir.
Okay, so good job. And for your information, we also have PhD scholars doing their research from your university, Reva.
Yes, sir. Okay.
We have assistant professor Sri Ranjini madam, who is doing her PhD in artificial intelligence and data science in statistical engineering.
Okay, sir.
She's a mathematician as well. So good job done, Harsha.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much for your comments, sir. Thank you. I'll incorporate it, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank
you. Yes, Fatima, you can go ahead.
Yes, so next I would like to call Mr. Praveen Kumar, his noise invariant texture classification using hybrid CNN techniques. Do we have Praveen Kumar over here? Do we have Praveen Kumar here?
Yes, ma'am. Are you listening me?
Yes, please go ahead with your presentation. We can hear you.
Yes, ma'am. Just a minute.
Praveen Kumar, make your
yes, sir.
Just short and sweet.
My slides are visible to you, ma'am?
Yes, it is visible. Please go ahead.
Am I audible?
Yes.
Hello?
Yes, sir, you're audible.
Hello?
Yes, you are audible very much.
Hello? Am I audible?
Praveen, you're audible. Praveen, you're audible to us.
Am I audible?
Yes, you're audible. Mr. Praveen, can you hear us?
Just I'm going to join again. Just a minute.
All right, Mr. Praveen.
Can you ask the next presenter, please?
Okay, I'm calling on to the next presenter. Can we have Vishnu Pratap Singh? Vishnu Pratap Singh.
Madhumita Shanmugam. Do we have Madhumita's?
Am I audible?
Yes, Praveen, you're audible. Can you hear us? Okay, can I have Rahmatunisa, please? Rahmatunisa.
Hello, yes, ma'am.
Yes, you can go ahead with your presentation, madam.
Okay, ma'am. Hello.
Yes, ma'am, your screen
Hello?
is visible and you're audible.
Shall I proceed, ma'am?
Yes, it is
Shall I proceed,
visible.
ma'am?
Yes, please proceed.
Good afternoon, everyone. Myself, Rahmatunisa, and my title is Recent Financial Sector Reforms in India and its Impact on Corporate Sector.
Rahmatunisa, just 1 minute.
Coming to bibliography.
Just one.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. Session share. We can proceed with the presentation, right?
Yes, she can.
Okay, please go ahead, Miss.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you. So coming to biography, I am Rahmatunisa, and presently I am working in Silicon City College as assistant professor. And abstract. So in India, the financial phase of current financial sector reforms were initiated in 1992 based on the recommendation of Lasmcer Committee. So we all know that from past previous 2 years, India, not only India, but other countries are also facing the financial crisis or economic problem due to the pandemic, so India is also a part of that. After every disruption, we'll have some reconstruction for that. So going back
if
to
you want,
yeah.
this is a conditional.
Hello, ma'am.
Yes, Rahmatunisa. Please proceed.
Okay, ma'am. So if you go back to 1880s, after the First World War and Second World War, all the countries' economy was badly affected. So because of that, we had Bretton Woods Commission, which has given a chance for establishment of International Bank for Reconstruction and Development. So the main job of that particular bank or the institution is to recover or reconstruct all the countries which were badly affected due to the First World War and Second World War. So coming to 2020 scenario, all the countries.
Can you switch on your video, please, and then listen, madam?
Okay. Is my screen visible, sir? Hello?
Yes, we can see you, Ramatinesa. Please go ahead.
Okay. So coming to 2020 scenario, all in the same sense, this is the second case where all the economies or the countries are badly affected due to the pandemic, that is coronavirus. So because of that, the entire country's economy has badly affected. So to recover that, in the previous years, that is in 1990s, we had one commission, that is Narasimham Committee. So the main work of this Narasimham Committee was to reconstruct or to develop the banking sector and to bring some reforms in the banking sector so that whatever the countries are badly affected due to the First World War and Second World War, so they can recover. So coming to the present scenario, we have the government of India has brought some new reforms, that is development financial cooperation and bad banks and later privatization of public sector banks. So I'll discuss that topics later in my session. So the first part of my paper is devoted to the brief background of financial sector reforms in India. So before going forward, I should that my paper is going to discuss the brief background of financial sector, how it came and when it started and all. The second part is to understand the recent financial sector reforms in India. So coming to this second part, so I'll be discussing about the recent, that is in 2020 and 2021, what are the present reforms the government of India has undertaken to reconstruct the Indian economy. The third part of my paper is to study the reforms in credit delivery system. So how this credit delivery system is trying to help the corporate sector to reconstruct or to develop and to have more productivity in their operations. The fourth part analyzes the impact of financial sector reforms on corporate sector. So here in brief, I'm going to talk about the impact.
Hello. You got
Yes,
plenty of time because we got 22 more speakers, so you can go slow, no worries.
Okay, sir, no problem. So the fourth part analyzes the impact of financial sector reforms on corporate sector. So it can be the positive impact or negative impact. So these are my four, this is how I have divided my paper into four parts, where the first part is the brief background of financial sector reform. Second is recent financial sector reforms, and the third is credit delivery system, and the fourth is the impact of corporate financial sector reforms on corporate sector. Next, coming to the description. So the basic objective of my study is to analyze the reforms that have been undertaken in the areas of regulation, banking system, capital market, and mutual funds, and the impact of same on the corporate sector. So the main objective of my analysis or my study is to study the reforms. So the financial, if we talk about the financial system, it is not a single term. So it is a broader term and it is a decentralized system where we have different components. So there we have banking. So in banking, we have both private sector and public sector banks. Next, we have capital market. Coming to capital market, we have two types again there, primary, secondary, and mutual funds and regulations. So without the regulators, no system can work. So without the regulators, that is RBI. So in our country, that is the World Bank, RBI, the Central Bank of India, and we have SEBI, which is going to regulate the securities market. So these two institutions are working towards bringing the rules and regulations and to see that whether whatever the rules and regulations they have implemented, whether it is properly implemented or not, and to see that they are functioning as per the rules and regulations. So that is the basic aim or the objective of my study. Now coming to the major financial sector reforms in India, first I will be discussing about regulatory reforms. So regulatory reforms covers the broad area. So where whatever the rules and regulation or reforms, that is carried out by the government of India that is going to be implemented or seen to that is properly working or not. So if we talk about Indian scenario, then in India we have RBI. So that is the supreme institution or the body which is going to regulate all the banks. So in common terms, we call it as bankers' bank also, because all the banking operation, whatever is taking place, either it can be private sector or public sector, it has to be regulated by one supreme institution, that is RBI. So whatever the rules and regulations or the reforms which is made by the government of India or finance ministry, that has to be taken care by the RBI, that seeing to that whether whatever the reforms they have made, it is going as per the order or not. So later we have another part of the financial system, that is capital market. So there we'll be talking about shares, bonds and other mutual funds. To regulate all these institutions, we have SEBI, that is Securities Exchange Board of India. So this is the institution which is going to regulate the capital market, mutual funds, apart from the banking sector. So banking sector is completely controlled by RBI, and these other sectors are going to be controlled by the SEBI. So which is going to see that whatever the reforms they have made, that is the government of India or Ministry of Finance, those are properly implemented or not. Next, we have banking sector reforms. Coming to banking sector reforms, recently, so we all can see in the news or in newspapers everywhere that the government of India has proposed to start bad bank. Bad bank, the word says that it is bad, but actually it is not a bad bank. But whatever the bad assets we have in our Indian banks, so it is the bank which is going to recollect all those assets, and these are the banks which are going to clear all the non-performing assets of banking sector in India. So if we talk about the non-performing assets, so non-performing assets are all those loans which the banking sector has failed to recover from their investors. So if any banking sector fails to recover the loans from their investors within 90 days, then those loans can be considered as bad loans. So our Indian economy is going backward, or we are facing a severe financial crisis. In that means we have the contribution of non-performing assets also in that. Because in each and every public sector banks, if we go and ask, then we'll get that most of the loans, whatever the banks have provided, in that 90% are the non-performing assets. That is, the banks have failed to recover or recollect that amount from their investors. So to help the banking system or banking sector to recover from this main problem, so our government of India has thought or has proposed to start one bad bank, which is going to solve this problem of this non-performing assets, and it will ease the operations of the banking sector, and they'll be having a plenty of work of time so that they can devote completely to their main operation, that is accepting and lending loans, apart from thinking about the non-performing assets, because that part will be taken over by bad banks now. So later in the same sector, we have another reform, that is developmental financial institutions. So the government of India has got to start one institution which is going to provide the long-term loans to the development of infrastructure in India. So as we all know that India is a developing country. So in a developing country, the infrastructure development plays a major role, because with the help of infrastructure development, the country can grow. So if we compare other countries, then this part will also play an important role. So they'll see that what is the infrastructure development in so and so company, so and so country, so that they can measure the performance of that country or to measure the development of that country. So in India nowadays, that is recently the government of India has proposed to start developmental bank so that the long-term loans can be provided to both the public sector and private sector institutions who are trying to reconstruct or develop the infrastructure in India. So it is not only helps the bank or the government, it indirectly helps the companies or corporates also, because infrastructure development plays an important role through the companies. So all the foreign companies who want to start their companies in India, they see that the first thing they see is the infrastructure. If infrastructure is available, if there is a proper infrastructure, then the establishment of companies will become easy. That's why majority of the foreign direct investments are done in India, because we have here the easy availability of raw materials and other resources also. So the only thing where we are lagging behind from past so many years are the infrastructure thing. So here, with the help of this infrastructure development financial institutions, so this aim or the The dream of this can be achieved easily. Later, we have capital market reforms. So capital market is a market where majority of the corporate sectors first goes for taking their capital or fund. For example, if I want to start a company, then I only having the enough capital. So I may have 50% or 60% with me. So later for 40%.
Madam, excuse me, are you having only one slide or you wanted to move on to the next slide?
So this is main slide, sir. Later I have impact and last conclusion. That's all.
Because
I have enough time or less time, sir?
No, we were only able to see only one slide.
No, sir, I have. No, I'm explaining this one, sir, these points. I'll go for next slide then. Is it okay, sir? Shall I continue, sir?
Hello.
Hello?
Hello.
Hello?
Yes, please go
Shall I
ahead,
proceed?
Ramatune, sir. Yes.
Okay, ma'am. So for that 40% of capital, I have to go for capital market or banking sector. So most of the corporate sector, as they are required of, as they are requirement of more funds, they'll directly go for the capital market. So the bringing more reforms in the capital market and mutual funds will directly help the corporate sectors to increase their productivity as they'll get more or larger amount of funds from this sector. They can invest that amount in their production activities. When the production activities are increased, then automatically the profit will increase. So once the profit increases, the tax rates will also increase. They have to pay more tax to the government. And if they pay more tax to the government, then automatically the development activities can be taken. So here, with the help of this improvement or reformation in the capital market and mutual fund, so we are developing each and every sector, not only one particular sector. So one case here, the capital market and mutual funds will increase their operation. Second, the corporate sector will increase their productivity. Third, the government will increase their revenue. Fourth, the public or the customers or the consumers will get the product at a reasonable price, and infrastructure will also develop as per that. So here these are my major financial sector reforms.
Can you go to the next slide, please?
Okay, sir. So coming to the next third part of my paper, that is impact of financial sector reforms on corporate sector. So here, enhanced sources of new capital for many corporate entities. If the government tries or if government brings new reforms in the capital market or banking sector or in the financial system, then it provides more sources of finance or more sources of new capital to the corporates. So which increases their operations and their productivity and profitability. Later, coming to the higher norms and disclosure standards. So before we were having only local standards in India, but if we go for as we are enhancing or as we are developing, so we are going for international standards now. So these international standards wants the public or these financial institutions to follow some norms and disclosure standards. So which we can say that this is an authorized and this is a now whatever the operations they are undertaking, it is more systematic compared to the previous one which we had in the earlier years. Next we have efficient credit delivery system. So with the help of this financial sector, then I'll go for conclusion. Shall I go for conclusion, sir? Lack of ability of loans to small scale and medium scale firms. Introduction of lending institutions, working capital finance and money market has also contributed for the development of corporate sector in India. Coming to the conclusion, let me conclude by saying that financial sector reform is the mainstay of our Indian economy. So the Indian economy is mainly dependent on the financial sector, and we all have heard that a banking sector is the backbone of India. So here, if you want to compare or if you want to calculate the economic growth of our country, then we'll first see the banking sector operations. So how the banks are working in India. So that is the main thing which determines the economic growth of our country. So in this scenario, apart from the existing reforms, the government of India has come up with the three major reforms in development finance, institutions, bad banks, privatization of public sector banks. So I discussed that this developmental financial institutions, bad banks and public sector banks are having the positive impact. So in the previous thing, that is, it will lead to more productivity, efficiency and profitability of the corporate sector and banking sector. But if we talk about the society, that is, if we talk about in social terms, then these developmental financial institution is having the positive impact, whereas these bad banks and the privatization of public sector bank is having the negative impact on the society. So if you go for privatization of public sector banks, it leads to unemployment. So majority of the weaker section, that is SCSTs, then scheduled caste, scheduled tribes, and the weaker section of the society, that is OBC, who are getting the reservation under the public sector banks, they won't be getting in this if they go for privatization. And later, all the private banks will prefer only the urban areas to earn more profit. So in this case, there will be more financial exclusion, and they'll ignore the rural areas, and the rural society will be ignored. This is a negative impact of this privatization of public sector banks. Coming to bad bank, though it provides a short-term relief to banking sector, but it is again it is having a negative impact because it has to be backed by the government. 85% of the non-performing assets has to be recovered by the bank. It is like shifting the burden from one hand to another hand. So though the plan is providing providing some relief to banking sector, it is having a negative impact on the government because it is not reducing any burden, but instead of that, it is shifting the burden from one hand to another hand. That's all. Hence, to ensure proper socio-economic growth, revival of public financial sector reforms is the most important aspect for any country. So, if you want to develop, hello, sir. So reformation of financial sector is not a static thing. So it will, so as we develop, so new reforms has to be brought so that only we can survive in the particular country and the economic stability can be achieved. That's all. And these are my references. Thank you, sir. Hello.
Thank you, madam. Thank you for your presentation. And I have plenty of questions, but unfortunately, we have running short of time. So we move on to the next presenter.
Yes, can we have Mosam K. Sanghol?
Thank you so much, sir.
Can we have Mosam K. Sanghol?
Please check whether anybody is pending in the session number 1.
Yes, sir.
Praveen Kumar is there.
Praveen Kumar, noise invariant texture, right?
And we also have Chillupuri Bala Venkata Subrai also to present.
Ma'am, and Madhumita also want to present, ma'am.
Okay. So can we have Mosam K. Sangol's presentation? If any of the participants you're unable to share your video because of bandwidth issues, you can inform us and you can shut off your video.
Okay, ma'am.
Praveen Kumar, do you have your PPT?
Yes, sir, I have, but I think some other person is presenting.
Sanghol, are you going to be presenting Mosam K. Sanghol? Could you give us a verbal confirmation, please?
Can I present, ma'am?
Yeah, you can go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead, please.
Okay, sir, thank you. My PPT is visible to you, sir?
Yes, it is visible.
Okay. Good afternoon, sir. My topic is noise invariant texture classification using hybrid CNN techniques. And I am Praveen Kumar, and I am my supervisor is Professor J. Panda, is professor in DTU, Delhi. This is the abstract. Actually, what is my aspect is through this I can explain that. Actually, I am going for texture classification, and that texture classification is noise invariant. But main thing of this texture classification is that I am actually go for several of the steps. The first step, I go for noise map layer. Through that, we will detect any kind of noise inside the images, and then by detecting the noise inside the images, we will send the images for the training purpose. Then we go for pre-processing. Under the pre-processing, we will do the resize the images, plus we can do the color pre-processing there. After that, we go for future extraction using ResNet 18. I have taken ResNet 18 because that has an advantage of escape connection, so complexity became lesser in this case. And actually, whatever the disadvantage of CNN technique is that it has a very huge number of dimensionalities there. And second thing is there the number of parameters is in millions. So due to this complexity, training task is also become a cumbersome, and we are actually that is very tough to deal with the huge dimensionality. So the accuracy will become lesser. So that's why after the future extraction, I went for the dimensional reduction or visualization through the TSNE. I have done here, which actually convert the multi-dimensional features into 2-dimension. And after this step, our visualization will become very good, and through that classification will become easier and accuracy will increase in this case. So I have implemented my algorithm on two type of data set. One is KTS tips 2, which is a color data set, and that has a 10 classes. Another is the gray level images, that is a Kyleberg syntron, that has a 25 number of classes. So I want to see the visuality of this one. So you can see that this is the original image. So we cannot differentiate. Many of the objects are superimposed on one to the other. So if I'll go for the PCA technique, primary. So in that case, our visualization became better than the previous visualization. But whenever I put my algorithm on that data set, you can see that it can easily differentiate the each type of category. So in this case, I got a accuracy of about 99.5%, and that was quite good. I have also so the confusion matrix of this one. So I have this is a 2-dimensionality object. So you can see here is a predicted class and this is a true class. So you can see very few of the objects are mismatched here. If you can see aluminum foil, no mismatching is there. So each object was actually categorized correctly. In case of brown bread, only one was misclassified. Out of 432, only one was misclassified. In case of cardboardy, only one object was misclassified. So my techniques has actually increases the accuracy in by many times. And I have put in my algorithm on Kyleberg syntron. So you can see that very few of the objects became misclassified in this case. So this is the noise result. So I got a accuracy of 99.5 and 99.6 on KTS tips and Kyleberg syntron data set respectively. These are the references I have taken into the consideration. Sir, any question?
You are using a machine learning algorithm, is it?
Yes, yes.
Okay. It is a supervised or unsupervised, or what exactly?
Actually, whatever the algorithm classification, that is a supervised, because my data sets are labeled.
Okay.
What, sir? But whatever the dimensional visualization purpose, I have taken algorithm that is unsupervised. But I have implemented that for the visualization purposes only, sir.
Okay, okay. So, in what stage are you in?
I'm actually got a result correctly. Very few of the images I am getting misclassified. Otherwise, about more than 99.5% I am getting. the classification is true there.
Okay. What other classification model have you used?
I have actually used the main thing is here, sir. That is a pre-processing, future extraction, dimensional reduction, and classification. These actually completes my model. So for this classifier, I am actually providing the better visualization from the remaining steps.
Okay, thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Your research seems to be very, very interesting, and I believe that you will definitely end up giving good findings.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Nice to meet you, sir. Thank you very much.
Okay, can I call upon the next presenter, Madhu, please?
Shall I present, sir?
Yeah, you can go ahead.
Yeah. So my video is some network issue I am facing. I cannot switch on my video. It's okay for you?
No problem. No problem. No problem. You just present.
Okay, thank you, sir. Just a minute.
And I also want to ask whether there are any other presenters so that we can close the session number 1 after this.
Yes, sir. We have Chillukuri Bala Venkata Subraidu to present.
Okay. So after that, we'll go for lunch.
Sir, my screen is visible, sir?
You can go ahead. You can go ahead.
Good afternoon to everyone. And my name is Madhumita. I'm coming from SRM Institute of Science and Technology, and my topic is about early detection of breast cancer using artificial neural network. And here we are facing cancer. Breast cancer is a most often disease in this world for women, and it is the mortality rate exceed of 14%, and according to the 23% of all non-cancerous tumors. Breast cancer is a condition in which cells grow out of control and it will be large. Tumor cells are also called neoplasma, and there are abnormal cells in our body. In our study, we are going to implement a machine learning algorithm using a decision tree and artificial neural network. In this, we are using with the help of Python. Here we are using NABI, Panda, and SK libraries. My introduction is about breast cancer. Is most frequent diagnosis in women, and it can detect by many clinical breast cancer examination to detect.
Yes, you can go to the core of your presentation because already we have abstract. So you can go to the core of your presentation.
Okay, okay. And my objective is to collect the breast cancer image from open source, that is online Gsl, to obtain various morphological features to extend segmented image. In that, we want to classify the segmented image to morphological feature using facets mean clustering to evolve the performance of various classifying for decision tree and artificial neural network for diagnosing. And my methodology is used to help the future in prediction of normal and abnormal tumors, and it is help to visualize the general trend in selecting approach and model. And here we are classifying normal and abnormal tumors of breast cancer image with the help of Python. So we can see decision tree and artificial neural network classifiers. And this is my block diagram. First, we want to give input image, that was a mammogram image. We want to get in from online. After that, we want to pre-processing with the segment of Gaussian filtering. After that segmentation, we are using FCM for segmentation. Future extraction, we are using GLCM, grayscale level matrix. After that, we want to put the input data set, that is future extraction value. We want to classify with machine learning algorithms, decision tree and neural network. After that, we want to predict whether it is normal or abnormal image. And this is my result of normal breast cancer image. First, we take input image. After that, we want to resize the breast cancer image. After that, we want to convert it into grayscale image. After converting the grayscale image, it will convert into a Gaussian filtering image. After that, we want to segmentation using facets in clustering level, and it level was 0.50. And next, we are going to see abnormal image. Original image is taken, and after that, we want to resize image. After resizing, we want to convert it into grayscale image. We want to using segmented image for FCM. Next, this is my future extraction value, grayscale co-occurrence matrix. This is the value taken from single image. It will predicted. It will give the mean, standard, entropy, smoothness, ketosis, some values in the coding. For that, we want to take and convert it into machine learning algorithm. For machine learning classification, these values are converted into classifying using decision tree and ANN algorithm. After that, we using Python in this work. So in Python, we want to use NumPy, sklearns, and pandas. With these help of libraries, we are we get an output for decision tree. Precision is we take in values, and it will give the output of precision recall and F1 and classes. Classes 0 means normal and 1 is abnormal. For like artificial neural network algorithm also, we can get output. In artificial neural network, we will get some graph, and also first one is training and validation loss. X-axis is our approach and Y-axis is a loss. It will train according to our data set to given various algorithm, and in training and validation accuracy, also given some correct values. In ROC curve is a true positive and false positive. With the help of, we can create an ROC curve. True positive rate, we will select a specificity, and false positive, we will select the sensitivity values for putting this graph. After this, which one is a current value for the classifier. Decision tree is making a 92% accuracy, and artificial neural network will give a 95% of accuracy. So we will compare artificial neural network is a good algorithm for this project. My conclusion is each algorithm perform in a different way depending upon the data set, and it will select the section of parameter. In this predictive model, we want to select correct accuracy of decision tree and artificial neural network. Overall, we can see about artificial neural network is give the best accuracy for the predictive models. Thank you, sir. And here my reference. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Hello.
And, yeah. Can you go to the first slide, please?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thanks for presenting a good presentation on artificial neural network. I just have a question. What type of neural network have you used, whether it's feed forward or what exactly, or conventional method?
Sir, I'm using forward network. In this, we are using Python, so we cannot give extreme details about output. So in that code, we will define what type of using artificial neural network, and for that we will get the output with training loss and accuracy loss. We can get outputs.
Whether there was anomalies detection done in your project, whether
sir,
because you have used a data set from a third-party source, right?
Yes, sir.
Did you do any screening for anomalies detection during the data analysis?
No, sir.
Okay, so I would suggest to see if there are any anomalies predicted in your data set, and then move forward to do your final analysis and see whether the classification results are the same or different.
Okay.
That would be a good idea to think over. And Good job, Madhumita. I could see a lot of work has been done in your area. Especially, I can see you have done many things, but unfortunately, the slide doesn't project those items. So to be better, you can also show those items also, so that the presenters can be aware of what you have done. Good job, Madhumita. Well done.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, can I invite the next presenter of the day, first session? So that will end our first session, please.
Do we have Chillukuri Bala Venkata Subrayadu to present? Okay, he doesn't seem to be in the call. I can see Mosam K. Sanghol. Do you want to try presenting again before we end the technical session 1? All right, so we have not received any responses. On that note, session chair, let us conclude the technical session 1 on this note and break for lunch. So everyone, the time is now 1:37. So we will convene back at 2:15 over here. Do we have Chillukuri Bala? I've seen he's joined again. Would you like to present now, please? You're on mute, sir.
Ask him to adjust his camera.
Could you please adjust your camera? Can you bring it, lower it down? I'm sorry, sir, we are not able to hear you. Your audio is not audible.
Is it better now, ma'am?
Yes, it is better now. Yes.
Okay. I possibly continue like this, ma'am. Okay. So let me try sharing. Really, there is a connectivity issue due to which I cannot follow it. I will share my screens. Is it? Shall I start?
Yes, please start, sir.
Okay, ma'am. Yeah.
Yes, we can see the slideshow.
Is it visible, ma'am?
Yes, it is visible.
Yeah, I think it's loading. Yeah. So my paper is on global assessment of sustainable development goal transformations 2022.
I'm sorry, sir, your screen is still loading. Now it is visible. Please go.
Okay, fine. Thank you. So it's a pleasure to be with you all on this August occasion, ma'am. So yeah, now very recently I had a news that that in India the quality of air and the environmental issues were ranked very low. So that actually spurred me to work on a small paper. And now when I looked at the Sustainable Development Report 2022, so that was released a few days ago. I was inspired to go ahead with this particular study. So a little about myself, ma'am. I have about 25 to 30 years of experience. I'm basically an electrical engineer, a fellow of the Institution of Engineers, and I'm associated with the Institution of Engineers in another capacity as the member of the Energy Conservation Mission. I have nearly about 20 international conferences and about 10 publications so far, ma'am, out of which 2 are Scopus Index, 1 in IEEE, and then in UGC a couple. And earlier, there are some others. I work in both the areas of engineering and management. So this paper, is it visible, ma'am? The change of slide? Is the change slide visible?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So this examines the current efforts being made across the world to integrate the 17 SDGs, Sustainable Development Goals, into public policies in the light of 6 SDG transformations. And it is based on the findings of the SDR 2022. I was referring to it. I remember it was on June 4th it was released using a literature review methodology. The conceptual framework corresponds to the 17 SDGs adopted by global leaders at UN General Assembly in 2015. The 17 SDGs includes 169 specific targets and means for implementation. Now, an important question that's increasingly being addressed by international, regional, and state non-state actors is how digital technologies can fundamentally help us realize the Sustainable Development Goals. Due to dossier insufficiencies and delays in international reporting, national policies and obligations are leveraged suitably while gauging a country's efforts to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals. As it happens, India ranked 121 in about 190 plus countries according to the SDR 2022. So they are gauged in different ways. So the SDGs appreciate that eliminating poverty and other deprivation must be accompanied by strategies which improve health and education, reduce inequality, spur economic growth, and also tackling vital issues like climate change and endeavoring to preserve Earth's oceans and forests. Now, a little about the concept for those who are totally from the engineering background. The humanities at crossroads. We have got unbounded growth in the technology, but at the same time, planetary support systems are being affected. Increasing inequalities are there. Sustainable development has become an imperative. The transformation towards sustainable futures is an alternative possibility for people and the planet. A just and equitable world for all. This is what the United Nations 2030 agenda that's adopted on 27 September 15 offers. This is a great gift to humanity. It presents a new global framework, a social contract with 17 sustainable development goals. Then there's another study done by some authors, a collective venture of more than 60 authors from 20 institutions and 100 independent experts. They have worked out a study called The World in 2050, and this established by International Institute of Applied Systems Analysis to provide the scientific foundations for the 2030 agenda. Now, a little about the Sustainable Development Goals. In all, we have got 17 of them, ranging from no poverty, zero hunger, good health and well-being, quality education, gender equality. Going on, we go to sustainable cities and communities, then life on water, land, peace, justice, and partnerships for the goals. Now, the goals are interlinked and they are designed to be a blueprint to achieve a better and more sustainable future for all. The SDGs were set up in 2015. They are intended to be achieved by 2030. So we have got the United Nations member states, all of them in 2015. They have worked out this particular agenda, and it's a collective activity. So it constitutes an urgent call for action. Developed and developing, all of them in global partnership are working at its core. I have given the link to the United Nations site there where people can see.
Excuse me, sir. Can you go to the core of your presentation, sir?
Yes, sir. The focus is on the 6 SDG transformations that are quality education, access to good quality and affordable healthcare, renewable energy, and a circular economy, sustainable land and marine management, sustainable urban infrastructure, and universal access to digital services. Then, in this, these are elaborated in different sustainable development goals. For instance, education, gender, and inequality, they are covered in 1, 5, 7 to 10, 12 to 15, and 17. Digital revolution for sustainable development is acquiring great importance, ranging from 1 to 4, 7 to 13, and 17. Then, something about the Sustainable Development Report. This analyzed and suggested how the SDGs can be used as a roadmap to create more sustainable societies. So, in this, we have ranked a little low, around 121 out of 193 countries, and I have given a link to the Sustainable Development Report and a dashboard on this. Just for an example, we have got the first Sustainable Development Goal 1, that is no poverty. That is how individual targets are made for all the Sustainable Development Goals. So then we have a small diagram, a graphic which gives all the goals together and what each goal corresponds to. Goal 15, life on land. Peace, justice, and strong institutions, goal 16. Then the genesis, here we have got the report on the World in 2050 project. It was a trigger for this. Then we have got major interventions which are required For each sustainable development goal, they are classified into 6 SDG transformations. This work was done by pro-scientists. Then what is the importance of these? So they provide an integrated and holistic framework for action that reduces the complexity and yet encompasses the 17 goals, 116 targets and the Paris Agreement. Then this provides a new approach to shift from the incremental change to the transformational change, to identify synergies using sustainable development pathways, formulate actionable roadmaps, and focus on interrelationships to uncover multiple benefits and synergies. Then what is the feasibility? Then here, they all have the goal of making life better for the mankind. And implementing the transformation will call for major changes in national and local governance. They should be bold, but they are feasible. They are described in the paper and we have to make them possible. So it's possible by making our commitment to achieve this agenda. Then something about the concept of decoupling and circular economy. So here we try to reduce the wastages and then go for a circular economy, and in the process all the environmental bads and the economic goods, they are matched against each other, and then ensure that the usage of resources is minimized in comparison to the financial benefits that are gained. Then there are some challenges. So what are the challenges? The absence of reliable, accessible and up-to-date data, particularly for developing and economically disadvantaged countries. Then lack of capacity, appropriate resources, security and environmental conditions. That also makes data collection analysis difficult. So here we have got an expert advisory group on a data revolution for sustainable development formed recently. Yeah. Then it hopes to engage all the stakeholders in this direction. Then what are the challenges? So we have got many challenges, and then in pursuit of the good life today, we're systematically eroding the basis for well-being tomorrow. And it has to be done within a framework where the throughput of energy is not constantly increasing. If the economy improves, then it can work out, and then we have a good consumption pattern and a business model today. So we have got a pattern, a particular influence of the stakeholder perceptions, a continuous consideration of various sustainable development issues, inputs, activities, outputs, outcomes and impacts.
You have got another 2 minutes, sir.
Yes, sir. I'll close now. So I've come to the conclusion. So each country faces specific challenges in its pursuit of sustainable development. The most vulnerable countries, in particular African countries, landlocked developed countries, in small island states, deserve special attention. There are also serious challenges within many middle-income countries. Sustainable development cannot be realized without peace and security, and they will be at risk without sustainable development. The UN and the entire world recognize the need to build a peaceful, just and inclusive societies which give justice to all, and human rights are respected, and good governance at all levels on transparent, effective and accountable institutions is possible. Then some recommendations. Transformation towards a sustainable future is possible, but ambitious action is an immediate need. 6 sustainable transformations are essential to achieve these fast. Then everything is integrated in today's connected world. The implementation of every transformation requires a holistic perspective. Transformation change is vital, but to succeed, we must take along winners and losers together. A central element of the sustainability transformation is effective and inclusive governance. Attaining the SDGs in a resilient and lasting way requires vigorous action now, and people and planet focus beyond 2030. Think globally, act locally, think long term, and act now. So this is all. So I have done a study of about 50 papers have been covered in this study, and then thank you very much. Thank you, sir. Thanks, man.
Thank you so much for the presentation. Session Chair, do you have any questions?
Questions for him, and you can
Session Chair, do you have any questions?
No, I have no.
Okay. On that note, we will be concluding the technical session 1, everyone. So I would like to inform you the time now is 1:50, and we will be convening back again after lunch. We will be coming back at 2:20, that is. So 2:20 p.m. we will be once again getting together for the technical session 2. So everyone, please be informed. Please come back at 2:20 for the technical session 2. Thank you.
Thank you.
తెలుసు
All right. It is 2:21 now. I believe that everyone has taken a lunch break. It was a rather short break, but we are short on time and we do need to start the technical session too. So welcome back everyone to the technical session 2 of this conference. And our session chair is, I would like our session chair to start presiding over the session. So we have Miss Nafisa. She would be the session chair over here. And so ma'am, with your permission, could we start the technical session too?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you. So without further ado, I would like to call upon the first presenter, who is Miss Meena Kumari, micro-profiling to categorize the slow learners for better choices of pedagogy and the tools to derive expected educational outcomes. Do we have Meena Kumari over here?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes,
I'm
please
Meena
go
Kumari.
ahead. Before Meena Kumari starts a presentation, I just want to tell the participants a few guidelines. Your presentation would be 8 minutes with 2 minutes for question and answers. Please keep it under 8 minutes. Your maximum would be 10 minutes. And any questions or anything would be asked by the session chair at the end of the presentation. And I would also like to suggest that all of you please have your audio and video technical issues sorted out. So Ms. Meena Kumari, please go ahead.
1 minute, ma'am. Let me introduce myself. Fatima.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
Yes.
I would like to introduce a very good afternoon to one and all present here. A very warm welcome to all the participants of LASMC 2022 session 2. This is Nafisa, Assistant Professor, Silicon City College, Bangalore, India. Chair for Technical Session 2, 2022. Please keep the presentation for 10 minutes. Thank you. Over to SK Meena Kumari. Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
This is Meena Kumari, Research Scholar in Education Department, Dr. MGR Educational and Research Institute, Madurai. My paper is
presentation mode, please.
Pardon?
Presentation mode. Can you go to presentation mode?
Please click on the enable editing button on the PowerPoint and then put it on the presentation mode.
1 minute, ma'am. Yes, is it seen now?
No, ma'am. Please click on the enable editing button on the top of your PPT.
Editing button.
Enable editing.
Yeah.
Yes.
Can you? No, nothing is. Enable editing I've done, ma'am, but.
Now again share it, ma'am. Please once again share it with a screen share it. Ms. Meena Kumari, please share your screen.
Yeah.
Yes.
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 Can I go ahead?
Yes. Could you please put it on slideshow mode?
I'm not much familiar with this, ma'am.
Okay. If the session share is fine, then we could just go ahead with this.
My paper is on micro-profiling to categorize the slow learners to choose and apply better pedagogical methods and tools aiming to attain better educational outcomes. The paper deals with the study and the observations in regard to issues experienced by the slow learners and to categorize how different each of them is from the other and the choices to be exercised in the selection of right pedagogical solutions as techniques and tools to be adopted to make the students attain this expected learning outcomes. The study of the literature of the recent past, keeping in mind the current and contemporary educational environment with the ICT support tools as effective aids, the paper categorizes the slow learners and also suggests interventional and pedagogical choices
that address the issues of the individual type of slow learners. It is increasingly realized by the teaching community that mundane remedial classes are much inadequate, as they would enable diagnostic possibilities to better understand each of the slow learners. But the problem to be addressed is
Excuse me, ma'am, I'd like to interrupt you. Could you switch on the video, please?
Yes. Can you, ma'am?
No, ma'am. Yes. Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
To better understand each of the slow learners. But the problem to be addressed is to turn the attention of them and engage them apart from adopting the learning method and style which needs to be employed for enabling the students to benefit through learning. The paper is a reflection of study and observations made referring to the existing contemporary literature and the relative experiences reported thereof. The topic and the kind of existing literature referred would have relevance and the right appeal to the observations made without having to worry about the time periods and changes thereof affecting them much. The conclusive statement would therefore address the current time periods needs also. Learning is to get educated. It is acquisition of knowledge. What happens by accessing information, decoding, and the meaning of the verification of it, to own it as a unit of knowledge. Education is a broad spectrum of knowledge transfer. Educating is making somebody knowledgeable and enabling to get skill. It is a systematic process. All the relevant information units are pulled up subject-wise. They are adequately enriched with meaningful subject units which form a part of the wholesome knowledge unit. The subunits are sequenced to text, supporting to make it a readable, knowledgeable unit. Certain times, knowledge acquisition happens by witnessing the activities directly. The application-oriented subunits of knowledge. So, learning by witnessing activities is something that is knowledge out of observing demonstrable activities. Slow learners are those students who cannot understand and learn at the same pace as an average student understands. But it has to be understood that they could be corrected and made to catch up in performance matching with others. The cause may be that they cannot direct their attention on subject study without external help and guidance. They may not be able to keep their attention span longer enough to focus and understand what needs to be learned. Their intellectual capacity may not be matching with the other average students. Their language skills do not permit them to acquire knowledge, or they could even be suffering from medical issues from the non-conducive environment, which becomes hurdles.
I request Leela Kumari to move the slides, please.
Pardon?
You're not moving the slides, ma'am. Please move the slide to the next one.
Slow learners should not be classified under special education needing students. Only their learning abilities are found to be at slower pace. There are other categories of slow learners who cannot match with the speed at which the students of average learning ability and outcomes who might need to be diagnosed as to the problem that they have, so that they could be taken care of by teachers with focused attention on the issues they are providing solutions to meet the challenges. The causes may be poor intellectual ability, cultural, environmental, family-related, timidity, different negative parental attitudes, disharmony between parents, unfavorable conditions in schools, long absence. And the behaviors that could be witnessed is weakness in thinking, poor development of concept language, poor memory, lower reinforcement learning, lack of interest. Educating parents on the strong need for children's education, poor socio-emotional characteristic, feeling of insecurity, withdrawal, immaturity, regression, and fantasy. Some slow learners are due to medical ailments. They have to be definitely addressed only by the medical people. While ADHD is also a reason for slow learning, it is more considered as a medical condition, which entails medical intervention like the other medical conditions such as dyslexia, dyscalculia, dysgraphia, and dyspraxia. Non-medical conditions, interventions to set right the slow learning in non-medical conditions, ensuring the general health in children. Nutritious food could be given to them, enough play and activity, needed hours of sleep. Parents' love and affection is the first and foremost thing which enables a child to learn in a better way. Right opportunities in school for students, quality teaching, creating liking for teachers, involving parents in children's learning, motivation, and close support in case of students who are long absent for various reasons, confidence building in children, poor cognitive entry characteristics, ideal home facility for study and peaceful environment. It is discussed elaborately in the paper to define different categories of slow learners, the causes for them to become so, and also need for the creative measures, corrective measures, which could make them join the mainstream learners who are average and moderately successful in their academics. It is also clearly stated in the paper how and why different categories of the slow learners suffer from problems of different causes, addressing which they would without much difficulty transform into learners with interest and inclination to be educated and benefited from the education that they receive. The responsibility for making the slow learners to perform lies not only in one section of the society, but broadly from the parents, teachers, school, and the external environment, which is much in the hands of the government, whose policies need to be periodically analyzed and character checked to bring the needed changes that go to benefit the slow learners. The number of them at any given time will be considerably large and hence matters the future of the society. Thank you.
Session Chair, are there any questions that you would like to ask?
I have got a question.
No, ma'am, I have no questions, but the session was very good.
I have a question.
Yeah, ma.
Yes, sir.
Can I ask a question?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir. Please, sir.
Madam SK Meena Kumari.
Yes, sir.
So this particular paper is meant for any research work or something?
It's a part of my research work also, sir.
Come again, madam.
I've taken underprivileged adolescents as my research.
Are you doing a PhD or something?
Yes, sir.
Good. Okay, my question is, now you are saying that categorize the slow learners, right?
Yes.
Already they have been categorized as slow learner. And I have not seen a literature pertaining to Tomlinson. Tomlinson is the guru for differentiated teaching techniques, madam.
I didn't get you, sir. Please.
Tomlinson.
Ah.
Tomlinson is the guru for differentiated teaching techniques.
Yes, sir.
Differentiated teaching techniques.
Ah.
So I was wondering why you have not used those concepts, was my question. And another question was, already they have been categorized as slow learners.
So categorization of slow learners is branding them. I didn't mean that they should be branded as slow learners. I'm only trying to say that they are slow because of certain areas, maybe the environmental areas which doesn't support them to do their studies properly, or because of their ill health or malnutrition. I'm only trying to say that they have certain issues which, if addressed properly, they'll be brought into the mainstream of learners.
Okay, because you have been using a word called choice of pedagogy, all these things.
True.
Title. So I was wondering whether if your research paper could also hold the theories of Tomlinson?
No, not really.
Okay. Okay, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you.
So we will move on to the next presenter. Ms. Meena Kumari, if you could unshare your screen, please.
Thank you. I'll do.
So next, I would like to call upon Ms. Sukanya, a study on moral values in education from the teachings of great visionaries of India. Can we have Sukanya, please?
Ma'am, is the screen aware? Seen, ma'am?
Yes, the screen is visible. We can hear you also.
The title of, you can see the PPT, ma'am?
No, we cannot see the PPT yet. Please share it.
Okay. Okay.
Yes. Your screen was visible. Now it is again gone. Can you share again?
Okay. Sorry, ma'am.
Now we can see the screen.
1 minute, ma'am. Now it's okay, ma'am?
Yes, now we can see the title of the paper.
Thank you, ma'am. Good afternoon, everyone. I am Sukanya, and my co-author is Dr. K. Geeta, and my topic is a study on moral values in education from the teachings of great visionaries of India. If you see, that is there's a biblio, that's my guide there, and the abstract is education can decide the fate as well as the future of our society or our country. But the values are linked to beliefs and attitudes and guide human behavior. This article presents a rationale and arguments for the presence of moral values, ethics, character education from the Gospels of great visionaries. So here, if you see the introduction there, education without value is only useless, ma'am, but also very harmful in the present scenario. If you see, the teachers are also not given the right to have corporal punishments, and children are very wild, and they show their attitude towards the teachers itself, where teachers are helpless. So the realization is particularly relevant at this present juncture of history, when social, moral, cultural, and spiritual values are disintegrated, ma'am. The bookish knowledge is not being helpful for the youth to achieve the goal of life. That is what I feel. So that's why I took up this topic, ma'am. What the world badly needs today is the moral and spiritual revolution. People have less tolerance nowadays, and depressing mentalities and a bloated ego. So apart from that, materialism has put off the Indian traditions and the values, and everyone are running behind cash convertible goals in this current scenario. So nationalism, family, society, morality no longer matter for the current student. The youth of today are caught in a viscous cycle of crime and violence, and also our mobiles. They and social media, they have lost their moral values to the new era of commercialization and modernization. This is a very great concern for India. So inculcation of moral values through personality development is the necessity of the hour to check the disintegration of social relations. Moral values are needed for developing qualities such as humility, truthfulness, honesty, courtesy, tolerance, etc. So it will help to develop a positive attitude in our children. So first I've taken Swami Dayananda Saraswati. The discussion of the philosophy of education presented by Dayananda Saraswati was perfection. He aimed at perfection. He demanded very high standard of character and conduct. So he wanted to realize all-round perfection. So for that, if you take an example, he was for punishments, and even the teacher should be punished if they go away from the standards. That was the level of perfection of Swami Dayananda Saraswati. So I've just taken only the moral part, and now I've not covered because only 10 minutes were given. Next I've taken up Vivekananda. Vivekananda's view on education focused in the context of value education, peace education, environmental education, and citizenship education. So the words of Vivekananda regarding value education is conceived as everything in the society plays an educational role. So education is seen as an instrument for harnessing the human drives and a method of behavior modification. So the solutions of all these social and global evils is through this value education alone. So emphasis should be on such an education through which moral values can be developed among students, and they can decide what is right and what is wrong, what is good or what is evil, what is justice and what is injustice. So they are the foundation of human existence. Value education has never been out of style as visualized by Swami Vivekananda then or else in the now present scenario. Next, I've taken APJ Abdul Kalam sir. According to APJ Abdul Kalam sir, imparting moral values is the right kind of education. It will upgrade the society and the country too. The prime learning period of a child is from 6 to 17 years of age, is what he says. And all those years, they are only in the schools. So school is the best environment for them to inculcate this value-based education system was his views. Next, I've taken Dr. Radhakrishnan. So to Radhakrishnan, education is an enlightenment of the soul. That was his philosophy. And based on it, education dispels ignorance and enlightens the individual. He stresses that education is neither book learning nor memorizing facts and figures. It is also not memorizing or producing those examinations or diplomas or degrees. Rather, the assimilation of moral values and ideas of man-making, character forming, and life building. Next, Mahatma Gandhi ji says moral and ethical knowledge is the concept of value-based education. Any education system that lacks these two cannot be termed as good. The reason behind such a thought is that without morality and without ethics, no student can be considered to be healthy in mental and physical terms. So the attainment of the spiritual growth has been described by Mahatma Gandhi as an essential part of education. I'll conclude, ma'am. The need for value education is in higher education institution is essential to save the whole education system. To address more and more fundamental issues of the society, moral values should be inculcated in the education system. The parents, the teachers, and the institution have a definite and inevitable role to play in providing moral education in the multicultural society. To make our country incredible India, we ought to influence our younger generation mindset and make them understand the importance of moral values to build a good character. Then we can glorify youth of today as best citizens. Thank you, ma'am.
Are there any questions?
Yes. Ma'am, I like the moral values in education from the teaching of great visionaries of India. It's really very good. But you use the word corporal punishment. Corporal punishment in higher education. Do you agree with this, ma'am?
Actually, Dayananda Saraswati was very particular, ma'am, because discipline is very, very essential part to impart moral values for them to understand. So there he was very shrewd enough to even punish the teachers if they went wrong, ma'am.
But corporal punishment would not go with the moral values of in the teaching, ma'am. What are the different methods would adopt? Yes, because yes, corporal punishment definitely would not be accepted.
Thank you.
But what kind of other ways of teaching? Definitely what you use, the Swami Vivekananda, APJ Abdul Kalam sir, Dr. Radhakrishna, Mahatma Gandhi ji, very good values. But how should we bring those teachings, or what type of classes should we have in our higher education? Because to impart good moral values.
Ma'am, every teacher has 45 minutes of class. So the first 5 minutes, the teacher has to impart that she has care over the children. So in that 5 minutes, every day, if it is planned, we can catch hold of the children's heart. And after we get that, we have to capture it, then we can impart these moral values, ma'am. It's a small thing. Not this is one of the thing, ma'am. We can we can have a moral science period, teaching the children what was our past, our credentials, All that we can impart when we have a moral science period. That is possible till the 9th standard, but when it comes to public exams, those children, even the moral science period is taken by, the PT periods are taken off by the maths teachers and science teachers. Anything else, ma'am?
Are there
I
any
wanted
other
to do
questions?
PhD in this topic, but this is a very controversial one, so I don't know. Still working upon it, ma'am. Any suggestions for me?
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
All right. So we will move on to the next presenter. Can I call on Shantini Ramarao and Veshalini Vadivalakan?
Yes, I'm here.
All right. Please go ahead with your presentation.
Okay. Just share screen first. Can you see my screen?
Yes, it is visible.
Okay. Hello. Hi. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. First and foremost, I'd like to thank you for the opportunity. So let me introduce myself. I'm Shantini Ramarao from Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. I'm currently attached with an international school in Kuala Lumpur. So the title of my study is The Impact of Continuous Professional Development Among New IB Teachers. I'm the author of this study, and my co-authors are Veshalini Vadivalakan and Dr. Ravichandran Purushothaman. So my presentation structure is as follows. So it's introduction, and I'll be moving on to literature, research aim and questions, as well as methodology, discussion and findings, and I'll conclude the presentation. So first and foremost, teaching practice and what it takes to be a good teacher have been discussed in the history from Socrates to Swiss philosopher Rousseau on teaching responsibility. And this has been quoted even by Ritzek 2019, that it can lead to pedagogical decisions that become effective teaching. However, teaching in an IB school itself is a different ball game, and new teachers are constantly facing challenges, especially to learn and engage into inquiry approach. And this can be done through continuous professional development, which is CPD. So as stated by Avalos 2011 in its definition, CPD is where a teacher learns, study, and revolutionize their skills in practice for the benefit of students' growth. It is a complex teaching and learning process itself, and it is independently and communally with the ability and willingness to explore, as well as to implement appropriate alternatives in order to improve or change. And it emphasizes more on the complex understanding as agreed by Croft 2010. The field of continuous professional development education is an independent research area with its own theoretical and model. So this brings to the aim or objective of my research, which is to understand how continuous professional development can contribute among new IB teachers and how it impacts their teaching practices, as well as to know how it supports their career development. My research questions that was addressed in the study were, what is the impact of professional development on new IB teachers? How could professional development promote and change the teaching practices of a new IB teacher? As well as how do new IB teachers recognize professional development to support career development? As for my research methodology, this is purely a qualitative study where 10 respondents who are newly recruited IB teachers were used as the focus group of intervention. They were asked to respond based on the professional development workshops, seminars, as well as trainings that they have attended. 12 interview questions were targeted to the respondents, and it was focusing the following themes. And I've used the NVivo software to analyze my research. So the themes were impact of continuous professional development on teachers, which means how is the professional development impacting teaching and learning practices, as well as how is it giving a deeper insight to teachers when it comes to subject pedagogical strategies, as well as how students think and learn from a content that is being taught. Theme number 2 is assessment of teacher practice, reflecting how a teacher would be delivering their teaching and learning practice, and as important as mentoring new teachers as they are still taking baby steps towards the learning and change. The next theme is factors that influence teachers' perception of continuous professional development. This is among new teachers where Serene 2017 has pointed out that there are ever-growing factors that could be drawn from to support teaching and learning. So these are my discussions and findings, and it is based on research question. So for the research question 1, the impacts are the consciousness of own teaching and learning practices, where considering their teaching needs to be assessed. Teachers responded, this illustration that you can see, it's a response where through the semi-structured interview, where it requires them to persistently examine their own practice. It also heightens the confidence level since these teachers are new to IB altogether. So it gives them more confidence in their teaching, which actually results in positive impact towards their teaching practices. Next is concentrating on teachers' requirement, whereby this study also found that teachers in school are more concerned about some of their previous experience of quality professional development. Next is lack of consistency. Teaching practices are difficult to maintain due to lack of consistency in professional development, where teachers, the professional learning experience allow teachers to support in their teaching practices because they encourage ongoing communication between teachers. Next is how could the professional development promote change in the teaching practices? Teachers stay informed about the changes that happens in the pedagogical itself, and support and feedback. They receive support and feedback. However, the respondents have said that not enough support was received from their end in order to enhance their teaching skills. And practical time frame whereby the time is not sufficient for them to comprehend new knowledge that was given during the professional development program. And the last question is, how do a new IB teacher recognize professional development to support their career? They have said that it's a steady career growth where a few levels was done, a few levels of professional development programs have been done, which include general induction and PYP specific induction. Apart from that, face-to-face and online sessions were also conducted for them to promote a growth mindset. So I would like to conclude my study here, where this study recognizes that teachers feel that they need continually improve their skills to facilitate more effective learning for their students. Many short-term professional development programs are considered to influence teachers' expectation of changes in teaching practice. However, teachers felt that professional developments are more effective when teachers are given time to reinforce and apply new knowledge in the classroom by increasing teachers' confidence in their practice. Teachers also emphasize that professional development of teachers must meet their specific needs to make the experience more dynamic and not a burden. Also, looking at the responses of the teachers, it is plausible to note that professional development will be more effective if they meet the specific needs of the teachers rather than being a generic one. Thank you so much for listening.
Are there any questions?
Yes, thank you, ma'am. But I would like to ask one question.
I'm sorry.
Already there are many continuous professional development programs for teachers, like seminar. Am I audible? Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am, you're audible.
Yeah. One question, ma'am. Already there are continuous professional development programs for the teachers, like seminars, conferences, workshops, and many more. But what would you like to have to improve the quality of education or professional development for education, ma'am? for teachers?
Okay, for teachers, I think, yes, there are a lot of seminars as well as trainings that is being provided. However, I think seminars that is not a generic one, but a specific one. For instance, maybe differentiation styles of teaching, as well as how a special needs children can get a different kind of approach, strategic approach towards inquiry. So this kind of professional development would be useful for teachers of current days, I think.
Thank you.
Okay, so yes, so the next paper is also by Ms.
Thank you so
Shantini Ramarao and Ms. Shalini Vadivalakan. Would you like to go ahead with your paper, please?
Yes, sure. All right. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. It's an honor to have the opportunity to address such a distinguished audience. Let me start by saying just a few words about my own background. I'm a Master in Education with an IB recognition, holder and currently employed in an international school in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. I'm working as an international English teacher for elementary level. In this talk, I would like to concentrate on visual learning. By the end of this talk, hopefully you will be familiar with the prevalence of visual learning amongst elementary students. So let me introduce the topic of my research to you, which is identifying the effectiveness of instructional strategies in using visual learning components among IB/PYP learners. So here is my presentation outline. So I will briefly introduce the research in which I've conducted, as well as going through the literature review, research aim, research questions, research methodology, research design, discussion and findings, conclusion, and also references. So teaching and learning are both important elements in the field of education. Teacher uses different substantial approaches to teach students with hope to promote active learning. Students who are actively engaged show willingness to learn and put forward their effort towards a specific task. But on the flip side, there are students who do not display the aforementioned characteristics. As such, educational experience is not enjoyable or worthwhile. This is an issue faced amongst students internationally. So moving on to the literature review. In order to enable students to be actively involved in the learning process, it's crucial to study the relationship of students' learning style as well as teachers' learning style. So learning style has been termed in many ways in literature, for example, cognitive style, sensory preference, etc. Through the variations observed amongst students in classroom, it is impossible to change students' learning styles in accordance to how the teacher prefers. Instead, teachers should find ways to modify their specific teaching style that to be more consistent with their students' learning style. So these are my main objectives of this research study. The first one is to identify students' preferred learning style within the three main types, visual, auditory, or kinesthetic, to find out the types of instructional strategies most appropriate for the IB/PYP students using visual learning components in the school's curriculum, to explore the effect of visual learning on the academic competencies of IB/PYP students. So this follows, or this goes by to the next part of my research, which is the research questions. The first one is, what are students' preferred learning style? What are the types of instructional strategies appropriate for the IB/PYP students using visual learning components in the school's curriculum? And the third research question is, what is the effect of visual learning on IB/PYP students' academic competencies? So the importance of visual learning, basically they meet the needs of 21st century learners and to create opportunities for students to acquire 21st century skills essential in order to prepare students to excel in school, work, and also in their lives. The significance of this research is to provide emphasis that visuals are better means of learning. Since the research is done amongst students from PYP, visuals are an important element of how they interact with people around them. And according to Daniels 2018, unlike the generic use of instructional strategies using textbooks or whiteboards, the short saying, a picture is worth 1,000 words, An image leaves a profound impact on the brain of a student. So the next is my research methodology. A total of 51 respondents within the age group of 10 to 12, consisting of both boys and girls of grade 6 from the IBPYP, which was conducted in Fairview International School, Kuala Lumpur, participated in a survey conducted in using the VAK Learning Styles Self-Assessment Questionnaire. So VAK stands for Visual, Auditory, Kinesthetic Learning Styles Self-Assessment Questionnaire. The respondents were selected from 4 different classes from grade 6, and it was undertaken to identify the respondents' preferred learning style, which relates to the first objective of the research study. So since visual learning is seen to enhance students' learning experience, instructional strategies incorporating visual learning components was done, focusing on the 3 core subjects. So this is where visual learning components were incorporated to teach these 3 core subjects: mathematics using pie chart, science using Realia, for example, 3D human figure, and English incorporating mind map. After the lessons were carried out, cluster sampling was done by randomly selecting 15 respondents for the qualitative analysis. The research was a mixed method of both quantitative and qualitative. As for the quantitative analysis, 51 respondents were given an online survey to self-assess their preferred learning style post the So QuakeCOS, which is a computer-assisted qualitative data analysis software, was used to do the content. My research design, discussion and findings. So my discussion and findings based on this research study is that based on the research findings, the respondents mostly fall under the category of visual learners when the online survey was analyzed for both quantitative and qualitative analysis. Although the final results cannot be generalized, visual learning components in the teaching practice. So visual learning stimulates thinking and automatically improvises the learning environment of a classroom. So effective use of visual learning components in classroom hinders from creating a monotonous learning environment for students. So this was particularly evident when respondents mentioned about how the activities conducted was different from their previous learning experience, and that they would want to be able to do more activities that integrates visual learning components. Although visual learning has been the primary focus of this research study, written words and reading text are still essential for students to have access to and not relying solely on visuals. So here comes to my conclusion. The way educators chooses, delivers, or adapts classroom activity boils down to their teaching methods and styles, such as using direct method, communicative approach, etc. But in the IBPYP context, parent involvement is highly valued. Thus, interactions between 2 parties create a positive relationship between home and school. So teachers need to enhance students' visual learning competency throughout their schooling experiences. Vocabulary, spelling, arts, maths, science, and technology are commonly taught using both visual and verbal content. Thus, with visual learning, thinking process is simulated and the elimination of communication gap between teachers and students takes place. So here are my references, and thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. That was very effective. But I would like to ask one question. Your research is only for, I see, only for the schools which has got good technology. They can apply this, right? What about the less, the schools which are in the most backward areas or in the rural areas? How would you apply this technology over there?
Okay, thank you very much for the question, Ms. Nafisa. So for students coming from this socioeconomic background, there's always different means that we can use when it comes to visual, because visual can be anything. It could be even RealIS. So using the resources and using the means that they have within their means, they can still incorporate visual learning, because visual learning is not just for schools that caters technological opportunities for students. It could also be practiced in rural areas as well, where experiential learning, when we bring students outside of their classroom, where we show them different visuals and also the surroundings, that could also be part of visual learning as well. So this is not only catered for schools where they only cater or they provide technological opportunities where they are exposed to different technologies, but could also be helpful for students who come from this particular socio-economic background that you've mentioned. Yeah.
The teachers should be trained how to have this type of teaching in the schools, in case even if they don't have a good technology also, because every school in the rural areas doesn't have high technology, right? So this could be very good. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, we will be moving on to the next presenter. Can we have Salami Jnanamurtham, a study on achievement motivation in relation to emotional intelligence and learning style among class 12 commerce students concerning Tiruvallur district, class 11.
Yes, ma'am. Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon. Please go ahead.
My screen is visible, ma'am?
Yes, it is visible.
Good afternoon, everyone. My topic is, title of the article is A Study on Achievement Motivation.
Ma'am, your audio
Class
is
11 commerce students in Tiruvallur district.
Your audio is not clear, ma'am. It is going in and out.
1 second, ma'am. Now, ma'am?
Now it is, yes, it is now. It is clear.
Okay. My topic is a study on achievement motivation to emotional intelligence and learning style among class 11 commerce students in Tiruvallur district. My co-author is Dr. K. Geeta, Principal, Dr. MGR Educational and Research Institute, Secretary of Education, and guide also Dr. K. Geeta. My abstract is achievement motivation is a learned motive to compete and strive for success, coupled with a pattern of planning of actions and feeling connected with all efforts to achieve some internalized standard of excellence, involving a fundamental assumption that the desire to achieve something of excellence is inherent in all beings. Achievement motivation is associated with a variety of goals. Emotional intelligence and learning strategies are among the major requirements for success and academic achievement. This study explores the influence of emotional intelligence and learning style on school students' academic achievement by pursuing 11th standard with commerce as their important subject. My sample size is 750 students from schools of Tiruvallur district was selected for the study. The total number of usable questionnaires returned was 500, which gave a response rate of 66%. Several models explaining the effects of learning style and achievement have emerged throughout the past 3 decades. Learning is a highly complicated process that is influenced by several factors such as intelligence, motivation, suitable environment, family factors, social factors, quality of educational institutions, and teachers. Learning strategies refer to the cognitive solutions that form in the course of socialization and vary by age, gender, and culture. This variable is therefore a combination of cognitive and emotional traits and psychological factors. It also serves as a measure of learning and the perception, processing, and use of information in problem solving. Hence, the identification of different types of learning strategies is an educational necessity. In other words, by identifying the students' learning strategies, it is possible to help students select a more effective learning method and help educational designers and teachers facilitate learning by dint of appropriate teaching methods. In this regard, emotional intelligence is one of the important determinants of learning. The quality and quantity of learning of motivation give achievements. Achievement motivation gives appraisal of each and every students. Emotional intelligence. Emotional intelligence it has several different aspects. That is, these are self-awareness, self-regulation, motivation, empathy, social skills, etc., etc. Learning styles, also different kinds of learning styles, audible, sounds, then visible, touching, group learning, etc. I have taken 2 reviews of literature. Among one is Abisamra of our husband's school stated that the purpose of this study is to see whether there is a relationship between emotional intelligence and academic success. The results of the study reveal higher achievers in 11th grade have a high emotional intelligence, and there is a relationship between the achievement and the emotional intelligence. As per this study, emotional intelligence has several aspects. Emotional intelligence gives academic success, with several aspects: self-awareness, empathy, self-motivation, emotional stability, managing relationship, then integrity, self-development, value orientation, commitment, and altruistic behavior. The second review of literature is Finnegan argues that schools should help students learn the abilities underlying emotional intelligence. Possessing those abilities, or even some of them, can lead to achievement from the formal education years of the child and adolescent to the adult's competency in being effective in the workplace and in society. This objective to determine the level of emotional intelligence of students, to identify the learning style of students, to explore the relationship between emotional intelligence and academic achievement, to explore the relationship between learning styles and academic achievement. My description is, methodology is, in the study, the researchers chose to use the self-reported measurement as a data collection method as opposed to direct interview or telephonic interview. An adapted questionnaire was used. A thorough content analysis and pilots tests were performed to ensure the reliability and validity of the questionnaire. A sample of 750 students were chosen using random sampling. As this study utilized statistical inference, random sampling was crucial. Before the researchers randomly selected the sample, a list of students from 11th Standard Commerce Department in Tiruvallur district, and based on this list, 500 students were selected randomly using stratified random sampling technique. The average of the respondents is 17 years. Both descriptive analysis and inferential data studies were used. Descriptive analysis such as mean and standard deviation was used to perform data analysis on demographic variables. Inferential analysis for correlation and regression analysis were used to determine the relationship between the independent and independent variable. My conclusion is, in general, the findings and conclusion of this study substantiate the major findings reported by Stenberg, Vermont, Nelson and Lowe, Vela, and Scott Mayer. The emotional intelligence and learning style have a positive relationship with student academic achievement. Thus, the study has important implications for pedagogy in higher education in general. Higher education based on emotional intelligence and learning styles domain can create conducive learning environment that promotes effective teaching and learning. Consequently, it will have a positive impact on students' academic achievement. My appendix is this. Thank you, ma'am.
Session Chair, do you have any questions?
No, ma'am, I don't have any questions, but I'm happy that we can achieve through motivational learning and motivating the students to get into a good learning style and even teaching style. That is also, we can use the word mentoring the students. That's very good. Thank you, ma'am. You can go on to the next.
All right, we will call on the next presenter. Let me call on Vinolia Jabarani, a concept mapping, a reliable education tool. Can we have Vinolia Jabarani?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Is my screen visible, ma'am?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Myself, Vinolia Jabrani, research scholar, Dr. MGR Educational and Research Institute. My co-author and guide is Dr. P. Sendamil Pavai, ma'am. Okay, I'm going to present a paper about concept mapping. Concept mapping is an educational tool, as Vaishali ma'am said about how visual tools or visual learning improves the learning environment. Concept mapping is a visual learning concept. Is my slide moving?
Yes, it is.
Yes, okay. So what is concept map? It is a graphical representation of a concept, and it is from general to specific, that is whole to part. This map also gives the relationship between the concepts using linking words. So what are the benefits of concept mapping? We can it visualize the ideas and concepts in a structured way. It is comprehensive of a complex concept or idea. An easy way for learners to make notes of what they learn. Enables distinguishing the main points from the secondary points, breaks down complex information into smaller manageable parts as topics and subtopics, enables the learner to present their perspective on a particular study topic. So concept mapping can be used to teach as well as to assess the learner. So this is the example of a concept map. You can see concept map is the general. From there, it breaks down to specific topic like meaningful learning, rote learning. We can show similar branches with similar colors. Next, objectives. So first I'll talk about my sample. My sample size is sample size was 100. It's an experimental study. So based on the pre-test, I have divided the groups into control group and experimental group. I've taken 50-50 students. And then after treating the experimental group to concept maps modules, I have conducted the post-test. So the object of my study, to investigate the effect of the concept mapping technique using achievement test among the BA teacher trainees, to find out opinion of the teacher trainees whether concept mapping is a reliable tool in the process of teaching as well as learning, to explore whether teacher trainees in the experimental group differ in the effectiveness of concept mapping based on gender. So my hypothesis, there are two hypotheses. First one is there is no significant difference in the scores obtained in post-achievement test between the experimental group and the control group. Second, there is no significant difference in the scores obtained in post-achievement test in the experimental group based on gender. So these are the results. I'm going to discuss about the results. So the first table, you can see the pre-test, post-test mean. From the mean, you can see experimental group, the pre-test, post-test, you can see the difference. Similarly, control group, there is a difference, but very little. Next table gives about the post-test effectiveness between the experimental group and the control group. If you see the p-value, you can see it's 0.0032. Which is highly significant, 1% significant. So the null hypothesis, that is there is no significant difference, is not going to work out. We'll go to the alternative hypothesis that it has an effect. Concept mapping technique has an effect on the learners. Next is for the second hypothesis. You can see based on gender, male and female. So if you see the difference in the mean, you can see slightly female is higher. Plot of mean, you can see female is higher than the male. So as expected, there is a difference between male and female using concept mapping. So this map, I have used a survey method. I constructed a questionnaire for concept mapping with 15 items. From that, I have got this graph. I did this to know what teacher trainees think about the concept mapping as a tool to teach, to learn, as well as to assess. So it shows that many have agreed that concept mapping is a very reliable tool. So my conclusion, concept mapping improves the learner's cognitive ability, which includes information processing, storing information, recall, retention. The experimental group has outperformed the control group in the post-test. So this demonstrates that concept mapping has a positive impact on the cognitive domain of the learner. And the second one is female teacher trainees were more influenced by concept mapping than male teacher trainees. The education implication. So since it is very effective, it is very important to create the habit of using concept maps between the teacher trainees. They should use it for teaching as well as to learn, as well as to assess the learners. So the method for creating concept map should be taught to teacher trainees who will have the opportunity to influence and inspire young minds during the training period. Concept mapping can help teacher candidates, both as a learner and as a teacher. Thank you.
Does the session chair have any questions?
No, thank you, ma'am.
I have got a question, ma'am.
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Ma'am, can you say you had 7 male and the rest were female, I think.
Sir, I can't get you, sir.
There were 7 male and the rest
Yes,
were female, right?
Yes, yes.
Okay. So don't you think such, the size of the male against female would have an impact on your analysis?
Yes, sir. That's why I've used percentage.
Okay.
Because in many educational institutions, if you see that always the female teacher trainees are more.
Yeah,
So,
but the thing is, at the same time, their percentage is fine. But the thing is, the percentage attitude, for example, or the girls against the boys vary. So, did you bring in the attitude concepts here? Is my question.
No, sir. I haven't.
Okay. Okay, Martin.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
Okay, moving on to the next presenter. Can we have Barina M. Leo conducting lecture sessions as partly tutorial sessions using online tools for better engagement of students in learning and to attain better learning outcomes? Can we have Barina M. Leo?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, please go ahead, ma'am.
Very good afternoon to one and all present here. My topic is conducting lecture sessions as partly tutorial sessions using online tools for better engagement of students in learning and to attain better outcomes. Myself, Barina M. Leo. I am a research scholar in education department. My co-author name is Dr. K. Geeta ma'am. The abstract of the paper is, the paper deals with the variety of possibilities to make lecture session duration as partly tutorial sessions in order to engage the students to learn through activities that they made to take part in. Tutorial part of every lecture session would involve the students better in learning process as it opens up different possibilities for students to choose from and engage better in learning and attaining outcomes, which turn out quantitatively and qualitatively better. Introduction. Education is learning to know what one needs to know. It matters. It matters as to what we should know, what to know, and what all to know. Why should we know? The purpose and any knowledge that has other side of it, which is action. That is, skill is organized by action, repeatedly deliverable with a precision and purpose. Lecture sessions are knowledge delivery sessions. That is, they are talk and talk sessions. Lecturer is focused on what is being taught, and the student is in his or her own thoughts. It is therefore the first duty of the teacher is to break the ice to make students connect. Methodology. The paper is the reflection of study of existing and currently practiced pedagogical methods to discuss corroborating and methodology. The paper is reflection of study of existing and currently practiced pedagogical methods to discuss corroborating the resultant effect of the teaching pedagogy through tutorial mode, making it part of the lecture sessions. Result and discussions. To be able to do act of breaking the ice, the teacher should have at least one positive aspect of recognition or interest about which they could speak, relevant to each and every student without an exception. The teacher should have a profile description of every student in the class. Profile description of every student by the teacher showcases in the interest that the teacher has to enhance the student's knowledge and skill ability of every student, which they also accept in their primary duty as their primary duty. The first one is students are often preoccupied and distracted. In every class, we see the students are not interested to learn at all the time. So the first duty of the teacher is to make the students engaged in learning. The second one is the reasons for lack of interest or inattention or distraction mainly are learning is not seen as fun. It is considered as difficult, dull, and time consuming. And the second one is there is no purpose to learn or understand to learn. So the duty of the teacher is to make the student interested in learning, or make them to understand the purpose of learning, and learning must be with the fun. And the third one is awakening of the ego. Awakening of the ego is the important primary one in making interest in the students in learning, because the self-acceptance, self-satisfaction, self-confidence, and self-pride are the factors which trigger the interest to first step and what they are asked to do. It is so awakening the ego will make the students to learn better. Then directing the desire. Most of the students don't have a desire to do anything. So we have that as a teacher, we have to direct the student to desire something. So desiring to learn is the fifth one. So the students desire for enlarging their knowledge and skills has to be given direction. Their attention has to open the knowledge and skill learning. So desire of the student has to be directed towards learning through learning-based engagements. And next one is desiring to take challenge. Ego of everyone looks for feeding of it. Ego enlarges when people appreciate, and it takes the beating when people are critical about it. Before others make observations, our own self make a judgment. The one who is below recognition level would like to first look for an attention and acceptance from outside or others, and that is accomplished adequately. So desiring, the students must have a desire to take challenge. Then learning objectives. Only by enhancing vocabulary, knowledge has been improved. Since a sentence which contains words conveys wholesome meaning of the complete set of words together, and more such words are make more sentences, and more such sentences can explain concepts, corollaries, and connotations. So it is a pathway of knowledge acquisition, not knowing something, what and what all is knowledge. In this kind of tutorial, the teachers need to prepare such worksheet for each concept and concept related explanation. Teachers would need to spend more preparation time rather than classroom lecture session time. Whatever and whenever possible to enjoy rich dividends from what they do as teaching pedagogy. It is straightforward fact. Any teaching session will be considered waste of time if there is no learning happening. By preparing and making the students to answer the worksheet such as illustrated above, the teacher can make the knowledge reach the students and stay with them for assimilation, analysis, and application later. So a student is just learning, it will be a learning process as given below. Attention. Attention means drawing attention. Attention is calling or drawing action or attention. The next one is acquaintance. That is knowing it by pursuing. Then acquire, learn or process. Understand, knowing better, relating and attaining definitive knowledge. Further, in order to cater the needs of different types of learners, tutorial activities can be decided using modes of learning the students are comfortable with also. There are 4 types of learners: visual learners, auditory learners, kinesthetic learners, and reading or writing learners. The visual learners will be comfortable with observing the things, pictures, diagrams, and directions like that. And the auditory learners will learn by listen to the audio, they are interested in audio session. So that is, they will listen to the audio content. If they listen to the audio content 1 or more times, they are able to understand the concept. And kinesthetic learners, they learn with working with hands, with touch and feel kind of experience. Reading and writing learners, detailed discussions in the paper are done for learners of this kind, and worksheets with the objectives that why, what, when, how, and like the questions. They are able to answer. The conclusion, the discussions brought in which clarity to structure activity sheets for use in the tutorial part of the lecture session more than throw light on how the tutorial sessions do a magic of learning possibilities. The initial attention grabbing, interest creating, engaging enthusiasm to stay glued to learning process could be seen vividly through the tutorial sessions, the important part of which are the worksheets that do wonders. Learning graph does a climb up that it is unbelievable and far from what would be realized in just delivering the lecture sessions. Tutorial sessions voluntarily pull students into the learning environment, making them to take challenges and stay glued to progress with the learning, which thereafter becomes an interesting engagement for the students benefiting through assured learning outcomes. Thank you.
Are there any questions from the session chair?
Yes, ma'am. Yes. Ma'am, you have used Barina and you have used using online tools. Can you suggest some online tools?
Both online and offline.
Yeah, can you please suggest some online tools which you have already used and you can use it for the students?
Kinetic tools means they will they will show how to do the things with practically like that.
Ma'am, already we are having technology integrated in teaching. So what are the other tools we are conducting lecture sessions as partly tutorial sessions using online tools? So I just wanted to know what type of tools you have used and what can you use for the learning.
So much of online tools are available nowadays, ma'am. So,
like, ma'am, one example, can you give me?
Sorry.
Okay, ma'am. Because you have used this as your title, so I thought let me ask you how I can use these tools for the students. Okay, thank you, ma'am.
Okay.
You can move on to the next.
Okay, moving on to the next presenter. So can we have Sheila, resilience impact on mental health and learning competencies of higher secondary studies during and after COVID-19 in Chennai and Tiruvallur districts?
Yeah, good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon, Ms. Sheila. Please go ahead.
I'm sharing my screen. Can you see my screen, ma'am?
Yes, we can see your screen.
Good afternoon, one are not present here. So my topic is resilience impact on mental health and learning competencies of higher secondary students during and after COVID-19 in Chennai and Tiruvallur districts. So my guide, ma'am, is Dr. K. Geeta, Principal, Dr. MGR Education Research Institute, and myself, Sheila, Research Scholar. So my abstract is COVID-19 pandemic and lockdown has brought about a sense of fear and anxiety around the globe. Students have been impacted by the COVID-19 pandemic, threats to their own and their families' health, the closure of schools, and pivoting to online learning in March 2020. Resilience, which is directly related to the well-being, is about having the ability to cope up with and adapt to new situations. So, building our resilience can buffer us from developing a mental illness such as depression, anxiety. It does so by helping offset certain risk factors that increase the likelihood of experiencing mental illness. My objective of the study would be to find out the mental health and learning competencies of higher secondary students and their achievement in physical science after COVID-19 based on the following variable, gender, private schools versus government schools, medium of study, rural versus urban, parental education, economic status of the family. The need for the study is, parents say the pandemic, grief, uncertainty, and social media are some of the main threats to their children's mental health. The problems of mental disorders have been increasing tremendously for the last 2 decades all over the world. We have witnessed a rapid growth in mental disorders of all types during this period, particularly for school students. The world statistics reveal that about 500 million people are believed to suffer from neurosis, stress-related and somatoform. It's a psychological problems which present themselves as physical complaints. So the need for the study is my study would be the progress in the achievement of students' achievement in their studies after COVID-19 and the learning competency of higher secondary students. So the learning competencies after pandemic, the present study engaged with 500 higher secondary school students of Chennai and Tiruvallur districts. It is necessary that all schools need to provide remedial education. Why? Because the students were lagging the education during the pandemic time due to the threat, due to the increase in disease. So due to emotional, mental stress. So due to all these reasons, to cope up with the education, with their learning. So the schools need to incorporate social and emotional learning into their teaching. And it is necessary that all teachers are prepared and supported to address learning losses among their students and to incorporate digital technology into their teaching. Of course, they impart, but into and make it advance to improve their learning. Students need training, coaching, and other means of support to get this done. What is this learning competencies? Deep learning competency, collaboration, working in teams, social networking, helping others to learn, global citizenship, sensitivity towards human and environmental sustainability, respecting other cultures, character, to be honest, responsible, perseverance, and hard work, communication, effective oral and written communication through digital tools, and creativity, entrepreneurship, developing new ideas, real world problem, existing problem, using knowledge beyond the classroom to solve the problem. So critical thinking, using digital tools to think creatively and find solution to the problem. The use of ICT for learning, using technology to enable deep learning goals in order to discover and create new knowledge. My method of study and tools would be the descriptive survey analysis. And 500 students I have taken as a sample. The descriptive survey research that blends quantitative and qualitative data to provide with relevant and accurate information. So based on the measure of central tendency, dispersion, and position. So the tools used for the investigation would be mental health questionnaire with achievement test, hardiness test based on stressful act, a personal data schedule. So a hardiness test would be understanding the reaction based on the 3 components: commitment, control, and challenge. And I would like to conclude, the students will need sustained support to help them readjust and catch up after the pandemic. The higher the level of emotional resilience, the more quickly an individual can use learning and management skill and demonstrate stronger adaptability. We must help schools prepare to provide that support and meet the enormous challenges of the months ahead. In-depth analysis of the impact of emotional resilience on learning management skills revealed that 2 dimensions of emotional resilience had an impact on the learning management skills of higher secondary school students. That is, the ability to recover from negative emotions was very significantly associated with learning management skills and positive emotional ability was related to learning management skills. Now it's the time to act, and the future of an entire generation is at stake. Thank you so much.
Are there any questions to ask?
No, ma'am.
Okay, moving on, I would like to call upon the next presenter, Gajapriya B. Perception of UG students in furthering their studies based on theory of planned behavior.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am, go ahead.
Yeah. Is my screen visible, ma'am?
Yes, it is visible.
Okay, good afternoon, one and all. My topic here is perception of UG students in furthering their education based on theory of planned behavior. I am Mrs. Gajapriya, Assistant Professor, Silicon City College, Bangalore, and my co-author is Dr. Ravichandran, Director Research, Silicon City College. This is my abstract. So due to continual development in the employment market for people with abilities in Tally, data analytics, IoT, artificial intelligence, machine learning, and big data, students who are graduating are enticed to pursue short-term courses and certifications than opting for higher education, that is going for PG level. So as a result, students' enthusiasm for continuing their education appears to be waning. As such, there is a serious need for higher education institutions to look upon these behavioral changes among the undergraduate students and capture their intention for moving forward into furthering their education. This is because if the research findings show an alarming increase of students not interested in furthering their studies, then it would affect the institutional infrastructure. Therefore, an attempt has been made in this study using the theory of planned behavioral model to capture the students' perception in furthering their studies. So these are the few keywords I have used here, and these are the variables of my study. And this is the research model I have adopted for this study, that is theory of planned behavior. Based on this theory, the factors like attitude, subjective norms, perceived behavioral control, and intention affects the decision-making behavior of the UG students on furthering their studies. So these are the objectives: to find out whether the UG students have intention to go for higher studies, and attitude of the students affects their intention to go for higher studies. Subjective norms and perceived behavioral control affects their intention to go for higher studies. And this is the detailed research methodology. I have used quantitative study, and primary data were collected from 111 respondents pursuing undergraduation in a higher education institution at Bangalore through convenience sampling method. And tools for data collection, I have used Google Questionnaire, and graphs framed through Google Questionnaire are used for data analysis. These are the results of my study. From this graph, it is clear that 53.2% of the respondents have intention to get a master's degree. And this clearly depicts the attitude of the students towards higher education. That is 79% of the respondents have responded that they know having higher qualification will give them better position in life. And this is the subjective norm concern of the parents of the student respondents, that 60.4% think that their wards should go for higher studies. And this tells about the perceived behavioral control, that 67.6% of the respondents are aware that higher education gives better career opportunities. And these are the implication and significance of the results. From the review of literature of this study, it is clear that one must consider behavioral intentions, which are shaped by attitude toward the behavior, subjective norms, and perceived behavioral control. And the intention of UG students to do higher education is to have a better earning and to be in better positions over a period of time. The students also consider the will and wish of their parents when they make decisions regarding higher education. The students also feel comfortable to have their friends to continue studies with them. The decision of whether to further their studies or not is left with them, and they feel to give their best if they decide to further their studies. And I would like to conclude that in this research, an attempt has been made to capture the perception of undergraduate students in a higher education institution. The theoretical framework underpinning this research is theory of planned behavior, which states that attitude, subjective norms, perceived behavioral control, and intention affects the behavior of an individual in his or her decision-making process. The result emerging from the study seems to provide an insight for researcher and practitioners to understand the intention of the students when they opt for furthering their education. However, a detailed study may be required to confirm this study in a larger sample size. These are the few references. Thank you.
Are there any questions from the session chat?
Yes, ma'am. Dr. Priya, I would like to ask you one question. You have done a lot of research on this perception of PG students in furthering the studies. So I ask you one question. What counseling has been done so that the students go for higher education? Any counseling sessions have been done for them to continue for further education, sir?
No, ma'am. As of now, we have not done it.
Yeah. So this is what we got after researching the student survey that they don't want to go for higher educations, and certain percent of students only want to.
Yeah, more than 50%, not 60%.
Okay, I think yes. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
I can move on to the next presenter, please.
Are there any other? All right, moving on. I'd like to invite the next presenter, Ravichandran Purushottaman, Quality and Marketability of Indian Colleges with Respect to National Educational Policy 2022, a journey from college to autonomous university. So could we have Mr. Ravichandran Purushottaman?
Is my PowerPoint visible there?
Yes, sir, it is visible.
So good afternoon. This is Dr. Ravichandran, Silicon City College, Bangalore, here today to present my paper on quality and marketability of Indian colleges with respect to national education policy, a journey from college to autonomous university. I'm sure this particular presentation would be an eye-opener for all those research scholars out there, and also all participants who are into the educational industry to move forward with the national education policy. And that's the reason why I have gone through this particular presentation today. So this is my outline for today. So as you can see here, national education policy has been initiated by Government of India to bring in transformational reforms both at school and at higher educational level. This initiation has brought many expectations and challenges from various stakeholders who are involved in meeting them with the guidance set by national education policy. So you can see that there is a tremendous expectation both from the academic side and also from the institutional side on this national education policy. Particularly, there seems to be a lot of anticipation from the higher educational institution to move forward with the policy guidelines and become self-independent autonomous college or university. The new Indian education policy, NEP 2020, allows colleges in India to become independent, autonomous, and create and deliver their own curriculum to satisfy industrial demands in any course of their choice. You can see that today there's a growing need for database management side and also cloud computing, data analysis, cyber security, artificial intelligence, and whatnot. So there is a tremendous growth basically because of the technology advancements, and thus there should be an advancement in the policy as well. That's the reason why NEP has gone to this level for promoting such ideas. This attempt of this study is to explore the quality and marketability of Indian colleges to meet the requirements set by NEP 2020. So this is my intention of presenting this particular paper today, because it is so much needed for the current scenario for every higher education institution to know about the progress and the anticipation which is required based on the NEP. As you can see here, Deputy Governor of Reserve Bank of India, Chakrabarti, mentions that higher education plays an important role in imparting knowledge, skills, and in the process of increasing the growth of the nation. And this has to be seen in the context of the following facts and figures, which clearly mentions that the growth of Indian education industry at US $144 billion before 2020, and to a stunning US $97.8 billion in 2060 is a particular figure which has to be seen in the context of India's growth. At the same time, India is seen moving to the second largest nation in e-learning market after the US. This market is currently nailed at US $2 billion and expected to move towards reaching US $5.7 billion by 2020. With a steady increase in educational growth, there seems to be a need for a balanced educational policy and strategies in order to meet the challenges ahead. Therefore, there seems to be a serious need for policymakers and various other stakeholders who are involved in building the national education system to meet the demands of the future. As I said earlier, there's a tremendous growth in education as far as India is concerned, and this has to be balanced with a proper infrastructure and policies. Today, the National Assessment and Accreditation Council, which is often mentioned as NAC, and established in the year 1994, is seen as the single most important agency for accrediting the colleges and universities in India. You may also know that University Grant Commission forms an umbrella for all higher education institutions in UGC and acts as a statutory body under the Department of Higher Education in India. So as you can see here, national education policy has been introduced to all higher education institutions across India in order to overcome these challenges in Indian education system and to provide holistic educational system across the country. As a result, NEP appears to take a step forward by giving an all outlet for all colleges, autonomous colleges, deemed universities, and universities to flourish and thrive in a sustainable manner by offering quality education. Further, the NEP in section 10.4 clearly says that every college would develop into either autonomous degree granting college or a constitute college of a university. So it is the intention of NEP 2020 which clearly says that they are looking forward for all the colleges to go for autonomous status at some point of time. And this is also seen in their policy and in section 10.7 and 10.8 that degree granting colleges could evolve into research intensive and teaching intensive universities if they so aspire. So you can see that there is a clear intention by NEP 2020 that they wanted to take the colleges to the next level as far as the policy is concerned towards moving to the year 2030. So this is the aim of my study, wherein I can see that it is to identify and foresee the path of the college in India to become independent autonomous university as per the policy 2020 NEP with respect to their quality and marketability. Based on the above aim, following on the objectives of my study, you can see there are 3 objectives. And this is what I'm going to explain later in my presentation. This is methodology. This research is descriptive, qualitative approach in a social explorative research. So according to Stebbins, he says that social science exploration is a broad range of purposive, systematic, pre-arranged understanding designed to maximize the discovery of generalization. So the important factor here is the generalization leading to description and understanding. So all the sections from 1 to to 27.3 of the NEP document, which were relevant for higher education, has been taken for consideration in this study. So though you know that NEP focuses on school as well as for higher education, my focus in this paper is purely on the higher education from section 1 to section 27.3. Discussion and findings. Please be aware that I am projecting an important document which is going to turn up the future of the educational industries in India. So please be careful about these discussion and findings, whatever I'm sharing here. The first step in the process of becoming a teacher, the minimum qualification would be B.Ed degree, which teaches range of content knowledge and pedagogy, and that includes strong practicum training. So this is what is emphasized in page number 24 of NEP document 2020. As such, it becomes imperative for educational institutions to explore and design a curriculum for B.Ed that provides multidisciplinary bachelor degrees. Why I'm saying so? You can see here, this is because the NEP section 5.22 clearly indicates recognizing that the teachers will require training in high quality content as well as pedagogy. Teacher education will gradually be moved to 2030 into a multidisciplinary college and universities. Be it an engineering college, be it an arts college, be it a language teaching college, whatever may be. As far as NEP, it looks as a multidisciplinary college, as colleges and universities all are supposed to move towards becoming multidisciplinary. They will also aim to house, watch out this word, they will also aim to house outstanding education departments that offer B.Ed, M.Ed, PhD degrees in education. So you will see this is quoted in page number 24 of NEP document, where they say that it is expecting all the higher education to house outstanding education departments that offer B.Ed, M.Ed, and PhD degrees in education. Moving forward, these two important points, NEP Code of Good Practices clearly shows the direction of HEI to house B.Ed courses with the existing offered list of courses as part of a multidisciplinary approach, and as NEP initiative to move towards making all colleges and universities by 2030 into a multidisciplinary college and universities. So we are in 2022 now, almost 2023 is gone. So in another 7 to 8 years, the educational transformation in Indian context is going to be large. Further, part 2 of NEP document highlights the policy vision, which includes key changes to the current system as stated below. The main thrust of this policy regarding higher education is to end the fragmentation of higher education by transforming higher education institution into a larger multidisciplinary university college and HE cluster knowledge hubs, each of which will aim to have 3,000 or more students. So the larger perspective is seen from NEP's policy. Discussion and findings moving forward. Thus, the vision of NEP as stated in the policy page number 35 under section 10.3 clearly defines what constitutes a higher education. So you can see what the NEP defines, what exactly is higher education in India, a university or a college. This is also captured in the policy section 10.3 as follows. Look at this definition, participants. The definition of a university will thus allow a spectrum of institutions that range from those that place equal emphasis on teaching and research. Research-intensive universities, those that place great emphasis on teaching but still conduct significant research. Teaching-intensive universities, meanwhile, an autonomous degree granting college, AC, will refer to a larger multidisciplinary institution of higher learning that generates undergraduate degrees and is primarily focused on undergraduate teaching through it, will not be restricted to that, and it would gradually be smaller than typical university. So if you can see the definition as per NEP, it says very clearly where the teaching and the research heading to in the NEP document. So this is also highlighted here. Institutions that are not ready to take up these challenges and move forward as research intensive or teaching intensive institutions are most likely to fail before the NEP 2020 policy comes into an intensive stage in the year 2030. This is my voice, my dear friends out there. Please remember, if we don't change, policy is not going to let us, because it is so clear that institutions that are not ready to take up these challenges and move forward as research intensive or teaching intensive. That's the reason why I highlighted 2 points in the code of good practice. One, B.Ed teacher training should be part and parcel of every colleges that wanted to move forward with the NEP. And number 2, significant research has to be included into the activities. So that is what the NEP 2020 policy clearly outlines, and it is also projecting what is going to happen if you are not going to look forward with these changes now, and what will be the impact by 2030. So this is the conceptual framework of the study. My dear friends, most often they think that descriptive research is just like an article, but this is not so. Descriptive or whatever research is, at the end of the day, what is the body of the knowledge you are taking is very, very important. So by this particular study, I have captured this conceptual framework for the entire nation to move forward from the college to the autonomous university as to how they proceed with continuum path. You can see the blue color continuum path, the green color, what is expected of a normal college to move towards 2030 based on NEP policy. That's the green color, the path. What HEI needs to think to move forward towards autonomous university. So you can see what is the continuum path, what is expected of NEP, what changes the HEI needs to think ahead of 2030. It has been conceptualized here in my framework, and this is what I have put it here. So this is my convergence in my entire paper today. So this is my conclusion, my dear friends. This study encapsulates the quality and marketability of Indian colleges in relation to National Education Policy 2020, in which it tries to deduce the policy sections. Watch out, I have broken the sections from 1 to 27.3 in the higher education policy, and that is what I have layered as a content analysis, in which it tries to deduce the policy sections in a systematic order by showing the intended direction that you are trying to head, that can produce an optimal result in higher education system as it travels to college and eventually attains the autonomous status. The report lays out a clear path for a college to follow the NEP requirements. First, to become an independent degree granting institution, a college, and later to become an autonomous university. That's what is the path I have shown in this conceptual framework. The report also emphasizes the need of higher education for house B.Ed program. Remember, house B.Ed program as part of multidisciplinary approach towards teacher education. Teacher education and significant research forms the entire national education policy for higher education institution. This study conceptual framework is an attempt to serve as a wake-up call and prepare the way for colleges to achieve autonomous university status. So my entire intention of this particular paper is to see as to how the colleges can move forward and look forward to the NEP policies and sections with their vision towards making it possible by 2030. So these are my reference, and that becomes my end of my presentation. Thank you, participants.
Are there any questions?
Thank you, Dr. Ravi, for highlighting the NEP objectives and policies. We can move on to the next presenter.
So can we move on to the next presenter?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. So next, I'm going to be inviting Bandaru Pavani, a quantitative study on the factors influencing parents to choose international education schooling in Hyderabad.
Is my screen visible?
Yes, it is visible. Please go ahead.
Good evening to the respected chairperson and all the paper presenters. It's my privilege to present the paper. Myself, Pavni Bandaru. I'm a research scholar in Department of Anthropology, University of Hyderabad, and my co-author is Subhash Chandwala. My paper title is a quantitative study on factors influencing parents to choose international education and schooling in Hyderabad. This is my biography and abstract. I'll go through this abstract in my objective. Here goes my presentation in this form: introduction, objective of the study, methodology, and why and how parents choose international schools, and conclusion. When it comes to the introduction, all parents naturally aspire the best for their children, in terms of fulfilling their needs. The basic need that parents want to equip the children is best education. Parents consider that education is the basic need that children should be equipped with, and that investment in education in children's schooling has long-term returns. It has been prioritized because of better earnings in the future. The aspirations of the parents to provide best education to their children, inadequate number of schools, and the government interest to increase literacy rate led many private players entry into the schooling and education field. It has both positive and negative impact on the education and schooling system, such as the positive impact has increasing literacy rate, quality education being accessible to majority of the people. The role of and the negative impact is education made an unequal battlefield for many of the people. With the increase of private players and also the introduction of liberalization, privatization, and globalization model in India during 1991, where education and schooling system expanded in a rapid manner. It blurred the boundaries of education, and it blurred the boundaries of knowledge. It developed the main developments that this model introduced in our schools is it made provided good infrastructure facilities. The schooling system boundaries have eliminated more employment opportunities, and children were more encouraged in extracurricular and co-curricular activities. The important stakeholders who emphasized on the expansion of schooling system is the parents, who wanted their children to get good education and schooling. In India, broadly, there are three categories of schools that are available based on the curriculum. These categories are based on approximately, and these categories such as state schools following state curriculum, national schools following Center Board for Secondary Education curriculum, we call it as CBSE curriculum, ICSE curriculum, and international schools following international curriculum such as IB, Cambridge, etc. However, the classification of schools based on the curriculum is not clear, as many schools accommodate both central and international schools. For example, there are many international schools in Hyderabad which are not providing international curriculum, but they label themselves as international schools. Among the different categories of schools that are available, international schools are gaining more popularity, and the number of students enrolling in the international school is being continuously increasing. International schools are emerged as the schools which are providing highest quality of education and schooling to the children. What I mean by the highest quality of education is its scope. The opportunities or the scope of education is expanding, or it is wider in international schools when it comes to the state schools. The increasing demand for the growth of international schools in India is because of parents' affordability and the desire to provide high quality of education and schooling to their children. And most importantly, parents want to prepare them to face the global competition from a very early age. The growth of international schools affected the Indian schooling system, where a new group of parents emerged who are choosing international schools over state and central schools And parents have the right to express their preferences and make choice for a particular school that they want their children to attend. However, the understanding of international schooling and the parents' rationale behind choosing international schools differ from one parent to another. Although the purpose or the main motive of parents is same, the process of choosing international schools or why a particular international school is being chosen by a particular parent is independent from one parent to another parent. Broadly, it is based on parents' socioeconomic conditions such as parents' occupation, income level, social status, school quality. More importance is given to education and extracurricular activities. As I said before, it is not necessary that all parents follow the same rationale while choosing international schools, as some parents prefer international schools based on school academic achievements. And for some, it would be high quality of teaching and accountability of school towards child behavior and academic performance. And for some, it would be focusing on extracurricular activities. For some, it may be of global exposure and holistic development of children is important. Hence, the expectations or the outcomes that parents want from their children and the school are an important basis of how and why parents choose international schools. The expectations of parents and the expectations of parents on the school and students make the school choosing as a complex process. There are many factors that parents take into consideration which influence their decision on choosing international school. My objective of the study is basically to understand why parents choose international schools and how parents choose international school and what are the different factors that they take into consideration while thinking about a particular school. And my methodology is mixed methodology, but focus is mainly on quantitative approach, where schedule was prepared and was sent to participants through online using Google links, and at the same time as a personally went to schools and in residence of parents where data was collected personally. The data was triangulated or substantiated with the interviews, participant observations, etc. And when it comes to the objective of my study, the description part, why and how parents choose international schools, these are the main factors, very important factors according to the parents. They choose international school: accountability, quality of teaching, safe environment, extracurricular activities, alumni achievements, curriculum, and transport. First, when it comes to the accountability, because of less time spending of parents with their children or busy in their professional, parents wanted school to be accountable for their children in terms of regulating their behavior or in terms of academic achievements. Parents want their children, parents want schools, mainly teachers, to be accountable for their actions. From the data, it is evident that 86% of the parents emphasize that accountability of the school is very important for them to choose an international school. They opinion that schooling is an important phase where children's behavior are shaped, not only in terms of education, in terms of their behavior. So parents wanted schools to mainly observe or regulate the behavior of the student. As but parents being fully engaged in their professions, they spend less time with their children and they expect school and teachers to be accountable for their children. For 12% of the parents, it is important factor, and for 2% of parents, it is slightly important factor. When I ask the question why it is slightly important for them, there is a trust among parents that I can clearly observe in some of the parents where they emphasize that international schools are providing accountability, quality teaching. In terms of everything, they are perfectly in their place. And the next factor is quality of teaching. Many researchers identified that parents' educational and income level has an effect in school selection. Educated parents collect information about teachers' qualification, students' results, organization structure, environment of the school before admitting their child into the school. So, when a parent wants their children to enroll into a particular school, the first thing they emphasize is teaching quality. What I mean by teaching, or what parents mean by teaching quality, is emphasizing more on practical rather than rote and learning. There is a shift that I have been seeing in the parents, that they want their children to be knowledgeable, and at the same time they want that global exposure, problem solving, critical thinkers, good communicators, rather than just getting a good marks in the examination. So 90% of the parents emphasize that teaching quality is very important for them to choose a particular school. For 10% of parents, teaching quality is very important. The other factor that parents take into consider while choosing international school is the safe environment. In the present context, parents want their children to be in a very safe zone. Particularly when they are spending their most of the time in schools, the parents want children to be in a safe place. An international school is one with an open and free learning environment, with a positive and safe learning atmosphere. With the increasing quality and services provided by the international schools in Hyderabad, many parents are more interested to enroll their children in international schools. Parents opinionate that when children are nourished in a safe environment, students develop strong emotional characteristics and academic achievements, which help them to maintain good physical and mental health. Parents emphasize that safe environment should be created for children in schools, home, and also within the community. Parents also aware of how unsafe environment, characterizing stress, negativity, academic pressure, affects the physical and mental health of the children at very early age. Hence, happiness of the children in the school is an important deciding factor for parents to choose international schools. At the school level, schools are offering in Hyderabad safe environment in two ways. One is through accommodating the emotional and social needs of the students, which makes them happy. And second, through the safety measurements that schools are adopting, which is less important to the students, but for parents, it is the most important factor. One way of providing safe environment to the children implies less or no scope for conflict, encouraging children in academic and non-academic activities, and mainly building confidence, developing positive attitude, no academic pressure on students. Here, parents emphasize that no academic pressure on students. That doesn't mean that they neglect the student, they neglect the children's academic. It's like they want their children to be more interested in their academics by themselves only. It is not pressurizing by some. It may not be pressurizing from some other. So the other way schools are providing safety measurements is fire extinguishers, or monitoring of student activities in and out of the classroom, entry of visitors, sending extra attendance with students while traveling buses, taking care of students during health emergency. Based on the data, it is evident that for 88% of parents, schools providing safe environment is the prime reason for choosing international schools. This category of parents emphasize that. Sorry?
You have to conclude now because you have to
children nourishment in safe environment is very important. Parents are also aware of the importance of friends and teachers or school management role in shaping the student thought process and behavior. The opinion that selecting international schools where there is no scope for conflicts between the students. However, for 4% of the people, they are trusted in international schools, that international schools establish themselves with a strong reason for providing a safe environment. For other 93%, for 96% of parents, safe environment in the school is important factor. And the next factor is extracurricular
activities. I think we have to give the next.
Extracurricular activities. In the modern context, parents are aware of the impact of extracurricular.
Ms. Bangaru?
Extracurricular.
Ms. Shravani?
Yeah, yes.
Could you please conclude? We have other presenters also, and if you exceeded your time, can you please conclude in the next 1 minute?
Yeah. Extracurricular activities, alumni achievements, curriculums, and transport are the important factors that parents choose in international school. Here, I just want to emphasize this on transport because Hyderabad is the capital of Telangana, and before 2014, it is capital of Andhra Pradesh, where the IT sector is more developed in Hyderabad. It led more international schools developed in Hyderabad, where both residents and schools are developing simultaneously. Hence, transport became important factor for parents to choose international schools in their near residence. If I want to conclude my research findings from this study is, it is not always affordability of parents which motivate them to choose international schools. And parents are more interested to shift from traditional schooling system to international schooling system. What I mean by international schooling system is global exposure. Children are engaged in cultural diversity from a very early age.
You have to conclude now because Ms. Shravani, so thank you so much for your presentation. We are moving on to the next presenter as we are very short on time. Thank you so much. So next, I'm going to invite Sagar Gaur, Importance, Roles and Responsibilities of Document Controller in Indian Construction Industry.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you and see your screen. Please go ahead. And
Okay.
I ask you to please keep your presentations under the time of 8 minutes, please.
All right. Okay. So good afternoon, everyone. My research paper is on importance, roles and responsibilities of document controller in Indian construction industry. I'm Sagar Gaur and my co-author is Radhika Joshi. Well, a little bit about me and my co-author that I've been working in a Danish consultancy organization as a senior consultant. I've done my BTech in civil. I've done my PG in project management, and I've recently done my MBA degree also in project management. I've taken a few global certifications as already mentioned here, and I have already published 3 research papers before this. My co-author is working as an assistant professor. She has done her BTech in civil and ME in structural engineering. Coming to abstract, well, in many construction industries, we have seen that employees waste around 15 to 20% of their time in searching for the latest available document. And overall, construction companies struggle with document management as well as retrieval. So document control become a very important practice to be followed in all the construction projects and in all the companies, whether they are low, medium, or high level projects. When we talk about document control, the need arises for the document controller. So the document controller is the one who, during initiation of the project, set up a robust management system and which work throughout the end of the project. So document controller works throughout the life cycle of the project. The DC also helps while managing the document. It helps the team to increase their productivity by 20% and reduce the breach of the data by 95%. Document controller also helps in audit and claims, as he is the only one who is having all the available documents, all the historical data with him from starting till the completion of the project. Coming to description, we will discuss about the responsibilities of document controller. Document controller is the one who create the template initially, which has been circulated throughout the company. He's the one who do all the filings, both physical and digital. He do all the copy, scan, and store the data, all the documents of the company. I also check the accuracy as per the quality plan, which has been submitted by different teams. You also review and update the documentation records. Act as a communicator between various stakeholders like contractor, client, or a contractor consultant. It also retrieve data, the latest data which is available as and when required by the project team. Manage the documentation flow throughout the project and within the organization. Secure all the documents, maintain the confidentiality of the document. This is one of the important job, and it also helps in improving the document control procedures in a company. Finally, it's not possible to have an audit or claims without a document controller. On the left-hand side, you can see there were a few softwares which is widely used in our industry, and a document controller should have a know-how of these new softwares being used in the industry. One is ProjectWise, is being sold by Bentley, Econex by Oracle. OneDrive is now becoming more and more famous and being widely used by it's been sold by Microsoft, and SharePoint is one of the oldest way of sharing the documents. Finally, the ISO as per ISO 9001:2015, it is a quality management system, and a document controls comes under quality management system. So a document controller should know or should have a training on ISO certificate on ISO 9001:2015. Our research question consists of 4 questions. One is the importance of document controller in managing the proper flow of documents. Document controller helps in easy retrieval of documents as and when needed. Question 3 is document controller helps in documenting version control. And lastly, digitalization of all the documents that are there on the project. Research methodology, we have used quantitative research methodology. Primary and secondary data was collected. A questionnaire was prepared consisting of these 4 questions and circulated to 230 respondents from various different companies, which include contractor, consultancy, client, as well as subcontractor and subconsultancy companies. The respondents were from the different disciplines, and they include project controls manager, project manager, construction managers, planning engineers, site teams, as well as senior managers. Coming to findings, we have seen that for question number 1, 88% respondents said yes. For question number 2, 92% respondents said yes. For question number 3, 95%, and for question number 4, 94% respondents said yes. In order to have to go in depth, we have done a cross-examination of the respondents, which were from different disciplines and from different company, and we found that there is nearly no statistical differences between all the data. Like we can see for question number 1, when we talk about yes, the contractor company respondents have said 89% people have said yes, while in a consultancy company, 88% said yes, while in a client company, 90% said yes, and in a sub-consultant company, 85% said yes. So we can see that the data is more or less saying the same thing overall. Apart from this, the participant has raised 7 major issues, the biggest problems they face on a project when there is no documentation and there is no document controller. And the biggest one is that there is a decrease in the productivity of the team and an increase in the employee frustration because the employee is keep on searching on the various latest document on which they have to work. So 23% said that this is the biggest issue they face. Second is keeping a track of the latest revision. Third is the increase in the rework. Fourth is that there is no proper follow-up on the project documentation, like insurance, warranties, delay in communication, accessibility challenges is the biggest one, and the leakage of important information to the third party. On the right-hand side, you will see there's a flow chart where we have highlighted the importance of a document controller to the results we have found out, and we can see that as soon as a team prepare a drawings or a document, the document controller comes into play. They send it to the document controller, they review it as per the QAP, and if they found everything is okay, they proceed, and if not, then it goes back to the project team. If everything is okay, they move forward, they put the company stamp, put the digital signature, and move it to the approving authority. Once the approving authority has approved it, it goes back to the document controller, where document controllers see whether there are comments or not. If there are comments, it will goes back to the project team. If there are no comments, the document controller move forward, print the hard copies, and circulate it as per the project execution plan. Coming to discussion, well, even in pandemic situation, document controller manages to organize and update all the required documents with the help of the electronic document management system, which we have already discussed previously. A lot of cloud softwares available in the market, and nearly no construction companies suffer due to mismanagement of document if they have already deployed a document controller from the inception of the project. With the responses of the participant we have seen previously, we can say the importance of DC is widely visible in organization. There are now I have put here some samples of how a document controller prepared a comment resolution sheet. This is a general format which has been used in the industry. And on the right hand side, you will see how a document transmittal is being prepared by the document controller. All these things highlight that what is the importance and the roles of a document controller in an industry. Coming to conclusion, we can say that document controller importance is highlighted here, and DC not only archived document, which is a traditional theory or a approach of a company that they are only being used for archiving the documents. No, they do coordinate with all the project teams. They do coordinate with internal organization as well as external organization, with client, with subcontractors, vendors. Not only this, there are additional responsibilities of a document controller, like they help in bid preparation, bid packaging, also help in purchase orders. Not only this, every department have their own document controller works. Like I've written here about the health and safety or a QA department, where a document controller is the one who manage all the work inspection report, material inspection report, non-conformity report, accidental report, incidental report, or these being managed by document controller. Hence, a document controller should be given a due respect, which has been missing in our industry, and should be treated as an important part of a project team. For better functioning of a document controller, a company should make a project control department under which a document controller should work, and deploy a planning manager, because planning manager is the one who do the full coordination in the project, and DC should work under planning manager. Thank you.
Are there any questions from the session chairs? Okay, we are moving on to the next presenter. Can we have Rasna TPP, Emotional Intelligence and Stress Coping and Organizational Perspective? So the presenter is not available. So instead of the presenter, we have Professor Dr. Basil Thomas, who is going to do the presentation on behalf of Rasna TPP.
Hello, thank you.
Thank you, sir. We can hear you. Please go ahead.
Okay. Hello, good evening, everyone.
Good evening, sir. The screen is visible. Go ahead.
Okay, so I just want to give you a brief idea on the research we have done on emotional intelligence and stress coping. The title is, as you can see, the Emotional Intelligence and Stress Coping and Organizational Perspective. It was done by we the co-authors Ainura Veliaviva and Rasna. On behalf of them, I'm just presenting the paper and the corresponding order and the brief bio of us. I'm working in a university in Sultanate of Oman in the Business Administration Department. And my co-authors, Ainura, who is a research scholar in the University of Balearica in Spain, and the third scholar is Rasna, who is from Periyar University, India. The abstract, actually we have selected the universe as high-performing organizations, and the samples are all from Gulf region, and the abstract shows high-performance organizations have a diverse workload and stress to handle. This research is actually under the same statement and examines the impact of EI in workplace and its effect on stress coping. This is actually falling under the domain of organizational psychology, and it's highly sensitive area. It also identifies how a workplace restructuring with emotional intelligence helps in coping up with job stress in high-performing organizations. We have the definition for high-performing organizations. Then the main objective is to systematize the state-of-the-art and purpose a generic interpretation and system model to cope stress using EI and indicate the right factors for future research in this field. There are plenty of literature available in this field. According to Meyer and Salovi, they are defining EI as the ability to perceive accurately the appraisal and expression of emotions, and also the ability to access and generate feelings so as to assess thought, the ability to understand emotions and emotional knowledge itself, and finally the ability to regulate emotions so as to promote emotional and intellectual growth. There are worldwide practitioners doing the same. They are trying to identify how emotional intelligence can maximize employees' full potential in terms of performance. They are also trying to identify the variables critical for enhancing organizational competency involving emotional abilities of employees. Also, there are some few studies. I'm just showing this. Stress is mainly to deal with emotional factors that is originated towards negative thoughts. This is what is a remarkable point, which is stated by Selye in 1956, pretty old one. And emotional intelligence is related with organizational stress, and it can definitely be used in a framework where individuals can learn to manage their emotions. And obviously, emotions and stress are closely related, and moreover, stress is always accompanied with emotions. At another study, they have identified that workforce with high emotional intelligence projected less work stress and a healthier physical and psychological fitness and higher job performance. It was stated by Slesky and Cartwright. It was in 2002. And recently in 2012, which is not recently, after 2010, we have Pareto Mode, who mentioned that 26% of workers in United States are stressed due to their job or work, which led to low performance in their job. So we have identified the stressors or the some factors, work-related stressors, interpersonal stressors, role-related stressors, task control stressors, and finally the organizational and physical environmental stressors. We have developed a framework based on these factors, and it includes the major 4 points, which is work culture, stress coping, emotional intelligence, and organizational performance. We can see from this figure all these 4 points which are connected in a flow. And the research questions are coming up with, to what extent do those research occupational stress and EI are impactful in high-performing organizations? And another question is emotional intelligence an apt predictor and solution for stress? And finally, how the organization's strategy plan can implement emotional intelligence in the framework in order to become an efficient HPO in the future. The materials and methods, we have applied descriptive analysis followed as core of investigation for finding out this occupational stress and EI in HPOs. The samples were around 350 participants considered from the high-performing organizations in the Gulf region. And because of the National Center for Statistics and Information, the data collected has to be kept anonymous, or otherwise it can be published elsewhere because of some regulations they have put on recently. In the results and discussion, we have the current research applied a structural equation modeling technique in both pilot study and also the final analysis with all sample population. The data collected here was identified if there existing any relationship between EI and variables of occupational stress. Based on the analysis, the most prominent reason for leaving the company is uneasy relationships with peers and senior managers, followed by uneven working hours and desire for higher salary, which is found the significant factor. From this chart, we can see how the reasons are, or reasons for leaving the former company, how the ratings has been done. We can see the uneasy relationships was the highest among all these factors. Then the ranking has been done also. The desire for higher salary was on the peak, which is the 7th one. The variable self-motivation and role overload with a correlation value of 0.62 and emotional stability and role conflict have the strongest correlation with a value of 0.71. The correlation has been identified. You can see from this table about how the correlation between EI and occupational stress has been affected. So we have taken role overload, role ambiguity, role conflict, political and group pressure, and finally, strenuous working conditions. It can be inferred, finally, that respondents who have a high level of emotional intelligence and self-awareness can cope up with their workload without feeling stressed, which is the remarkable finding. The analysis also shows that there exists an unknown relationship between an individual's well-being and self-motivation, health and emotional stability, and maintaining relationships and emotional stability. You can see from the block diagram, or the figure actually depicts how the relationship, the positive and negative correlation. The research used the model fit indices, including degrees of freedom, high score, Tucker-Lewis index, root mean square error for approximation, and comparative fit index. The findings show that the structural model creates a good fit of the proposed model. And this is the model fit index table. We have taken high score, TLI, Tucker-Lewis index, RMSEA, root mean square approximation, and the CFI. Also, the results has been here showed. The results of the structural model testing shows positive linkages between the variables of emotions management, emotional intelligence, occupational stress, and the outcome being characterizing the work performance of employees at workplace. This is the overall emotional intelligence based on the flowchart of the SEM, or structural equation modeling. We can see almost all the factors and which are connected to this occupational and emotional stress. The study observed that emotional intelligence with 0.98 and emotional management have the strongest correlation with 0.82. As a result, emotional intelligence has a positive effect on handling feelings, and as a result has potential to manage workplace stress indirectly. To conclude, based on findings, self-motivation and emotional health are critical factors in dealing with stress in high-performing organizations. EI programs have a direct impact on how much people understand, perceive, and use emotions, as well as cause positive psychological changes. To minimize the negative effects of workplace stress, politicians, staff, and company managers should work together to create a comprehensive strategy that includes stress management services for all employees. So that's all my presentation. Thank you. If you have any questions, you can ask.
Thank you.
Are there any questions?
No, ma'am.
All right. Thank you so much, Doctor. You can unshare your screen. Moving on to the next presenter, can we have Vinit Kumar, Wireless Data Access and its Management?
Yes, ma'am. This is Vinit. Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon, sir.
Just a minute, madam. I'm sharing my screen. Is visible my screen, madam?
No, it is not visible, sir.
Non-visible. Just a moment.
All right, Mr. Vinit, we will come back to you. We will move on to the next presenter. Please be ready with your presentation.
Yes, ma'am.
Next, can I have Dr. Amarnath Reddy? Do we have Dr. Amarnath Reddy? All right, Mr. Vinit, we can see your screen. Please proceed.
Yes, ma'am. You can see my screen, madam?
Yes, we can see your screen.
Thank you, ma'am. Good afternoon, sir. This is Vinit, sir, research scholar, Department of Computer Science, Magadha University, Bodh. I am guided by Professor Dr. Supujan Singh, who is the HOD Math Department, S. Sinha College, Aurangabad, sir. My topic is sir, wireless data access and its management, sir. In this topic, sir, the abstract is the evolution of today's wireless communication technology began in the early 1980s with the introduction of first generation wireless cellular systems. These systems utilize analog interface technology and supported voice-only capabilities with the high demand for cellular service and the increased need for enhanced quality and more features. The second generation yani 2G of wireless cellular system was introduced. It is primarily a voice-centric technology, but it does provide higher bandwidth, better voice quality and limited data services. The evolution towards 3G wireless cellular system was therefore inevitable. One of the most famous 3G system is Universal Mobile Telecommunication System, that was developed by the third generation partnership project. UMTS promises a transmission rate of up to 2 Mbps, which makes it possible to support new data services and enhance the ones that are supported by current 2G systems. Forecasts for emerging mobile wireless markets, however, anticipate that bandwidth will be skewed by services like multimedia on demand. This will spur the need for data rates beyond what is offered by current 3G wireless systems. To boost the support for such a high data rates, broadband wireless access systems have been developed. For example, 3GPP has a standardized 3.5G BWAS called high-speed downlink packet access as an extension to the existing 3G UMTS. HSDPA can theoretically support up to 14.4 Mbps, 7 times larger than the data rate offered by the UMTS. Another BWAS is the worldwide interoperability for microwave access, WiMAX, which has been standardized by the IEEE 802.16 group. WiMAX is the BWAS that could support up to 70 Mbps. The introduction is something important benefits of wireless access communication, that is first one is mobility, because radio waves travel freely through the air. Wireless modes of communication give you a great deal of mobility. You can, for example, listen to a radio at the beach or traveling in your car. The technology is not perfect as tall building, metal furniture like lift and other objects interface with radio waves and distances of several miles within them. But wireless devices don't tie to the receivers down to particular location as a hardwired ones do. The next one is convenience. You must physically connect a device to a wall jack or for wired communications to work. This becomes a problem if the jack is in an inconvenient location, or if the cable is not long enough to reach the jack. Wireless devices have no cables to connect. If the signal has sufficient strength, the device will work. This is also true for mobile computing devices as long as you have the password for the local wireless data network. Your smartphone or laptop connects automatically. When you have a location, your mobile device automatically drops the connection and picks up the next strong network signal if it finds. Flexibility is the third thing is for a traditional analog system such as AM radio broadcasting, a wireless transmitter accommodates any number of receivers. For example, it does not matter if 10 people or 10,000 tune into the local baseball game. Cell phone systems are almost as generous, although the two-way digital communication technology runs out of private channels if too many people try to use the system at the same time. In a similar sense, a home Wi-Fi tries to use the system to the same time. Network is limited to 54 devices. By contrast, a wired communication system is limited to the number of physical connections on the equipment. If these run out, you must replace the equipment to support more users. A typical Ethernet router for home use, for example, offers only 8 sockets, even though its network software can handle 254 users. And the next one is lower cost. Wireless communication networks are less expensive to install and maintain than equivalent wired system. Not only do you have to pay the pre-put cost of the cable itself, you need to invest time and labor to plan wiring routes and put the wire in place. Any change to the wiring plan adds to those costs. Although even wireless system needs some cabling, the amount involved is a small fraction of that needed for wired equipment. Avoid bandwidth and server performance bottlenecks. Find out what applications or what servers are using up your bandwidth. Deliver better quality of service to your users by being proactive. Reduce cost by buying bandwidth and hardware according to actual load. And the conclusion results and discussion is the support running as a system service that monitors bandwidth users and generates traffic reports automatically. Speed rates scale works with majority network connections including modem, ISDN, DSL, ADSL, cable modem, wireless network cards, Ethernet cards, VPN, and more. Scalable to your own modem download capabilities. Provide daily, weekly, monthly, and summary bandwidth users reports. Readout in either kbps, yani kilobyte per second, and kilobits per second. Bandwidth users notifications, notify user by playing sound, computer beep, sending email, running a program. Download and upload a speed stopwatch, customize colors and fonts. So real-time network traffic gaps in system tray. So time and traffic graph. So traffic graph in line or column style and column width and space can be customized. So average download and upload lines in traffic graph. Include complete window configuration and view options. Require minimum system resources, that is Windows 98, 2003, Vista, Windows 8, 10, etc. The next one is BWS such as DPA and WiMAX are investigate to support a higher number of mobile users and variety of bandwidth intensive content rich wireless multimedia services. And the next one is packet scheduling scheme. A novel packet scheduling scheme for BWS is proposed in order to provide efficient bandwidth management at the packet level. And the next one is bandwidth provisioning scheme. We propose a bandwidth provisioning scheme in order to achieve bandwidth management at the class level. To the best of our knowledge, our scheme is the first multiple frame bandwidth provisioning in BWS to allocate and optimize a number of time frames for each class based on the bandwidth requirement of its admitted users. Acknowledgement is that the gap in work generate traffic reports in text, CSV, and HTML formats every n seconds in services. Fixes bugs, bandwidth monitors, version 3.2 build 699, sends and notification email when exceeding bandwidth users limit, runs a program when exceeding bandwidth users limit, enables to set a custom days for bandwidth user notifications. So real-time network traffic graph in system tray plan forward. The system requires 32 MB, 5.10, 5 to 10 Mbps disk free space, etc. And the appendices is here. And last one is thank you, sir. Thank you very much to give me opportunity to participate in your conference, international conference. Thank you very much.
Are there any questions from the session chair?
No, ma'am.
All right, moving on. Next, I would like to call upon Dr. Amarnath Reddy, Consumer Attitude Towards Online Shopping, Bahim Behavior and Empirical. So on behalf of Dr. Amarnath Reddy, Mr. Kiran is going to be presenting. So Mr. Kiran, go ahead. I'm sorry, sir, you are not audible, Mr. Kiran. No, sir, you're still not audible, Mr. Kiran. While Mr. Kiran figures out his audio. Yes, sir. We will give you some time to figure out your audio. Next, I will move on to Ms. Rahmatun Nisa, recent financial reforms in India, impact on service sector.
The patient is already present in the morning session.
Hello.
Yes, hello.
Good evening, ma'am.
Good evening.
Ma'am, I have presented my paper in the morning session, ma'am.
Okay, same topic. Okay, thank you,
Yes.
Mr. Amatanisa. So, Mr. Kiran, it is over to you. You are the last presenter. Mr. Kiran? Yes, Mr. Kiran?
Madam, I think he can figure out tomorrow and he can come back tomorrow because it's already time.
All right. Mr. Kiran, since your audio is still not audible to us and we are short on time, actually, we need to conclude it. We will give an opportunity for you tomorrow in our technical session, the next technical session also. And we will be giving you a special place as well, as Dr. Ravi has instructed, sir. So you will be allowed to present tomorrow in the technical session as you figure out your... No, sir, we are not yet able to hear you.
Do I audible?
Yeah, you're audible now.
Okay. Okay.
Sir, can you please mute the other account and yes.
Yeah, just a minute.
Reduce the volume on the other account, sir.
Just a minute. Do I audible, ma'am?
Yes, you're audible.
Okay, ma'am. I'm just going to share the schema.
Yes, Mr. Kiran. Please hurry up as we need to conclude the day one.
Are you able to see the schema?
Yes, we can see it. Please go ahead.
Okay. Well, good evening to one and all. Here, myself, Kiranji, pursuing working as an assistant professor in Silicon City College. So I would like to present on behalf of Dr. Amarnath Reddy, sir, who is an associate professor. So our topic is consumer attitude towards the online shopping behavior, which is being considered an empirical study on Bangalore City, Karnataka, India. The next slide. So nowadays, the online shopping is being considered one of the most popular approach. So most of them are consumers are satisfied with the buying of the goods based upon their convenience due to where there's a paradigm shift in the changing in their buying habits. So the purpose of conducting this study is to know that to analyze how the online buying behavior and also certain by investigating the factors that limit the online shopping, and where the study also aims to discover what are the various factors which influence the customers' online purchasing decisions. Okay, moving to the next slide. So the sample size is being considered for 200 we have considered, and where it's being used in the form of quantitative method, because we have used this LinkedIn Likert five scale rating scale method, and our findings says that these are the various things where we are going to consider this where it can be influenced by the people. For example, like affordable prices and convenience for the users, for the convenience, where with attractive discounts, time saving, and wide range of products. So these are some of the factors which can be which influences the consumer behavior. But there are also certain negative factors which is being considered. So I just wanted to go and hurry up so that due to the time limit which has been allocated. So further, these are the people who have been suggested that on the positive aspects of the changing patterns the consumer behavior, like Home Park, Albertel during the 2015, and so by this there was some problem which has been considered. That means very few researchers have focused on the reasons that discourage them from doing so. So based upon the current study, so consumers are finding it very difficult to purchase some of the products from the e-retailers because of the certain issues, which have an influence factor and motivating them to shop online. So online merchants can try to utilize this information for establishing the consumer-centered strategies and also try to increase the value of their products and services, where they can try to adjust based upon their policies which is being followed in the case of advertising, and also apply certain promotional methods by improving the customer satisfaction. So these are some of the objectives of the study. So first one is to understand how the consumer purchase activities through online shopping to different retailers. So this is where we can try to consider, because before when you try to compare with the traditional commerce, so traditional commerce only in the cash on delivery and nowadays Paytm, but that is not in the case of online online purchase of products, where they can try to use their payment options like debit card, credit card, and also through the payment of apps like Beam and Paytm, PhonePe, etc. And also they can choose the cash and delivery. So this is the first objective of the study. The second one is to examine how the socioeconomic profile of consumer deals with the online shopping. So here we are going to deal with some of the respondents like students, IT professionals, others work from home employees. So these are the various people which has been considered, where we can try to examine the socioeconomic profile based upon their incomes as well as the age and also educational qualification. The third one is to find out the influencing factors and motivating factors to online shopping, which I have discussed before itself. The next one is from these to identify what are the elements that may cause a customer's unwillingness to shop online. So there are certain negative aspects, demerit aspects when they try to go for the online shopping, like delivery of damaged products. That means we may not sure that what are the products we try to order online may not get in a proper manner. The second one is there's a fear of the pre-payment, and also there's a doubt that we might whatever the orders we wanted to order may not get it on time basis. And there was another thing is we may not have a sufficient product information before we try to book online of the products. And the main thing is lack of touch and feel. This is one of the main limitation which has been considered, which is where some of the customers are unwilling to shop online. Okay, so this is the research methodology, as I said that. So we have included the respondents include students, IT professionals, service workers, business people, and also other online shoppers, where we have taken the sample size of 200. Okay, and here the convenience sampling technique is being applied, where it is being a survey, where the survey is being considered, and it is being reflected in the form of quantitative method. Okay. And there are, and we are used even the primary data, and we are used even the secondary data through the research papers, periodical websites, and newspapers reports for the purpose of collecting of secondary data. And the main thing is, in the case of research method, is this we have considered the self-administered closure-ended questionnaires, where it goes to cover mainly the quantitative method through strongly agree to strongly disagree based upon the 5-point Likert scale. And this is what the data collection and analysis which we have been collected and which we have been present in the PPTs, where it influenced consumer influencing factors, where the most of the influencing factors based upon the affordable prices, which ranks the first place, and the second place goes for the wide range of the products. So these are the factors which influence consumers to purchase online purchasing through online retails. And there is the other factor analysis which is being considered for the limiting factors which influence the consumer not to buy. That is lack of touch and feel of merchandise, insufficient product information, delivery of damaged or spurious products, and doubting of in-time delivery, fear of prior payment, which we already dealt. So in this, after collecting the data which has been considered, most of them are responded towards the lack of touch and feel of merchandise. This was the first one, where the consumers will not feel to purchase through online retails. Further moving, So we have considered the hypothesis testing here. So there are two things which have been considered, HO and H1, where it influences mainly the personal income of the buyer or the consumers, especially with the IT professionals or the students and also the housewives, where they try to respondents use the payment mode methods for the online shopping. And the H1 testing mainly focus on the personal income of the respondents who use the payment mode methods for the online shopping. So when you try to see the chart, so the chi-square chart has been represented by considering it has been calculated at 8.893, where the table value chi-square consists of 12.592, which DF of 6 and alpha is considered as a 5%, where we have considered the 100 number of cases. From the above chart or the above table, we can consider at nearly a 5% significant level, where the value is being lower than the child square table value, which can be seen. And there is also from this we can understand this, there is a correlation between the respondent personal incomes and also the choices of the payment, where they can try to adapt through online buying, supporting the alternative hypothesis. Coming down to the forward, these are the findings. So the findings and suggestions is most of the respondents are being aged at the age of 25 to 35 who have been involved, where they try to go for the convenient payment methods through like credit card, debit cards, and also cash on delivery rather than using of the apps for the making of the payment like PhonePe, Beam account, etc. And the second findings has been considered nearly 56% of respondents are male and 47.5% are the respondents who belong to the age category, that to 35 to 45 years. And 46.5% has been concentrating on the ACC graduates, that is before from 10th to 10th standard to the graduation, completion of graduation, and 35.55% respondents are being covered under the income category where they lie to 40,000 on an average to 40 to 50,000 income category. So where the 38% people are being considered with the IT professionals, but only 19.5% are being considered where they try to use the Flipkart supermarket to do for the online shopping. And coming down to the next findings is large-scale internet shopping has various issues which needs to inspect the things before making a purchase, concerns about the receiving a product that is up to their standards and appearance about separating a credit card number. So this is what the suggestion would like to give for the online retailers chains. And the next one is most of the respondents prefer the online shopping for due to the various reasons, maybe due to the reasonable price, and also they have wide range of products and they can try to save the time with the affordable discount offers. This is one of the marketing strategies which are being considered in the case of the e-retail shopping by the consumers, because we always state that consumers are being treated as a king of the market. So based upon the taste and preferences only, we are going to produce and also try to sell the products through online. And the next suggestion is the company should inform their customers about the security measure. So security has become a major issue for making of the from the making of the payment and until it has delivered the product to the doorsteps. This is what the major issue which is being considered or suggestion which would like to give for the e-retailers. Okay, so further speaking, for companies to make customers aware of their return policies and also for the honest sellers to interact with the end user to improve their product friendly business. So they need to satisfy the customers. They need to accept the negative feedback which is being received by the respondents or the consumers, so that we can try to have the frequent customers or the so that, because losing a customer is a loss for the company, where they can try to maintain the good customer relationship. So this is what the conclusion would like to say. This large-scale internet shopping involves challenges such as inspecting items before buying, obtaining a defective product, and entering a credit card number. So this is what the conclusion which we would like to say on overall e-shopping retail business by the consumers. So the companies also should notify the customers about the credit card security and the remove misleading products and reviews from their website. So what are the products we see, we may not get it back in the same position. It might be in a different form. So the next, the conclusion is the companies could have informed their clients to return their policies sooner to promote product-friendly business and also customer interaction. So we need to satisfy even the clients also, and we have to make certain modifications so that the clients can also try to go hand in hand, so that we can just try to promote the products to also motivate the customers to purchase the online products through our motivations. And this is what the references which is being considered for the preparation of this research paper. And this is the questionnaire which has been considered where we have conducted an empirical study on the Bangalore city, where we can try to understand what are the customers' attitude towards the online shopping buying behavior. Because everybody knows this nowadays, the Bangalore has become one of the cosmopolitan hub. Okay, so this is what the question which we would like to show to you. And this is what the factors which influence the consumer limiting or not to do online shopping. Thank you. So this is how we end the PPTs.
Thank you so much. Are there any questions from the session chairs before we conclude?
I got the 3 questions to Kiran sir.
Yes, sir.
Number 1 is, I would like to know why you particularly choose this chi-square test in your statistical test. What was the reason behind using this chi-square test?
To know the correlation, to know that how many customers are willing to purchase, how many of them are comfortable in purchasing online, and what are the reasons, and also to know what was the reason that customers are not purchasing the online nowadays. So to have the correlation between these two, the chi-square test is being adopted.
Good, very good. And is your test is your sample non-parametric or parametric? What test you used? Is your statistical test parametric test you used or non-parametric test? Okay. Hello, sir.
Next, sir. Next question.
Okay, sir. Okay, now what is okay? And now, did you do a reliability test here, sir? Okay. I could not see any alpha level there. So did you actually what was the sample size, sir?
200, sir.
200. Okay. And can you go to the slides, please?
Yes, definitely. Just a minute, sir.
Yeah.
Yes, sir. Are you able to see my screen, sir?
Yes, sir. I can see, sir. Please go to the slide numbers where you showed the size weightage.
Just a minute, sir. Just a minute, sir.
Yeah. Because there, I'm just wondering why.
Just a minute, sir. I think there's some technical.
Okay, no, because I could see some.
I'm just trying my level best. So I'm unable to go ahead, sir.
Okay, no worries. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so there was some weightage there, 648, 372. So I just wondered what was those figures there. Because you are saying that the population was 200%, right? 200 people were in the questionnaire. Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I have, see, sir, number 1 is I would like to know why you select this question. Maybe later you can clarify. No worries.
Okay.
Why did you choose this chi-square? Number one. Number two is whether you had a parametric or non-parametric test incorporated. Number two is I could see some weightage 600 and 300. And what is that against your sample size of 200 or whatever you declared? I would like to know. And whether you have used reliability tests, sir, number one. All these things I have questions, sir, but now I think there is no voice clarity here. Anyway, we can catch up later, sir. Don't worry, no worries. Well done, sir. Good presentation.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
All right. Thank you for the session chairs and to the presenters. So we have successfully ended the technical session 2 of our conference of day 1. So thank you so much to all the participants of technical session 2 and to the session chair, Ms. Nafiza, and as well as to Dr. Ravi sir, and to all the participants. Wonderful efforts from your side. So the session chairs will be inferring to their results and will be informing us by tomorrow. So tomorrow we will be announcing the awards, and we have the day 2 scheduled tomorrow, on which we will be seeing you all again. Thank you so much for joining us on today. And on that note, this is your host Jueria signing off. We will be catching up with each other tomorrow for the second day of the conference, where the awards will be announced. Thank you so much, everyone.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.